Sharpe's Devil by Bernard Cornwell. Read by William Gaminara. Prologue. There were 16 men and only 12 mules. None of the men was willing to abandon the journey, so tempers were edgy and not made any better by the day's oppressive and steamy heat. The 16 men were waiting by the shore, where the black basalt cliffs edged the small port, and where there was no wind to relieve the humidity. Somewhere in the hills there sounded a grumble of thunder. All but one of the 16 men were uniformed. They stood sweltering and impatient in the shade of heavily branched evergreen trees, while the 12 mules, attended by black slaves, drooped beside a briar hedge that was brilliant with small white roses. The sun, climbing towards noon, shimmered in an atmosphere that smelt of roses, pomegranates, seaweed, myrtle, and sewage. 2 warships, their square-cut sails turned dirty grey by the long usage of wind and rain, patrolled far offshore. Closer, in the anchorage itself, a large Spanish frigate lay to twin anchors. It was not a good anchorage, for the ocean's swells were scarcely vitiated by the embracing shore, nor was the water at the quaysides deep enough to allow a great ship to moor alongside, and so the 16 men had come ashore in the Spanish frigate's longboats. Now they waited in the oppressive, windless heat. In one of the houses just beyond the rose-bright hedge, a baby cried. "More mules are being fetched. If you gentlemen will do us the honour of patience, and accept our sincerest apologies." The speaker, a very young, red-coated British lieutenant, whose face was running with sweat, displayed too much contrition. "We didn't expect 16 gentlemen, you understand, only 14, though, well, of course, there would still have been insufficient transport, but I have spoken with the adjutant, and he assures me that extra mules are being saddled, and we do apologize for the confusion." The lieutenant had spoken in a rush of words, but now abruptly stopped, as it dawned on him that most of the 16 travellers wouldn't have understood a word he'd spoken. The lieutenant blushed, then turned to a tall, scarred and dark-haired man who wore a faded uniform jacket of the British 95th Rifles. "Can you translate for me, sir?" "More mules are coming," the rifleman said in laconic but fluent Spanish. It had been nearly 6 years since the rifleman had last used the language regularly, yet 38 days on a Spanish ship had made him fluent again. He turned again to the lieutenant. "Why can't we walk to the house?" "It's all of 5 miles, sir, uphill and very steep." The lieutenant pointed to the hillside above the trees, where a narrow road could just be seen zigzagging perilously up the flax-covered slope. "You really are best advised to wait for the mules, sir." The tall rifle officer made a grunting noise, which the young lieutenant took for acceptance of his wise advice. "Sir?" The lieutenant, emboldened by the grunting noise, took a step closer to the rifleman. "What?" I just wondered." The lieutenant, overwhelmed by the rifleman's scowl, stepped back. "Oh, nothing, sir. It doesn't signify." "Oh, for God's sake, boy, speak up, I won't bite you." "It was my father, sir. He often spoke of you, and I wondered if you might recall him. He was at Salamanca, sir. Hardacre. Captain Roland Hardacre?" "No." "He died at San Sebastian?" Lieutenant Hardacre added pathetically, as though that last detail might revive his father's image in the rifleman's memory. The scarred rifleman made another grunting noise that might have been translated as sympathy, but was in fact the inadequate sound of a man who never knew how to react properly to such revelations. So many men had died, so many widows still wept, and so many children would be forever fatherless, that the rifleman doubted there would ever be sufficient pity for all the war's doings. "I didn't know him, Lieutenant. I'm sorry." "Well, it was truly an honour to meet you anyway, sir," Lieutenant Hardacre said, then stepped gingerly backwards, as though he might yet be attacked by the tall man, whose black hair bore a badger streak of white, and whose dark face was slashed by a jagged scar. The rifleman, who was wishing he could respond more easily and sympathetically to such appeals to his memory, was called Richard Sharpe. His uniform, that might have looked shabby on a beggar's back, bore the faded insignia of a major, though at the war's end, when he'd fought at the greatest widow-making field of all, he'd been a lieutenant colonel. Now, despite his uniform and the sword which hung at his side, he was just plain Mr. and a farmer. Sharpe turned away from the embarrassed lieutenant to stare morosely across the sun-glinting sea at the far ships which guarded this lonely, God-forsaken coast. Sharpe's scar gave him a sardonic and mocking look. His companion, on the other hand, had a cheerful and genial face. He was a very tall man, even taller than Sharpe himself, and was the only man among the 16 travellers not wearing a uniform. Instead, he was dressed in a brown wool coat and black breeches that were far too thick for this tropical heat, and in consequence the tall man, who was also hugely fat, was sweating profusely. The discomfort had evidently not affected his cheerfulness, for he gazed happily about himself at the dark cliffs, at the banyan trees, at the slave huts, at the rain clouds swelling above the black volcanic peaks, at the sea, at the small town, and at last delivered himself of his considered verdict.
"A rare old shut heap of a place, wouldn't you say?"
The fat man, who was called Mr. Patrick Harper, and was Sharpe's companion on this voyage, had expressed the exact same sentiment at dawn, when, as their ship crept on a small wind to the island's anchorage, the first light had revealed the unappealing landscape. "It's more than the bastard deserves," Sharpe replied, but without much conviction, merely in the tone of a man making conversation to pass the time.
"That's still a shit heap. How in Christ's name did they ever find the place? That's what I want to know. God in his heaven, but we're a million miles from anywhere on earth, so we are."
"I suppose a ship was off course and bumped into the bloody place." Harper fanned his face with the brim of his broad hat.
"Yeah, I wish they'd bring the bloody mules, and dying of the bloody heat. So I am. It must be a fair bit cooler up in them hills."
"If you weren't so fat," Sharpe said mildly,
"we could walk." "Fat? I'm just well made, so I am."
The response, immediate and indignant, was well practiced, so that if any man had been listening, he would have instantly realized that this was an old and oft-repeated altercation between the two men.
"And what's wrong with being properly made?" Harper continued. "Mother of Christ, just because a man lives well, there's no need to make remarks about the evidence of his health. Now look at yourself. The Holy Ghost has more beef on its bones than you do. If I boiled you down, I wouldn't get so much as a pound of lard for my trouble. You should eat like I do."
Patrick Harper proudly thumped his chest, thus setting off a seismic quiver of his belly. "It isn't the eating," Sharpe said. "It's the beer."
"Spite can't make you fat."
Patrick Harper was deeply offended. He'd been Sharpe's sergeant for most of the French wars, and now, as then, Sharpe could think of no one he would rather have beside him in a fight. But in the years since the wars, the Irishman had run a hostelry in Dublin.
"And a man has to be seen drinking his own wares,"
Harper would explain defensively.
"because it gives folks the confidence in the quality of what a man sells, so it does. Besides, Isabella likes me to have a bit of flesh on my bones. It shows I'm healthy, she says."
"Well, that must make you the healthiest bugger in Dublin," Sharpe said, but without malice. He hadn't seen his friend for over 3 years, and had been shocked when Harper had arrived in France with a belly wobbling like a sack of live eels, a face as round as the full moon, and legs as thick as howitzer barrels. Sharpe himself, 5 years after the Battle of Waterloo, could still wear his old uniform. Indeed, this very morning, taking the uniform from his sea chest, he'd been forced to stab a new hole in the belt of his trousers to save them from collapsing round his ankles. He wore another belt over his jacket, but this one merely to support his sword. It felt very strange to have the weapon hanging at his side again. He'd spent most of his life as a soldier, from the age of 16 until he was 38, but in the last few years he'd become accustomed to a farmer's life. From time to time he might carry a gun to scare the rooks out of Lucille's orchard, or to take a hare for the pot, but he'd long abandoned the big sword to its decorative place over the fireplace in the chateau's hall, where Sharpe had hoped it would stay forever. Except now he was wearing the sword again, and the uniform, and he was once more in the company of soldiers, and also of 16 mules, because 4 more animals had at last been found, and led to the waiting men, who, trying to keep their dignity, clumsily straddled the mangy beasts. The black slaves tried not to show their amusement as Patrick Harper clambered onto an animal that looked only half his own size, yet which somehow sustained his weight. An English major, a choleric-looking man mounted on a black mare, led the way out of the small town and onto the narrow road, which made its tortuous way up the towering mountainside towards the island's interior. The slopes on either side of the road were green with tall flax plants. A lizard, iridescent in the sunlight, darted across Sharpe's path, and one of the slaves, who was following close behind the mounted men, darted after the animal.
They thought slavery had been abolished, commented Harper, who'd evidently forgiven Sharpe for the remarks about his fatness. In Britain, yes, Sharpe said, but this isn't British territory. It isn't? What the hell is it then? Harper asked indignantly. And indeed, if the island did not belong to Britain, then it seemed ridiculous for it to be so thickly inhabited with British troops. Off to their left was a barracks, where 3 companies of redcoats were being drilled on the parade ground, and to their right a group of scarlet-coated officers were exercising their horses on a hill slope, while ahead, where the valley climbed out of the thick flax into the bare uplands, a guard post straddled the road beside an idle semaphore station. The flag above the guard post was the British Union flag. "Are you telling me this might be Irish land?" Harper asked with heavy sarcasm. "It belongs to the East India Company," Sharpe explained patiently. "It's a place where they can supply their ships." "Oh, it looks bloody English to me, so it does. Except for them black fellows. You remember that darky we had in the Grenadier Company? Big fellow, dated Toulouse." Sharpe nodded. The black fellow had been one of the battalion's few casualties at Toulouse, killed a week after the peace treaty had been signed. Only no one at the time knew of it. "I remember he got drunk at Burgos," Harper said. "We put him on a charge, and he still couldn't stand up straight when we marched him in for punishment next morning. What the hell was his name? Tall fellow he was. You must remember him. He married Corporal Rosewater, and she got pregnant, and Sergeant Finlayson was taking bets on whether the nipper would be white or black. What's his name, for Christ's sake?" Harper frowned in frustration. Ever since he'd met Sharpe in France, they'd held conversations like this, trying to flesh out the ghosts of a past that was fast becoming attenuated. "Bastable." The name suddenly shot into Sharpe's head. "Thomas Bastable." Bastable, that was him right enough. Yeah, he used to close his eyes whenever he fired a musket, and I could never get him out of the habit. He probably put more bullets into more angels than any soldier in history, God rest his soul. But he was a terror with a bayonet. Jesus, but he could be a terror with a spike. "What colour was the baby?" Sharpe asked. "Bit of both, as far as I remember. Like milky tea. Finlayson wouldn't pay out till we had a quiet word with him behind the lines. But he was always a slippy bugger, Finlayson. Never did understand why you gave him the stripes." Harper fell silent as the small group of uniformed men approached a shuttered house that was surrounded with a neatly trimmed hedge. Bright flowers grew in a border either side of a pathway made from crushed seashells. A gardener, who looked Chinese, was digging in the vegetable patch beside the house, while a young woman, fair-haired and white-dressed, sat reading under a gazebo close to the front hedge. She looked up, smiled a familiar greeting at the red-faced major who led the convoy of mules, then stared with frank curiosity at the strangers. The Spanish officers bowed their heads gravely. Sharpe tipped his old-fashioned brown tricorn hat, while Harper offered her a cheerful smile. "It's a fine morning, miss." "Too hot, I think." Her accent was English, her voice gentle. "We're going to have rain this afternoon." "Better rain than cold. It's freezing back home, so it is." The girl smiled, but did not respond again. She looked down at her book and slowly turned a page. Somewhere in the house a clock struck the tinkling chimes of midday. A cat slept on a windowsill. The mules climbed slowly on towards the guard post. They left the flax and the banyan trees and the myrtles behind, emerging onto a plateau where the grass was sparse and brown, and the few trees stunted and wind-bent. Beyond the barren grassland were sudden saw-edged peaks, black and menacing, and on one of those rocky crags was a white-walled house which had the gaunt gallows of a semaphore station built on its roof. The semaphore house stood on the skyline, and because they were backed by the turbulent dark rain clouds, its white-painted walls looked unnaturally bright. The semaphore machine beside the guardhouse on the road suddenly clattered into life, its twin black arms creaking as they jerked up and down. "They'll be telling everyone that we're coming," said Harper happily. He was finding every mundane event of this hot day exciting. "Like as not," Sharpe said. The redcoats on duty at the guard post saluted as the Spanish officers rode past. Some smiled at the sight of the monstrous Harper overlapping the struggling mule, but their faces turned to stone when Sharpe glowered at them. Christ, Sharpe thought, but these men must be bored. Stuck 4,000 miles from home with nothing to do but watch the sea and the mountains, and to wonder about the small house 5 miles from the anchorage. "You do realize," Sharpe said to Harper suddenly and with a sour expression, "that we're almost certainly wasting our time." Maybe we are.
Harper, accustomed to Sharpe's sudden dark moods, replied with great equanimity.
But we still thought it worth trying, didn't we? Or would you come all this way and stay locked up in your cabin? You can always turn back.
Sharpe rode on without answering. Dust drifted back from his mule's hooves, and behind him the telegraph gave a last clatter and was still. In a shallow valley to Sharpe's left was another English encampment, while to his right, a mile away, a group of uniformed men exercised their horses. When they saw the approaching party of Spaniards, they spurred away towards a house that lay isolated at the center of the plateau, and within a protective wall and a cordon of red-coated guards. The horsemen, who were escorted by a single British officer, were not wearing the ubiquitous red coats of the island's garrison, but instead wore dark blue uniforms. It had been 5 years since Sharpe had seen such uniform jackets worn openly. The men who wore that blue had once ruled Europe from Moscow to Madrid, but now their bright star had fallen, and their sovereignty was confined to the yellow stucco walls of the lonely house which lay at this road's end. The yellow house was low and sprawling, and surrounded by dark, glossy-leaved trees and a rank garden. There was nothing cheerful about the place. It had been built as a cowshed, extended to become a summer cottage for the island's lieutenant governor, but now, in the dying days of 1820, the house was home to 50 prisoners, 10 horses, and countless numbers of rats. The house was called Longwood. It lay in the very middle of the island of St. Helena, and its most important prisoner had once been the Emperor of France, called Bonaparte. They were not, after all, wasting their time. It seemed that General Bonaparte had an avid appetite for visitors who could bring him news of the world beyond St. Helena's 70 square miles. He received such visitors after luncheon, and as his luncheon was always at 11 in the morning, and it was now 20 minutes after noon, the Spanish officers were told that if they cared to walk in the gardens for a few moments, His Majesty would receive them when he was ready. Not General Bonaparte, which was the greatest dignity his British jailers would allow him, but His Majesty, the Emperor, would receive the visitors. And any visitor unwilling to address His Majesty as Votre Majesté was invited to straddle his mule and take the winding hill road back to the port of Jamestown. The captain of the Spanish frigate, a reclusive man called Ardiles, had bridled at the instruction, but had restrained his protest, while the other Spaniards, all of them army officers, had equably agreed to address His Majesty as majestically as he demanded. Now, as His Majesty finished luncheon, his compliant visitors walked in the gardens, where toadstools grew thick on the lawn. Clouds building up in the west were reflected in the murky surfaces of newly dug ponds. The English major who had led the procession up to the plateau, and who evidently had no intention of paying any respects to General Bonaparte, had stepped in the deep mud of one of the pond banks, and now tried to scrape the dirt off his boots with his riding crop. There was a grumble of thunder from the heavy clouds above the white-walled semaphore station. "It's hard to believe, isn't it?" Harper was as excited as a child taken to a country fair. "Do you remember when we first saw him? Jesus, it was raining that day, so it was." That first glimpse had been at the battlefield of Quatre Bras, 2 days before Waterloo, when Sharpe and Harper had seen the Emperor, surrounded by lancers in the watery distance. 2 days later, before the worst of the bloodletting began, they'd watched Bonaparte ride a white horse along the French ranks. Now they'd come to his prison, and it was, as Harper had said, hard to believe that they were so close to the ogre, the tyrant, the scourge of Europe. And even stranger that Bonaparte was willing to receive them, so that for a few heart-stopping moments on this humid day, 2 old soldiers of Britain's army would stand in the same stuffy room as Bonaparte, and would hear his voice and see his eyes, and go away to tell their children and their grandchildren that they had met Europe's bogeyman face to face. They'd be able to boast that they'd not just fought against him for year after bitter year, but that they'd stood, nervous as schoolboys, on a carpet in his prison house on an island in the middle of the South Atlantic. Sharpe, even as he waited, found it hard to believe that Bonaparte would receive them. He'd ridden all the way from Jamestown in the belief that this expedition would be met with a scornful refusal, but had consoled himself that it would be sufficient just to see the lair of the man who'd once terrified all of Europe, and who was still used by women to frighten their children into obedience. But the uniformed men who opened Longwood's gates had welcomed them, and a servant now brought them a tray of weak lemonade. The servant apologized for such pale refreshment, explaining that His Majesty would have liked to serve his distinguished visitors with wine, but that his British jailers were too mean to grant him a decent supply, and so the lemonade would have to be sufficient. The Spanish officers turned dark, reproving glances on Sharpe, who shrugged. Above the hills, the thunder growled. The English major, disdaining to mingle with the Spanish visitors, slashed with his riding crop at a glossy-leaved hedge. After a half-hour, the 16 visitors were ushered into the house itself. It smelt dank and musty. The wallpaper of the hallway and of the billiard room beyond was stained with damp. The pictures on the wall were black and white etchings, stained and fly-blown. The house reminded Sharpe of a poor country rectory that desperately pretended to a higher gentility than it could properly afford. It was certainly a pathetically far cry from the great marble floors and mirrored halls of Paris, where Sharpe and Harper, after the French surrender in 1815, had joined the soldiers of all Europe to explore the palaces of a defeated and humiliated empire. Then, in echoing halls of glory, Sharpe had climbed massive staircases, where glittering throngs had once courted the ruler of France. Now Sharpe waited to see the same man in an anteroom, where 3 buckets betrayed the fact that the house roof leaked, and where the green baize surface of a billiard table was as scuffed and faded as the rifleman's jacket that Sharpe had worn in special honour of this occasion. They waited another 20 minutes. A clock ticked loudly, then wheezed as it gathered its strength to strike the half-hour. Just as the clock's bell chimed, 2 officers wearing French uniforms with badly tarnished gold braid came into the billiard room. One gave swift instructions in French, while the other man translated into bad Spanish. The visitors were welcome to meet the Emperor, but must remember to present themselves bareheaded to His Imperial Majesty. The visitors must stand. The Emperor would sit, but no one else was allowed to sit in His Imperial Majesty's presence. And no man must speak unless invited to do so by His Imperial Majesty. And, the visitors were told once again, if a man was invited to speak with His Imperial Majesty, then he must address the Emperor as Votre Majesté. Failure to do so would lead to an immediate termination of the interview. Ardiles, the dark-faced captain of the frigate, scowled at the reiterated command, but again made no protest at it. Sharpe was fascinated by the tall, whip-thin Ardiles, who took extraordinary precautions to avoid meeting his own passengers. Ardiles ate his meals alone, and was said to appear on deck only when the weather was appalling, or during the darkest night watches, when his passengers could be relied on to be either sick or asleep. Sharpe had met the captain briefly when he'd embarked on the Espiritu Santo in Cadiz, but to some of the Spanish army officers, this visit to Longwood gave them their first glimpse of their frigate's mysterious captain. The French officer who translated the etiquette instructions into clumsy Spanish now looked superciliously at Sharpe and Harper. "Did you understand anything at all?" he asked in a bad English accent. "We understood perfectly, thank you, and are happy to accept your instructions," Sharpe answered in colloquial French. The officer seemed startled, then gave the smallest nod of acknowledgement. "His Majesty will be ready soon," the first French officer said. And then the whole group waited in an awkward silence. The Spanish army officers, gorgeous in their uniforms, had taken off their bicorn hats in readiness for the imperial audience. Their boots creaked as they shifted their weight from foot to foot. A sword scabbard rapped against the bulbous leg of the billiard table. The sour Captain Ardiles, looking as malignant as a bishop caught unawares in a whorehouse, stared sourly out of the window at the black mountains, above which cannoned an ominous rumble of thunder. Harper rolled the billiard ball slowly down the table's length. It bounced off the far cushion and slowed to a stop. Then the double doors at the far end of the room were snatched open, and a servant dressed in green and gold livery stood in the entrance. "The Emperor will receive you now," he said, then stood aside. And Sharpe, his heart beating as fearfully as if he again walked into battle, went to meet an old enemy. End of Side 1. Side 2. It was all so utterly different from everything Sharpe had anticipated. Later, trying to reconcile reality with expectation, Sharpe wondered just what he'd thought to find inside the yellow-walled house. An ogre? A small toad-like man with smoke coming from his nostrils? A horned devil with bloody claws? But instead, standing on a hearthrug in front of an empty fireplace, Sharpe saw a short, stout man wearing a plain green riding coat with a velvet collar, black knee breeches, and coarse white stockings. In the velvet lapel of the coat was a miniature medallion of the Légion d'honneur. All those details Sharpe noticed later, as the interview progressed. But his very first impression as he went through the door and shuffled awkwardly into line was the shock of familiarity. This was the most famous face in the world. A face repeated on 1,000,000 pictures, 1,000,000 etchings, 1,000,000 plates, 1,000,000 coins. This was a face so familiar to Sharpe that it was truly astonishing to see it in reality. He involuntarily checked and gasped, causing Harper to push him onwards. The Emperor, recognizing Sharpe's reaction, seemed to smile. Sharpe's second impression was of the Emperor's eyes. They seemed full of amusement, as though Bonaparte, alone of all the men in the room, understood that a jest was being played. The eyes belied the rest of Bonaparte's face, which was plump and oddly petulant. And that petulance surprised Sharpe, as did the Emperor's hair, which alone was unlike his portraits. The hair was as fine and wispy as a child's hair. There was something feminine and unsettling about that silky hair, and Sharpe perversely wished that Bonaparte would cover it with the cocked hat he carried under his arm. "You are welcome, gentlemen." The Emperor greeted the Spanish officers, a pleasantry which was translated into Spanish by a bored-looking aide. The greeting prompted from all but the disdainful Ardiles a chorus of polite responses. When all 16 visitors had found somewhere to stand, the Emperor sat in a delicate gilt chair. The room was evidently a drawing-room, and was full of pretty furniture, but it was also as damp as the hallway and billiard-room outside. The skirting boards, beneath the water-stained wallpaper, were disfigured by tin plates that had been nailed over rat-holes. And in the silence that followed the Emperor's greeting, Sharpe could hear the dry scratching of rats' feet in the cavities behind the patched wall. The house was evidently infested as badly as any ship. "Tell me your business," the Emperor invited the senior Spanish officer present. And that worthy, an artillery colonel named Ruiz, explained in hushed tones how their vessel, the Spanish frigate Espiritu Santo, was on passage from Cadiz, carrying passengers to the Spanish garrison at the Chilean port of Valdivia. Ruiz then presented the Espiritu Santo's captain, Ardiles, who, with scarcely concealed hostility, offered the Emperor a stiffly reluctant bow. The Emperor's aides, sensitive to the smallest sign of disrespect, shifted uneasily, but Bonaparte seemed not to notice, or if he did, not to care. Ardiles, asked by the Emperor how long he'd been a seaman, answered as curtly as possible. Clearly the lure of seeing the exiled tyrant had overcome Ardiles' distaste for the company of his passengers, but he was at pains not to show any sense of being honoured by the reception. Bonaparte, never much interested in sailors, turned his attention back to Colonel Ruiz, who formally presented the officers of his regiment of artillery, who in turn bowed elegantly to the small man in the gilded chair. Bonaparte had a kindly word for each man, then turned his attention back to Ruiz. He wanted to know what impulse had brought Ruiz to St. Helena. The colonel explained that the Espiritu Santo, thanks to the superior skills of the Spanish Navy, had made excellent time on its southward journey, and, being within a few days' sailing of St. Helena, the officers on board the Espiritu Santo had thought it only proper to pay their respects to His Majesty the Emperor. In other words, they couldn't resist making a detour to stare at the defanged beast chained to its rock. But Bonaparte took Ruiz's flowery compliment at its face value. "Then I trust you will also pay your respects to Sir Hudson Lowe," he said dryly. "Sir Hudson is my jailer. He with 5,000 men, 7 ships, 8 batteries of artillery, and the ocean which you gentlemen have crossed to do me this great honor." While the Spanish-speaking Frenchman translated the Emperor's mixture of scorn for his jailers and the insincere flattery for his visitors, Bonaparte's eyes turned towards Sharpe and Harper, who, alone in the room, had not been introduced. For a second, Rifleman and Emperor stared into each other's eyes. But then Bonaparte looked back to Colonel Ruiz. "So, You are reinforcements for the Spanish army in Chile?
Indeed, Your Majesty, the colonel replied.
So your ship is also carrying your guns?
And your gunners? Bonaparte asked.
Just the regiment's officers, Ruiz replied. Captain Ardila's vessel has been especially adapted to carry passengers, but alas, she cannot accommodate a whole regiment, especially of artillery. So the rest of your men are where? The Emperor asked. They're following on 2 transport ships, Ruiz said airily, with their guns. Ah. The Emperor's response was apparently a polite acknowledgement of the trivial answer, yet the silence which followed and the fixity of his smile were a sudden reproof to these Spaniards, who had chosen the comfort of Ardila's fast frigate, while leaving their men to the stinking hulks that would take at least a month longer than the Espiritu Santo to make the long, savage voyage around South America to where Spanish troops tried to reconquer Chile from the rebel government. Let us hope the rest of your regiment doesn't decide to pay me their respects. Bonaparte broke the slightly uncomfortable air that his unspoken criticism had caused. Or else Sir Hudson will fear they have come to rescue me. Ruiz laughed. The other army officers smiled, and Ardiles, perhaps hearing in the Emperor's voice an edge of longing that the other Spaniards had missed, scowled. So, tell me, Bonaparte still spoke to Ruiz, what are your expectations in Chile? Colonel Ruiz bristled with confidence as he expressed his eager conviction that the rebel Chilean forces and government would soon collapse, as would all the other insurgents in the Spanish colonies of South America, and that the rightful government of His Majesty King Ferdinand VII would thus be restored throughout Spain's American dominions. The coming of his own regiment, the colonel asserted, could only hasten that royal victory. Indeed, the Emperor agreed politely, then moved the conversation to the subject of Europe, and specifically to the troubles of Spain. Bonaparte politely affected to believe the colonel's assurance that the liberals would not dare to revolt openly against the king, and his denial that the army, sickened by the waste of blood in South America, was close to mutiny. Indeed, Colonel Ruiz expressed himself full of hope for Spain's future, relishing a monarchy growing ever more powerful and fed ever more riches by its colonial possessions. The other artillery officers, keen to please their bombastic colonel, nodded sycophantic agreement, though Captain Ardiles looked disgusted at Ruiz's bland optimism, and showed his scepticism by pointedly staring out of the window as he fanned himself with a mildewed cocked hat. Sharpe, like all the other visitors, was sweating foully. The room was steamy and close, and none of its windows was open. The rain had at last begun to fall, and a zinc bucket placed close to the Emperor's chair suddenly rang as a drip fell from the leaking ceiling. The Emperor frowned at the noise, then returned his polite attention to Colonel Ruiz, who had reverted to his favourite subject of how the rebels in Chile, Peru and Venezuela had overextended themselves and must inevitably collapse. Sharpe, who had spent too many shipboard hours listening to the colonel's boasting, studied the Emperor instead of paying any attention to Ruiz's long-winded bragging. By now, Sharpe had recovered his presence of mind, no longer feeling dizzy just to be in the same small room as Bonaparte, and so he made himself examine the seated figure, as though he could commit the man to memory forever. Bonaparte was far fatter than Sharpe had expected. He wasn't as fat as Harper, who was fat like a bull or a prize boar is fat, but instead the Emperor was unhealthily bloated, like a dead beast that was swollen with noxious vapours. His monstrous pot belly, waistcoated in white, rested on his spread thighs. His face was sallow and his fine hair was lank. Sweat pricked at his forehead. His nose was thin and straight, his chin dimpled, his mouth firm and his eyes extraordinary. Sharpe knew Bonaparte was 50 years old, yet the Emperor's face looked much younger than 50. His body, though, was that of an old, sick man. It had to be the climate, Sharpe supposed, for surely no white man could keep healthy in such a steamy and oppressive heat. The rain was falling harder now, pattering on the yellow stucco wall and on the window, and dripping annoyingly into the zinc bucket. It would be a wet ride back to the harbour, where the longboats waited to row the 16 men back to Ardiles' ship. Sharpe gazed attentively about the room, knowing that when he was back home, Lucille would demand to hear 1,000 details. He noted how low the ceiling was, and how the plaster of the ceiling was yellowed and sagging, as if at any moment the roof might fall in. He heard the scrabble of rats again, and marked other signs of decay, like the mildew on the green velvet curtains, the tarnish in the silvering of a looking-glass, and the flaking of the gilt on its frame. Under the mirror, a pack of worn playing cards lay carelessly strewn on a small round table beside a silver-framed portrait of a child dressed in an elaborate uniform. A torn cloak, lined with a check pattern, hung from a hook on the door. "And you, monsieur? You are no Spaniard. What is your business here?" The Emperor's question in French had been addressed to Sharpe, who, taken aback and not concentrating, said nothing. The interpreter, assuming that Sharpe had misunderstood the Emperor's accent, began to translate, but then Sharpe, suddenly dry-mouthed and horribly nervous, found his tongue. "I'm a passenger on the Espiritu Santo, Your Majesty, travelling to Chile with my friend from Ireland, Mr. Patrick Harper." The Emperor smiled. "Your very substantial friend. When he was my regimental sergeant major, he was somewhat less substantial, but just as impressive." Sharpe could feel his right leg twitching with fear. Why, for God's sake? Bonaparte was just another man, and a defeated one at that. Moreover, the Emperor was a man, Sharpe tried to convince himself, of no account anymore. The prefect of a small French département had more power than Bonaparte now, yet still Sharpe felt dreadfully nervous. "Your passengers?" the Emperor asked in wonderment. "Going to Chile?" "We're travelling to Chile in the interests of an old friend. We go to search for her husband, who is missing in battle. It's a debt of honour, Your Majesty." "And you, monsieur?" The question in French was addressed to Harper. "You travel for the same reason?" Sharpe translated both the question and Harper's answer. "He says that he found life after the war tedious, Your Majesty, and thus welcomed this chance to accompany me." "Ah, how well I understand tedium. Nothing to do but put on weight, eh?" The Emperor lightly patted his belly, then looked back to Sharpe. "You speak French well for an Englishman." "I have the honour to live in France, Your Majesty." "You do?" The Emperor sounded hurt, and for the first time since the visitors had come into the room, an expression of genuine feeling crossed Bonaparte's face. Then he managed to convey his envy by a friendly smile. "You are accorded a privilege denied to me." "Where in France?" "In Normandy, Your Majesty." "Why?" Sharpe hesitated, then shrugged. "Une femme." The Emperor laughed so naturally that it seemed as though a great tension had snapped in the room. Even Bonaparte's supercilious aide smiled. "A good reason," the Emperor said. "An excellent reason. Indeed, the only reason, for a man usually has no control over women." "Your name, monsieur?" "Sharpe, Your Majesty." Sharpe paused, then decided to try his luck at a more intimate appeal to Bonaparte. "I was a friend of General Calvé of Your Majesty's army. I did General Calvé some small service in Naples before—" Sharpe couldn't bring himself to say Waterloo, or even to refer to the Emperor's doomed escape from Elba, which by a route of 50,000 deaths had led to this damp, rat-infested room in the middle of oblivion. "Before I did the service," Sharpe continued awkwardly, "in the summer of 14. Bonaparte rested his chin on his right hand and stared for a long time at the rifleman. The Spaniards, resenting that Sharpe had taken over their audience with the exiled tyrant, scowled. No one spoke. A rat scampered behind the wainscot. Rain splashed in the bucket, and the trade wind gusted sudden and loud in the chimney. "You will stay here, monsieur," Bonaparte said abruptly to Sharpe, "and we will talk." The Emperor, conscious of the Spaniards' disgruntlement, turned back to Riz and complimented his officers on their martial appearance, then commiserated with their Chilean enemies for the defeat they would suffer when Riz's guns finally arrived. The Spaniards, all except for the scowling Ardealers, bristled with gratified pride. Bonaparte thanked them all for visiting him, wished them well on their further voyage, then dismissed them. When they were gone, and when only Sharpe, Harper, an aide-de-camp, and a liveried servant remained in the room, the Emperor pointed Sharpe towards a chair. "Sit. We shall talk." Sharpe sat. Beyond the windows the rain smashed malevolently across the uplands and drowned the newly dug ponds in the garden. The Spanish officers waited in the billiard room. A servant brought wine to the audience room, and Bonaparte talked with a rifleman. The Emperor had nothing but scorn for Colonel Riz and his hopes of victory in Chile. "They've already lost that war, just as they've lost every other colony in South America, and the sooner they pull their troops out, the better. That man, This was accompanied by a dismissive wave of the hand towards the door through which Colonel Reese had disappeared. "He's like a man whose house is on fire, but who is saving his piece to extinguish his pipe tobacco. From what I hear, there'll be a revolution in Spain within a year." Bonaparte made another scornful gesture at the billiard-room door, then turned his dark eyes on Sharpe. "But who cares about Spain? Talk to me of France." Sharpe, as best he could, described the nervous weariness of France, how the Royalists hated the Liberals, who in turn distrusted the Republicans, who detested the ultra-Royalists, who feared the remaining Bonapartists, who despised the clergy, who preached against the Orleanists. In short, it was a cocotte, a stew-pot. The Emperor liked Sharpe's diagnosis. "Or perhaps it is a powder keg, waiting for a spark." "The powder's damp," Sharpe said bluntly. Napoleon shrugged. "The spark is feeble, too. I feel old. I am not old, but I feel old." "You like the wine?" "Indeed, sir." Sharpe had forgotten to call Bonaparte Votre Majesty, but His Imperial Majesty did not seem to mind. "It is South African," the Emperor said in wonderment. "I would prefer French wine, but of course the bastards in London won't allow me any. And if my friends do send wine from France, then that hog's turd down the hill confiscates it. But this African wine is surprisingly drinkable, is it not? It is called Vin de Constance. I suppose they give it a French name to suggest that it has superb quality." He turned the stemmed glass in his hand, then offered Sharpe a wry smile. "But I sometimes dream of drinking a glass of my Chambertin again. You know, I made my army salute those grapes when they marched past the vineyards." "So I've heard, sir." Bonaparte quizzed Sharpe. Where was he born? What had been his regiments, his service, his promotions? The Emperor professed surprise that Sharpe had been promoted from the ranks, and seemed reluctant to credit the rifleman's claim that 1 in every 20 British officers had been similarly promoted. "But in my army," Bonaparte said passionately, "he would have become a general. You know that." But your army lost, Sharpe thought, but was too polite to say as much. So instead he just smiled and thanked the Emperor for the implied compliment. "Not that you'd have been a rifleman in my army," the Emperor provoked Sharpe. "I never had time for rifles. Too delicate a weapon, too fussy, too temperamental, just like a woman." "But soldiers like women, sir, don't they?" The Emperor laughed. The aide-de-camp, disapproving that Sharpe so often forgot to use the royal honorifics, scowled, but the Emperor seemed relaxed. He teased Harper about his belly, ordered another bottle of the South African wine, then asked Sharpe just who it was that he sought in South America. "His name is Blas Vivasta. He's a Spanish officer and a good one, but he's disappeared. I fought alongside him once, many years ago, and we became friends. His wife asked me to search for him." Sharpe paused, then shrugged. "She's paying me to search for him. She's received no help from her own government and no news from the Spanish army." "It was always a bad army. Too many officers, but good troops, if you could make them fight." The Emperor stood and walked stiffly to the window, from where he stared glumly at the pelting rain. Sharpe stood as well, out of politeness, but Bonaparte waved him down. "So, you know Calvet?" The Emperor turned at last from the rain. "Yes, sir." "Do you know his Christian name?" Sharpe supposed the question was a test to determine if he was telling the truth. He nodded. "Jean." "Jean!" The Emperor laughed. "He tells people his name is Jean, but in truth he was christened Jean-Baptiste. The belligerent Calvet is named for the original head wetter." Bonaparte gave a brief chuckle at the thought as he returned to his chair. "He's living in Louisiana now." "Louisiana?" Sharpe could not imagine Calvet in America. "Many of my soldiers live there." Bonaparte sounded wistful. "They cannot stomach that fat man who calls himself the King of France, so they live in a new world instead." The Emperor shivered suddenly, though the room was far from cold, then turned his eyes back to Sharpe. "Think of all these soldiers scattered throughout the world, like embers kicked from a campfire. The lawyers and their pandas who now rule Europe were like those embers to die down. But such fire is not so easily doused. The embers are men like our friend Calvet, and perhaps like you and your stout Irishman here. They are adventurers and combatants. They do not want peace, they crave excitement.
And what the filthy lawyers fear, monsieur, is that one day a man might sweep those embers into a pile. But then their heat would feed on each other, and they would burn so fiercely that they would scorch the whole world. Bonaparte's voice had become suddenly fierce, but now it dropped again into weariness. I do so hate lawyers. I do not think there was a single achievement of mine that a lawyer did not try to desiccate. Lawyers are not men. I know men, and I tell you, I never met a lawyer who had real courage, a soldier's courage, a man's courage. The Emperor closed his eyes momentarily, and when he opened them, his expression was kindly again, and his voice relaxed. So you're going to Chile? Yes, sir. Chile. He spoke the name tentatively, as though seeking a memory on the edge of consciousness. I well recall the service you did me in Naples. The Emperor went on after a pause. Calvé told me of it. Will you do me another service now? Of course, sir. Sharpe would later be amazed that he'd so readily agreed, without even knowing what the favour was. But by that moment he was under the spell of a Corsican magician who had once bewitched whole continents. A magician, moreover, who loved soldiers better than he loved anything else in all the world. And the Emperor had known what Sharpe was the instant the British rifleman had walked into the room. Sharpe was a soldier, one of the Emperor's beloved mongrels, a man able to march through shit and sleet and cold and hunger, only to fight like a devil at the end of the day, to then fight again the next day and the next. And the Emperor could twist such soldiers about his little finger with the ease of a master. A man wrote to me, a settler in Chile. He is one of your countrymen and was an officer in your army. But in the years since the wars, he has come to hold some small admiration for myself. The Emperor smiled as though apologizing for such immodesty. He asked that I would send him a keepsake, and I am minded to agree to his request. Will you deliver the gift for me? Of course, sir. Sharpe felt a small relief that the favour was of such a trifling nature, though another part of him was so much under the thrall of the Emperor's genius that he might have agreed to hack a bloody path down St. Helena's hillside to the sea and freedom. Harper, sitting beside Sharpe, had the same look of adoration on his face. I understand that this man, I can't recall his name, is presently living in the rebel part of the country. The Emperor elaborated on the favour he was asking. But he tells me that packages given to the American consul in Valdivia always reach him. I gather they were friends. No one else in Valdivia, just the American consul. You do not mind helping me? Of course not, sir. The Emperor smiled his thanks. The gift will take some time to choose and to prepare, but if you can wait 2 hours, monsieur? Sharpe said he could wait, and there was a flurry of orders as an aide was dispatched to find the right gift. Then Napoleon turned to Sharpe again. No doubt, monsieur, you were at Waterloo? Yes, sir, I was. So tell me, the Emperor began, and thus they talked, while the Spaniards waited, and the rain fell, and the sun sank, and the red-coat guards tightened their nighttime ring about the walls of Longwood, while inside those walls, as old soldiers do, old soldiers talked. It was almost full dark as Sharpe and Harper, soaked to the skin, reached the quayside in Jamestown, where the Espiritu Santo's long boats waited to take the passengers back to Ardita's ship. At the quayside, a British officer waited in the rain. Mr. Sharpe. He stepped up to Sharpe as soon as the rifleman dismounted from his mule. Lieutenant Colonel Sharpe. Sharpe had been irritated by the man's tone. Of course, sir. And a moment of your time, if you'd be so very kind. The man, a tall and thin major, smiled and guided Sharpe a few paces away from the curious Spanish officers. Is it true, sir, that General Bonaparte favoured you with a gift? He favoured each of us with a gift. Each of the Spaniards, except for our dealers, who had received nothing, had been given a silver teaspoon engraved with Napoleon's cipher, while Harper had received a silver thimble inscribed with Napoleon's symbol of a honeybee. Sharpe, having struck an evident note of affection in the Emperor, had been privileged with a silver locket, which contained a curl of the Emperor's hair. But you, sir, forgive me, have a particular gift, the Major insisted. Do I? Sharpe challenged the Major, and wondered which of the Emperor's servants was the spy. Sir Hudson Lowe, sir, would appreciate it mightily if you were to allow him to see the gift. Behind the Major stood an impassive file of redcoats.
Sharpe took the locket from out of his pocket and pressed the button that snapped open the silver lid. He showed the Major the lock of hair. "Tell Sir Hudson Lowe with my compliments that his dog, his wife, or his barber can provide him with an infinite supply of such gifts." The Major glanced at the Spanish officers, who in turn glowered back. Their displeasure was caused simply by the fact that the Major's presence delayed their departure, and every second's delay kept them from the comforts of the Espiritu Santo saloon. But the tall Major translated their enmity as something which might lead to an international incident. "You're carrying no other gifts from the General?" he asked Sharpe. "No others," Sharpe lied. In his pocket he had a framed portrait of Bonaparte, which the Emperor had inscribed to his admirer, whose name was Lieutenant Colonel Charles. But that portrait, Sharpe decided, was none of Sir Hudson Lowe's business. The Major bowed to Sharpe. "If you insist, sir." "I do insist, Major." The Major clearly did not believe Sharpe, but could do nothing about his disbelief. He stepped stiffly backwards. "Then good day to you, sir." The Espiritu Santo weighed anchor in the next day's dawn, and under a watery sun headed southwards. By midday, the island of St. Helena with its ring of warships was left far behind, as was the Emperor chained to his rock. And Sharpe, carrying Bonaparte's gift, sailed to a distant war. End of Side 2. Side 3. Part 1. Batista. Chapter 1. Captain General Blasvivar's wife, the Countess of Muramoto, had been born and raised in England. But Sharpe had first met Miss Louisa Parker when, in 1809, and with thousands of other refugees, she had been fleeing from Napoleon's invasion of northern Spain. The Parker family, oblivious to the chaos that was engulfing a continent, could grieve only for their lost Protestant Bibles with which they had forlornly hoped to convert Papist Spain. Somehow, in the weltering chaos, Miss Louisa Parker had met Don Blasvivar, who, later that same year, became the Count of Muramoto. Miss Parker had meanwhile become a Papist, and thereafter Blasvivar's wife. Sharpe saw neither of them again till in the late summer of 1819, Donna Luisa Vivar, Countess of Muramoto, arrived unannounced and unexpected in the Normandy village where Sharpe farmed. At first Sharpe didn't recognize the tall black-dressed woman, whose carriage, attended by postilions and outriders, drew up under the chateau's crumbling arch. It supposed the lavish carriage to belong to some rich person, who, travelling about Normandy, had become lost in the region's green tangle of lanes, and, it being late on a hot summer's afternoon, had sought out the largest farmhouse of the village for directions, and doubtless refreshments as well. Sharpe, his face sour and unwelcoming, had been prepared to turn the visitors away by directing them to the inn at Celle-Église. But then a dignified woman had stepped down from the carriage and pushed a veil back from her face. "Mr. Sharpe," she'd said after a few awkward seconds, and suddenly Sharpe had recognized her. But even then he found it hard to reconcile this woman's reserved and stately appearance with his memories of an adventurous English girl who had impulsively abandoned both her Protestant religion and the approval of her family to marry Don Blasvivar, Count of Muramoto, devout Catholic and soldier of Spain, who, Donna Luisa now informed Sharpe, had disappeared. Blasvivar had vanished. Sharpe, overwhelmed by the suddenness of the information, and by Louisa's arrival, gaped like a village idiot. Lucille insisted that Donna Luisa must stay for supper, which meant staying for the night, and Sharpe was peremptorily sent about making preparations. There was no spare stabling for Donna Luisa's valuable carriage horses, so Sharpe ordered a boy to unstall the plough horses and take them to a meadow, while Lucille organized beds for Donna Luisa and her maids, and rugs for Donna Luisa's coachman. Luggage had to be unstrapped from the varnished carriage and carried upstairs, where the chateau's two maids laid new sheets on the beds. Wine was brought up from the damp cellar, and a fine cheese, which Lucille would otherwise have sent to the market in Caen, was taken from its nettle-leaf wrapping and pronounced fit for the visitor's supper. That supper would not be much different from any of the other peasant meals being eaten in the village, for the chateau was pretentious only in its name. The building had once been a nobleman's fortified manor, but was now little more than an overgrown and moated farmhouse. Donna Louisa, her mind too full of her troubles to notice the fuss her rival had prompted, explained to Sharpe the immediate cause of her unexpected visit. "I've been in England, and I insisted the horse guards told me where I might find you. I'm sorry not to have sent you warning of my coming here, but I need help." She spoke peremptorily, her voice that of a woman who was not used to deferring the gratification of her wishes. She was nevertheless forced to wait while Sharpe's 2 children were introduced to her. Patrick, aged 5, offered her ladyship a sturdy bow, while Dominique, aged 3, was more interested in the ducklings which splashed at the moat's edge. "Dominique looks like your wife," Louisa said. Sharpe merely grunted a non-committal reply, for he had no wish to explain that he and Lucille were not married, nor that he already had a bitch of a wife in London, whom he could not afford to divorce, and who would not decently crawl away and die. And nor did Lucille, coming to join Sharpe and their guest at the table in the courtyard, bother to correct Louisa's misapprehension. For Lucille claimed to take more pleasure in being mistaken for Madame Richard Sharpe than in using her ancient title. However, Sharpe, much to Lucille's amusement, now insisted on introducing her to Louisa as the Vicomtesse de Citadel, an honour which duly impressed the Countess de Moramoto. Lucille, as ever, tried to disown the title by saying that such nonsenses had been abolished in the Revolution, and besides, anyone connected to an ancient French family could drag out a title from somewhere. "As the ploughmen in France are Viscounts," the Vicomtesse Citadel said with inaccurate self-deprecation, then politely asked whether the Countess of Moramoto had any children. 3, Louisa had replied, and had then gone on to explain how a further 2 children had died in infancy. Sharpe, supposing that the 2 women would get down to the interminable and tedious feminine business of making mutual compliments about their respective children, had let the conversation become a meaningless drone. But Louisa had surprisingly brushed the subject of children aside, only wanting to talk of her missing husband. "He's somewhere in Chile," she said. Sharpe had to think for a few seconds before he could place Chile. Then he remembered a few scraps of information from the newspapers that he'd read in the inn beside Caen Abbey, where he went for dinner on market days. "There's a war of independence going on in Chile, isn't there?" "A rebellion." Louisa had corrected him sharply. Indeed, she went on, her husband had been sent to suppress the rebellion, though when Don Blas had reached Chile, he discovered a demoralized Spanish army, a defeated squadron of naval ships, and a treasury bled white by corruption. Yet within 6 months he had been full of hope, and had even been promising Louisa that she and the children would soon join him in Valdivia's Citadel, which served as Chile's official residence for its Captain General. "I thought Santiago was the capital of Chile," Lucille, who had brought some sewing from the house, inquired gently. "It was," Louisa admitted reluctantly, then added indignantly, "till the rebels captured it. They now call it the capital of the Chilean Republic, as if there could be such a thing." And Louisa claimed if Don Blas had been given a chance, there'd be no Chilean Republic, for her husband had begun to turn the tide of royalist defeat. He had won a series of small victories over the rebels. Such victories were nothing much to boast of, he had written to his wife, but they were the first in many years, and they had been sufficient to persuade his soldiers that the rebels were not invincible fiends. Then, suddenly, there were no more letters from Don Blas. Only an official dispatch which said that His Excellency Don Blas, Count of Moramoto, and Captain General of the Spanish forces in His Majesty's Dominion of Chile, had disappeared. Don Blas, Louisa said, had ridden to inspect the fortifications at the harbour town of Puerto Crucero, the southernmost garrison in Spanish Chile. He had ridden with a cavalry escort, and had been ambushed somewhere north of Puerto Crucero, in a region of steep hills and deep woods. At the time of the ambush, Don Blas had been riding ahead of his escort, and he was last seen spurring forward to escape the closing jaws of the rebel trap. The escort, driven away by the fierceness of the ambushers, had not been able to search the valley where the trap had been sprung for another 6 hours, by which time Don Blas and his ambushers had long disappeared. "He must have been captured by the rebels," Sharpe had suggested mildly. "If you were a rebel commander," Louisa observed icily, "and succeeded in capturing or killing the Spanish Captain General, would you keep silent about your victory?" "No," Sharpe admitted.
for such a feat would encourage every rebel in South America, and concomitantly depress all their royalist opponents. He frowned. Well, surely Don Blas had aides with him. 3. Yet he was riding alone, in rebel country. Sharpe's soldiering instincts, rusty as they were, recoiled at such a thought. Louisa, who had rehearsed these questions and answers for weeks, shrugged. Well, they tell me that no rebels had been seen in those parts for many months, that Don Blas often rode ahead. He was impatient, you surely remember that. Yeah, but he wasn't foolhardy. A wasp crawled on the table, and Sharpe slapped down hard. The rebels have made no proclamations about Don Blas? None. There was despair in Louisa's voice. And when I ask for information from our own army, I'm told there is no information to be had. It seems that a captain general can disappear in Chile without trace. I don't even know if I'm a widow. She looked at Lucille. I wanted to travel to Chile, but it would have meant leaving my children. Besides, what can a woman do against the intransigence of soldiers? Lucille shot an amused glance at Sharpe, then looked down again at her sewing. Well, the army's told you nothing? Sharpe asked in astonishment. They tell me Don Blas is dead. They cannot prove it, for they've never found his body, but they assure me he must be dead. Louisa said that the king had even paid for a requiem mass to be sung in Santiago de Compostela's great cathedral, though Louisa had shocked the royal authorities by refusing to attend such a mass, claiming it to be indecently premature. Don Blas, Louisa insisted, was alive. Her instinct told her so. He might be a prisoner. I'm told there are tribes of heathen savages who are reputed to keep white men as slaves in the forest, and Chile is a terrible country, she explained to Lucille. There are pygmies and giants in the mountains, while the rebel ranks are filled by rogues from Europe. Who knows what might have happened? Lucille made a sympathetic noise, but the mention of white slaves, pygmies, giants, and rogues had made Sharpe suspect that his visitor's hopes were mere fantasies. In the 4 years since Waterloo, Sharpe had met scores of women who were convinced that a missing son, or a lost husband, or a vanished lover still lived. Many such women had received notification that their missing man had been killed, but they clung stubbornly to their beliefs, supposing that their loved one was trapped in Russia or kept prisoner in some remote Spanish town, or perhaps had been carried abroad to some far raw colony. Invariably, Sharpe knew such men had either settled with different women, or, more likely, were long dead and buried. But it was impossible to convince their womenfolk of either harsh truth. Nor did he try to persuade Louisa now, but instead asked her whether Don Blas had been popular in Chile. He was too honest to be popular, Louisa said. Of course, he had his supporters, but he was constantly fighting corruption. Indeed, that was why he was traveling to Puerto Crucero. The governor of the southern province was an enemy of Don Blas. They hated each other, and I heard that Don Blas had proof of the governor's corruption and was traveling to confront him. Which meant, Sharpe weariedly thought, that his friend Don Blas had been fighting two enemies, the entrenched Spanish interest as well as the rebels who had captured Santiago and driven the royalists into the southern half of the country. Don Blas had doubtless been a good enough commander to beat the rebels, but was he a clever enough politician to beat his own side? Sharpe, who knew what an honest man Don Blas was, doubted it, and that doubt convinced him still further that his old friend must be dead. It took a cunning fox to cheat the hunt, while the brave beast that turned to fight the dogs always ended up torn into scraps. So isn't it likely, Sharpe spoke as gently as he could, that Don Blas was ambushed by his own side? Well, indeed it's possible, Louisa said. In fact, I believe that is precisely what happened, but I would like to be certain. Sharpe sighed. Well, if Don Blas was ambushed by his own side, then they're not going to reveal what happened. Sharpe hated delivering such a hopeless opinion, but he knew it was true. I'm sorry, Donna Louisa, but you're never going to know what happened. But Louisa could not accept so bleak a verdict. Her instinct had convinced her that Don Blas was alive, and that conviction had brought her into the deep, private valley where Sharpe farmed Lucille's land. Sharpe wondered how he was going to rid himself of her. He suspected it wouldn't be easy, for Donna Louisa was clearly obsessed by her husband's fate. Well, do you want me to write to the Spanish authorities? He offered. Or perhaps ask the Duke of Wellington to use his influence. And what good will that do? Louisa challenged. I've used every influence I can till the authorities are sick of my influence. I don't need influence, I need the truth. Louisa paused, then took the plunge. I want you to go to Chile and find me that truth, she said to Sharpe. Lucille's grey eyes widened in surprise, while Sharpe, equally astonished at the effrontery of Louisa's request, said nothing. Beyond the moat, in the elms that grew beside the orchard, rooks cawed loudly, and a house martin sliced on sabre wings between the dairy and the horse-chestnut tree. There must be men in South America who are in a better position to search for your husband, Lucille remarked very mildly. How do I trust them? Those officers who were friends of my husband have either been sent home or posted to remote garrisons. I sent money to other officers who claimed to be friends of Don Blas, but all I received in return are the same lies. They merely wish me to send more money, and thus they encourage me with hope, but not with facts. Besides, such men cannot speak to the rebels. And I can? Sharpe asked. You can find out whether they ambushed Don Blas or whether someone else set the trap. Sharpe, from all he had heard, doubted whether any rebels had been involved. By someone else, he said diplomatically, I assume you mean the man Don Blas was riding to confront. The governor of, where was it? Puerto Crachero, Louisa said. And the governor's name was Miguel Batista. Louisa spoke the name with utter loathing. And Miguel Batista is Chile's new Captain General. That snake has replaced Don Blas. He writes me flowery letters of condolence, but the truth is that he hated Don Blas and has done nothing to help me. Why did he hate Don Blas? Sharpe asked. Because Don Blas was honest and Batista is corrupt. Why else? Corrupt enough to murder Don Blas? Sharpe asked. My husband is not dead, Louisa insisted in a voice full of pain, so much pain that Sharpe, who till now had been trying to pierce her armour of certainty, suddenly realized just what anguish lay behind that self-delusion. He is hiding, Louisa insisted unrealistically. Or perhaps he's wounded. Perhaps he's with the savages. Who knows? I only know in my heart that he is not dead. You will understand. This passionate appeal was directed at Lucille, who smiled with sympathy, but said nothing. Women know when their men die, Louisa went on. They feel it. I know a woman who woke in her sleep crying, and later we discovered that her husband's ship had sunk that very same night. I tell you, Don Blas is alive. The cry was pathetic, yet full of vigour, tragic. Sharpe turned to watch his son, who, with little Dominique, was searching inside the open barn door for newly laid eggs. He didn't want to go to Chile. These days he even resented having to travel much beyond Caen. Sharpe was a happy man. His only worries the usual concerns of a farmer, money and weather, and he wished Louisa had not come to the valley with her talk of cavalry and ambush and savages and corruption. Sharpe's more immediate concerns were the pipe that decimated the millstream trout, and the crumbling sill of the weir that threatened to collapse and inundate Lucille's water meadows, and he didn't want to think of far-off countries and corrupt governments and missing soldiers. Donna Louisa, seeing Sharpe stare at his children, must have understood what he was thinking. I have asked for help everywhere. She made the appeal to Lucille as much as to Sharpe. The Spanish authorities wouldn't help me, which is why I went to London. Louisa, who perhaps had more faith in her English roots than she would have liked to admit, explained that she had sought the help of the British government because British interests were important in Chile. Merchants from London and Liverpool, in anticipation of new trading opportunities, were suspected of funding the rebel government, while the Royal Navy kept a squadron off the Chilean coast. And Louisa believed that if the British authorities, thus well connected with both sides of the fighting parties, demanded news of Don Blas, then neither the rebels nor the royalists would dare refuse them. Yet the British say they cannot help, Louisa complained indignantly. They say Don Blas's disappearance is a military matter of concern only to the Spanish authorities. So, in desperation, and while returning overland to Spain, Louisa had called on Sharpe. Her husband had once done Sharpe a great service, she tellingly reminded him, and now she wanted that favour returned. Lucille spoke English excellently, but not quite well enough to have kept up with Louisa's indignant loquacity. Sharpe translated, and added a few facts of his own, how he did indeed owe Blas Vivar a great debt. He helped me once, years ago. Sharpe was deliberately vague, for Lucille never much liked to hear of Sharpe's exploits in fighting against her own people. And he is a good man, Sharpe added, knowing that the compliment was inadequate, but Don Blas was more than just a good man.
He was or had been a generous man of rigorous honesty, a man of religion, of charity, and of ability. "I do not like asking this of you," Louisa said in an unnaturally timid voice, "but I know that whoever seeks Don Blas must deal with soldiers, and your name is respected everywhere among soldiers." "Not here, it isn't," Lucille said robustly, though not without an affectionate smile at Sharpe, for she knew how proud he would be of the compliment just paid him. "And of course I shall pay you for your trouble in going to Chile," Louisa added. I couldn't possibly—" Sharpe began, then realized just how decrepit the farm roof was, and how much a new weir would cost, and so, helplessly, he glanced at Lucille. "Of course Richard will go," Lucille said calmly. "Though not for the money," Sharpe said gallantly. "Don't be a fool," Lucille intervened in English, so that Louisa would understand. Lucille had already estimated the worth of Donna Louisa's black dress, and of her carriage, and of her postilions and outriders and horses and luggage, and Lucille knew only too well how desperately her chateau needed repairs, and how badly her estate needed the investment of money. Lucille paused to bite through a thread. "But I don't want you to go alone. You need company. You've been wanting to see Patrick, so you should ride to Dublin tonight, Richard." "Patrick won't want to come," Sharpe said, not because he thought his friend would truly refuse such an invitation, but rather because he didn't want to raise his own hopes that his oldest friend, Patrick Harper, would give up his comfortable existence as landlord of a Dublin tavern, and instead travel to one of the remotest and evidently most troubled countries on earth. "It would be better if you did take a companion," Louisa said firmly. "Chile is horribly corrupt. Don Blas believed that men like Batista were simply extracting every last scrap of profit before the war was lost, and they didn't care about victory, but only money. But money will open doors for you, so I plan to give you a sum of coin to use as bribes, and it might be sensible to have a strong man to help you protect such a fortune." "And Patrick is certainly strong," Lucille said affectionately. Thus the two women had made their decisions. Sharpe, with Harper, if his old friend agreed, would sail to Chile. Donna Louisa would provide Sharpe with 2,000 gold English guineas, a coinage acceptable anywhere in the world, and a sum sufficient to buy Sharpe whatever information he needed. Then she would wait for his news in her palace of Muramoto and Orense. Lucille, meanwhile, would hire an engineer from Caen to construct a new weir downstream of the old, the first repair to be done with the generous fee Louisa insisted on paying Sharpe, who, believing that he sailed to find a dead man, was now in mid-Atlantic, on a Spanish frigate, sailing to a corrupt colony and bearing an emperor's gift. The talk on board the Espiritu Santo was of victories to come and of the vengeance that would be taken against the rebels once Colonel Ruiz's guns reached the battlefields. It was artillery Ruiz declared that won wars. Napoleon understood that, Ruiz informed Sharpe. But Napoleon lost his wars, Sharpe interjected. Ruiz flicked that objection aside. The advance in the science of artillery, he claimed, had made cavalry and infantry vulnerable to the massive destructive power of guns. There was no future, he said, in pursuing rebels around the Chilean wilderness. Instead, they must be lured under the massed guns of a fortress and there pulverized. Ruiz modestly disclaimed authorship of this strategy, instead praising the new Captain General, Batista, for the idea. "We'll take care of Cochrane in exactly the same way," Ruiz promised. "We'll lure him and his ships under the guns of Valdivia, then turn the so-called rebel navy into firewood. Guns will mean the end of Cochrane." Cochrane. That was the name that haunted every Spaniard's fears. Sharpe heard the name a score of times each day. Whenever two Spanish officers were talking, they spoke of Cochrane. They disliked Bernardo O'Higgins, the rebel Irish general, and now Supreme Director of the independent Chilean Republic, but they hated Cochrane. Cochrane's victories were too flamboyant, too unlikely. They believed he was a devil, for there could be no other explanation of his success. In truth, Lord Thomas Cochrane was a Scotsman, a sailor, a jailbird, a politician, and a rebel. He was also lucky. "He has the devil's own luck," Lieutenant Akiro, the Espiritu Santo's first lieutenant, solemnly told Sharpe. "And when Cochrane is lucky, the rebellion thrives." Otero explained that it was Cochrane's naval victories that had made most of the rebellion's successes possible. "Chile is not a country in which armies can easily march, so the generals need ships to transport their troops.
That's what that devil Cochrane has given them. Mobility. Otero stared gloomily at the wild seas ahead, then shook his head sadly. But in truth, he's nothing but a pirate. A lucky pirate, it seems, Sharpe observed dryly. I sometimes wonder if what we call luck is merely the will of God, Otero observed sadly, and that therefore Cochrane has been sent to scourge Spain for a reason. But God will surely relent. Otero piously crossed himself, and Sharpe reflected that if God did indeed want to punish Spain, then in Lord Cochrane he had found himself a most lethal instrument. Cochrane, when master of a small Royal Naval sloop, and at the very beginning of the French wars, when Spain had still been allied with France, had captured a Spanish frigate that outgunned and outmanned him 6-1. From that moment he had become a scourge of the seas, defying every Spanish or French attempt to thwart him. In the end, his defeat had come not at the hands of Britain's enemies, but at the hands of Britain's courts that had imprisoned him for fraud. It fled the country in disgrace to become the admiral of the Chilean Republic's navy. And such was Cochrane's reputation, that as even the Espiritu Santo's officers were forced to admit, no Spanish ship dared sail alone north of Valdivia. And those ships that sailed the waters south of Valdivia, like the Espiritu Santo herself, had better be well armed. And we are well armed, the frigate's officers liked to boast. Captain Ardiles exercised the Espiritu Santo's gun crews incessantly, so that the passengers became sick of the heavy gun's concussion that shook the very frame of the big ship. Ardiles, perhaps enjoying the passengers' discomfort, demanded ever faster service of the guns, and was willing to expend powder barrel after powder barrel and round shot after round shot in his search for the perfection that would let him destroy Cochrane in battle. The frigate's officers, enthused by the reclusive captain's search for efficiency, boasted that they would beat Cochrane's ships to pulp, capture Cochrane himself, then parade the devil through Madrid to expose him to the jeers of the citizens before he was garroted in slow agony. Sharpe listened, smiled, and made no attempt to mention that Lord Cochrane had fought scores of shipborne battles, while Ardiles, for all his gun practices, had never faced a real warship in a fight. Ardiles had merely skirmished with coastal brigs and pinnaces that were a fraction of the Espiritu Santo's size. Captain Ardiles' dreams of victory were therefore wild, but not nearly so fantastic as the other stories that began to flourish among the Espiritu Santo's nervous passengers as the ship sailed ever closer to the tip of South America. Neither Colonel Rees nor any of his officers had been posted to Chile before, yet they knew it to be a place of giants, of one-legged men who could run faster than racehorses, of birds larger than elephants, of serpents that could swallow a whole herd of cattle, of fish that could tear the flesh from a man's bones in seconds, and of forests which were home to tribes of savages who could kill with a glance. In the mountains, so it was reliably said, were tribes of cannibals who used women of an unearthly beauty to lure men to their feasting pots. There were lakes of fire and rivers of blood. It was a land of winged demons and daylight vampires. There were deserts and glaciers, scorpions and unicorns, fanged whales and poisonous sea serpents. Rees's regimental priest, a fat, syphilitic drunkard, wept when he thought of the terrors awaiting him, and knelt before the crucifix nailed to the Espiritu Santo's mainmast, and swore he would reform and be good, if only the Mother of Christ would spare him from the devils of Chile. No wonder Cochrane was so successful, the priest told Harper, when he had such devilish magic on his side.
End of Side 3. Side 4. The weather became as wild as the stories. It was supposed to be summer in these southern latitudes, yet more than one dawn brought hissing sleet showers and a thick frost which clung like icy mildew in the sheltered nooks of the Espiritu Santo's upper decks. Huge seas taller than the lanterns on the poop thundered from astern. The tops of such waves were maelstroms of churning white water, which seethed madly as they crashed and foamed under the frigate's stern. Most of the Spanish artillery officers succumbed to seasickness. Few of the sick men had the energy to climb on deck, and in front of the scornful sailors, lower their breeches to perch on the beakhead. So instead the passengers voided their bellies and bowels into buckets that slopped and spilt until the passenger accommodation stank like a cesspit. The food didn't help the ship's well-being. At St. Helena, the Espiritu Santo had stocked up with yams, which had liquefied into rancid bags, while most of the ship's meat, inadequately salted in Spain, was wriggling with maggots. The drinking water was fouled, there were weevils in the bread, even the wine was sour. Sharpe and Harper, crammed together in a tiny cabin scarce big enough for a dog, were luckier than most passengers, for neither man was seasick, and both were so accustomed to soldiers' food that a return to half-rotted seamen's rations gave no offence. They ate what they could, which wasn't much, and Harper even lost weight, so that by the time the Espiritu Santo hammered into a sleety wind near Cape Horn, the Irishman could almost walk through the cabin door without touching the frame on either side.
"Oh, I'm struggling away, so I am,"
he complained as the frigate quivered from the blow of a great sea.
"I'll be glad when we reach land, double or no doubles, and there'll be some proper food to eat. Christ, but it's cold up there. No mermaids in sight? Only a three-horned sea serpent."
The grotesque stories of the fearful Spanish army officers had become a joke between the two men.
"Oh, it's bad up there," Harper warned more seriously. "Filthy bad."
Sharpe went on deck a few moments later to find the conditions were indeed bad. The ocean was a white shambles, blown ragged by a freezing wind that came slicing off the ice sheets which lay to the south. The Espiritu Santo, its sails furled down for mere dark scraps, laboured and thumped and staggered against the weather's malevolence. Sharpe, tired of being cooped up in the stinking tweendecks and wanting some fresh air, steadied himself against the quarterdeck's starboard carronade. There were few other people on deck, merely a handful of sailors who crouched in the lee scuppers, 2 men who were draped in tarpaulin capes by the wheel, and a solitary cloaked figure who clung to a shroud on the weather side of the poop. The cloaked man, seeing Sharpe, carefully negotiated a passage across the wet and heaving deck, and Sharpe, to his astonishment, saw that it was the reclusive Captain Ardiles, who had not been seen by any of the passengers since the Espiritu Santo had left St. Helena. "Cape Horn!" Ardiles shouted, pointing off to starboard. Sharpe stared. For a long time he could see nothing. Then an explosion of shredded water betrayed where a black scrap of rock resisted the pounding waves. "That's the last scrap of good earth that many a sailorman saw before he drowned." Ardiles spoke with a gloomy relish, then clutched at the tarred rigging as the Espiritu Santo fell sideways into the green heart of a wave's trough. He waited till the frigate had recovered and was labouring up a great slope of savaged wide sea.
"So, what did you think of Napoleon?"
Ardiles asked Sharpe. Sharpe hesitated, wanting his answer to be precise.
"He put me in mind of a man who has played a hugely successful joke on people he despises."
Ardiles, who had flat, watchful eyes and a hungry, cadaverous face, thought about Sharpe's answer, then shrugged.
"Maybe, but I think he should have been executed for his joke."
Sharpe said nothing. He could see the waves breaking on Cape Horn more clearly now, and could just make out the loom of a black cliff beyond the battered water. God, he thought, but this is a fearful place.
"They made me sick,"
Ardiles said suddenly.
"Sick?"
Sharpe had only half heard Ardiles' scathing words, and had assumed that the frigate's captain was talking about the seasickness which afflicted most of the army officers.
"Ruiz and the others fawning over that man, Jesus. But Bonaparte was our enemy. He did enough damage to Spain. If it were not for Bonaparte, you think there'd be any rebellion in South America? He encouraged it. And how many more Spaniards will die for that man's evil? Yet these bastards bowed and scraped to him. Given half a chance, they'd have licked his bum cleaner than an ant's finger."
Sharpe staggered as the ship rolled. A rattle of sleet and foam shot down the deck and slammed into the poop.
I can't say I wasn't impressed by meeting Bonaparte," he shouted in defence of the Spanish army officers. "He's been my enemy long enough, but I felt privileged to be there. I even liked him." "That's because you're English. Your women weren't raped by those French bastards, and your children weren't killed by them."
Ardiles stared balefully into the trough of a scummy wave that roared under the Espiritu Santo's counter.
"So what did you talk about when you were alone with him?" "Waterloo." "Just Waterloo?"
Ardiles seemed remarkably suspicious. "Just that," Sharpe said with an air of irritation, for it was none of Ardiles' business what he and a stricken emperor had discussed. Ardiles, sensing he had offended Sharpe, changed the subject by waving a hand towards the cabins, where Ruiz's artillery officers sheltered from the storm in their vomit-rinsed misery. "What do you think of officers who don't share their men's discomforts?" Sharpe believed that officers who abandoned their men were officers on their way to defeat, but tact kept him from saying as much to the sardonic Ardiles. So instead he made some harmless comment about being no expert on Spanish shipping arrangements. "I think such officers are bastards." Ardiles had to shout to be heard over the numbing sound of the huge seas. "The only reason they sailed on his ship is because the voyage will be 6 or 8 weeks shorter, which means they can reach the whorehouses of Valdivia ahead of their sergeants." Ardiles spat into the scuppers. "And good whorehouses too good for these bastards." "You know Chile well?" Sharpe asked. "Well enough. I visited twice a year for 3 years. They used my ship as a passenger barge. Instead of letting me look for Cochrane and beating the shit out of him, they insist that I sail back and forth between Spain and Valdivia. Back and forth, back and forth. It's a waste of a good ship. This is the largest and best frigate in the Spanish Navy, and they waste it on ferrying shit like Ruiz." Ardiles scowled down into the frigate's waist, where the green water surged and broke ragged about the lashed guns. Then he turned his saturnine gaze back to Sharpe. "You're looking for Captain General Vivar, yes?" "I am, yes." Sharpe was not surprised that Ardiles knew his business, for he had made no secret of his quest, yet he was taken aback by the abrupt and jeering manner of the colonel's asking, and Sharpe's reply had consequently been guarded, almost hostile. Ardiles leaned closer to Sharpe. "I knew Vivar. I even liked him. But he was not a tactful man. Most of the army officers in Chile thought he was too clever. They had their own ideas on how the war should be lost, but Vivar was proving them wrong, and they didn't like him for that." "Well, are you saying that his own sire killed him?" Ardiles shook his head. "I think he was killed by the rebels. He was probably wounded in the ambush. His horse galloped into deep timber, and he fell off. His body is still out there, ripped apart by animals and chewed by birds. The oddest part of the whole thing, to my mind, is why he was out there with such a small escort. There were only 15 men with him." "Well, he was always a brave man." Sharpe, who hadn't heard just how small the escort had been, hid his surprise. Why would a captain general travel with such a tiny detachment, even in country he thought safe? "Maybe more foolish than brave," Ardiles suggested. "My own belief is that he had an arrangement to meet the rebels, and that they double-crossed him." Sharpe, who had convinced himself that Don Blas had been murdered by his own people, found this new idea grotesque. "Are you saying he was a traitor?" "He was a patriot, but he was playing with fire." Ardiles paused, as though debating whether to say more. Then he must have decided that his revelation could do no harm. "I tell you a strange thing, Englishman. 2 months after Vivar arrived in Chile, he ordered me to take him to Talcahuana. That means nothing to you, so I shall explain. It is a peninsula close to Concepcion, and inside rebel territory. His Excellency's staff told Don Blas it was not safe to go there, but he scoffed at such timidity. I thought it was my chance to fight against Cochrane, so I went gladly. But 2 days north of Valdivia, we struck bad weather. It was awful. We could not go anywhere near land. Instead, we rode out the stormy sea for 4 days. After that, Don Blas still insisted on going to Talcahuana. We anchored off Punta Tombes, and Don Blas went ashore on his own. On his own. He refused our escort. He just took a fowling piece. He said he wanted to prove that a nobleman of Spain could hunt freely wherever his Spanish Majesty ruled in this world. 6 hours later, he returned with 2 brace of duck and ordered me back to Valdivia. So what, you're asking? I will tell you what. I myself thought it was merely bravado. After all, he had made me sail for a week through waters patrolled by the rebel navy. But later, I heard rumors that Don Blas had gone ashore to meet those rebels, to talk with them,
I don't know if that is true, but on my voyage home with the news of Don Blas's disappearance, we captured a rebel pinnace with 12 men aboard, and 2 of them told me that the devil Cochrane himself had been waiting to meet Don Blas, but that after 2 days they decided he was not coming, and so Cochrane went away. Do you believe them? Ardiles shrugged. Do dying men tell lies or truth? My belief, Englishman, is that they were telling the truth, and I think Don Blas died when he tried to resurrect the meeting with the rebels. You believe Don Blas to be alive, yes? Sharpe hesitated, but Ardiles had favoured him with a revelation, and Sharpe's truth was nowhere near so dangerous, so he told it. No. So why are you here? Because I've been paid to look for him. Maybe I shall find his dead body. Because even that Sharpe had decided would give Louisa some small comfort. It would at the very least offer her certainty, and if Sharpe could arrange to have the body carried home to Spain, then Louisa could bury Don Blas in his family's vault in the great cathedral in Santiago de Compostela. Ardiles scoffed at Sharpe's mild hopes. He waved northwards through the spitting sleet and the spume and the wild waves' turmoil. That's a whole continent up there. Not an English farmyard. You won't find a single body in a continent, Englishman, not if someone else has decided to hide it. Well, why would they do that? Because if my tale of carrying Don Blas to meet the rebels is right, then Don Blas was not just a soldier, but a soldier playing politics, and that's a more dangerous pastime than fighting. Besides, if the Spanish High Command decides not to help you, how will you achieve anything? By bribes, Sharpe suggested. Ardiles laughed. I wish you luck, Englishman, but if you're offering money, they'll just tell you what you want to hear until you've no money left. Then they clean their knife blades in your guts. Take my advice. Vivar's dead. Go home. Sharpe crouched against a sudden attack of wind-slathered foam that shrieked down the deck and smashed white against the helmsman and his companion. What I don't understand, Sharpe shouted when the sea had sucked itself out of the scuppers, is why the rebels haven't boasted about Don Blas's death. If you're a rebel and you kill or capture your enemy's commander, why keep it a secret? Why not trumpet your success? Do you expect sense out of Chile? Ardiles asked cynically. Sharpe ducked again as the wind flailed more salt foam across the quarterdeck. But Don Blas's widow doesn't believe it was the rebels who attacked her husband. She thinks it was Captain General Batista. Ardiles looked grimmer than ever. Then Don Blas's widow had best keep her thoughts to herself. Batista is not a man to antagonize. He has pride, a memory, and a taste for cruelty. And for corruption? Sharpe asked. Ardiles paused as though weighing the good sense of continuing this conversation. Then he shrugged. Miguel Batista is Prince of Thieves. That doesn't mean he won't one day be the ruler of Spain. How else do men become great except by extortion and fear? I will give you some advice, Englishman. Ardiles' voice had become fierce with intensity. Don't make an enemy of Batista. You hear me? Of course. The warning seemed extraordinary to Sharpe, a testimony to the real fear that Miguel Batista, Vivar's erstwhile enemy, inspired. Ardiles suddenly grinned, as though he wanted to erase the grimness of his last words. The trouble with Don Blas, Englishman, was that he was very close to being a saint. He was an honourable man, and you know what happens to honourable men. They prove to be an embarrassment. This world isn't governed by honourable men, but by lawyers and politicians. And whenever such scum come across an honest man, they have to kill him. The ship shuddered as a huge wave smashed ragged down the port gunwale. Ardiles laughed at the weather's malevolence, then looked again at Sharpe. Take my advice, Englishman, go home. I'll be sailing back to Spain in a week's time, which gives you just long enough to visit the Chingana behind the church in Valdivia, after which you should sail home to your wife. The Chingana? Sharpe asked. A Chingana is where you go for a chingada, Ardiles said unhelpfully. A Chingana is either a tavern that sells horse or a whorehouse that sells liquor. And the Chingana behind the church in Valdivia has half-breed girls who give chingadas that leave men gasping for life. It's the best whorehouse for miles. You know how you can tell which is the best whorehouse in a Spanish town? Tell me. It's the one where all the priests go. And this one is where the bishop goes. So, visit the mestizo horse, then go home and tell Vivar's wife that her husband's body was eaten by wild pigs.
but Sharpe had not been paid to go home and tell stories. He had taken Donna Luisa's money, and he was far from home, and he would not go back defeated. He would find Don Blas no matter how deep the forest or high the hill. If Don Blas still had form, then Sharpe would find it. He had sworn as much, and he would keep his promise. He would find Don Blas. Albatrosses ghosted alongside the Espiritu Santo's rigging. The frigate, Cape Horn left far behind her, was sailing before a friendly wind on a swirling current of icy water. Dolphins followed the frigate, while whales surfaced and rolled on either flank. "Christ, but there's some meat on those bloody fish," Harper said in admiration as a great whale plunged past the Espiritu Santo. The ship was sailing north along the Chilean coast, out of sight of land, though the proximity of the shore was marked by the towering white clouds which heaped above the Andes. Inshore, the sailors said, were yet stranger creatures, penguins and sea lions, mermaids and turtles. But the frigate was staying well clear of the uncharted Chilean coastline, so that Harper, to his regret, was denied a chance of glimpsing such strange monsters. Our dealers, still hoping to capture his own monster, Lord Cochrane, continued to exercise his guns, even though his men were already as well trained as any gunners Sharpe had ever seen. Yet it seemed there was to be no victory over the devil Cochrane on this voyage, for the Espiritu Santo's lookouts saw no other ships till the frigate at last closed on the land. Then the lookouts glimpsed a harmless fleet of small fishing vessels that dragged their nets through the cold offshore rollers. The men aboard the fishing boats claimed not to have seen any rebel warships. "Though God only knows if they're telling the truth," Lieutenant Otero told Sharpe. Land was still out of sight, but everyone on board knew that the voyage was ending. Seamen were repairing their clothes, sewing up huge rents in breeches, and darning their shirts in readiness to meet the girls of Valdivia. "One day more, just one day more," Lieutenant Otero told Sharpe after the noon sight. And sure enough, next dawn, Sharpe woke to see the dark streak of land filling the eastern horizon. That afternoon, under a faltering wind, a friendly tide helped the Espiritu Santo into Valdivia's harbour. Sharpe and Harper stood on deck and stared at the massive fortifications that guarded this last Spanish stronghold on the Chilean coast. The headland which protected the harbour was crowned by the English fort, which in turn could lock its cannon fire with the guns of Fort San Carlos. Both forts lay under the protection of the artillery in the Chorocomayo fort, which had been built on the headland's highest point. Beyond San Carlos, and still on the headland which formed the harbour's western side, lay Fort Amargos and Coral Castle. The Espiritu Santo's first lieutenant proudly pointed out each succeeding strongpoint as the frigate edged her way around the headland. "In Chile," Otero explained yet again, "armies move by sea because the roads are so bad. But no army could ever take Valdivia unless they first capture this harbour. And I just wish Cochrane would try to capture it. We'd destroy him." Sharpe believed him, for there were yet more defences to add to their guns to the 5 forts of the western shore. Across the harbour mouth, where the huge Pacific swells shattered white on dark rocks, was the biggest fort of all, Fort Niebla, while in the harbour's centre, head-on to any attacking ships, lay the guns and ramparts of Manzanilla Island. The harbour would be a trap, sucking an attacker inside to where he'd be ringed with high guns, hammering heated shot down onto his wooden decks. Only 2 of the forts, Coral Castle and Fort Niebla, were modern stonewall forts. The other forts were little more than glorified gun emplacements, protected by ditches and timber walls. Yet their cannon could make the harbour into a killing ground of overlapping gunnery zones. "If we were an enemy ship," Otero boasted of the ring of artillery, "we would be in hell by now." "Where's the town?" Sharpe asked. Valdivia was supposed to be the major remaining Spanish garrison in Chile, yet, to Sharpe's surprise, the great array of forts seemed to be protecting nothing but a stone quay, some tarred sheds and a row of fishermen's hovels. "The town's upstream." Otero pointed to what Sharpe had taken for a bay just beside Fort Niebla. "That's the river mouth, and the town's 50 miles inland. You'll be dropped at the North Quay, where you'll find a boatman to take you upstream. They're dishonest people, and they'll try to charge you $5. You shouldn't pay more than $1. "The Espiritu Santo won't go upstream?" "No, the river's too shallow." Lieutenant Otero, who had charge of the frigate, paused to listen to the leadsman, who was calling the depth. "Sometimes the boatman will take you halfway, and then threaten to put you ashore in the wilderness if you want to pay more money. If that happens, the best thing to do is to shoot one of the Indian crew members.
No one objects to the killing of a savage, and you'll find that death has a remarkable salutary effect on the other boatmen. Ottero turned away to tend to the ship. The Niebla fort was firing a salute, which one of the long 9-pounders at the frigate's bows returned. The gunfire echoed flatly from the steep hills, where a few stunted trees were permanently wind-bent towards the north. Seamen were streaming aloft to furl the sails after their long passage. There was a crash as the starboard anchor was struck loose, then a grating rumble as fathoms of chain clattered through the hawse. The fragrant scents of the land vainly tried to defeat the noxious carapace of the Espiritu Santo's cesspit laced with powder stench. The frigate, her salute fired, checked as the anchor bit into the harbour's bottom, then turned as the tide pulled the fouled hull slowly round. The smoke of the gun salute writhed and drifted across the bay. "Welcome to Chile," Ottero said. "Can't you believe it?" Harper said with amazement. "We're in the New World." An hour later, their sea bags and money chest under the guard of 2 burly seamen, Sharpe and Harper stepped ashore onto the New World. They had reached their voyage's end in the quaking land of giants and pygmies, of unicorns and ghouls, in the rebellious land which lay under the volcano's fire and the devil's flail. They were in Chile. End of Side 4. Side 5. Chapter 2. George Blair, British consul in Valdivia, blinked short-sightedly at Richard Sharpe. "Why the hell should I tell you lies? Of course he's dead." Blair laughed mirthlessly. "He'd better bloody be dead. He's been buried long enough. The poor bugger must be in a bloody bad state if he's still alive. He's been underground these last 3 months. Are you sure you don't have any gin in your baggage?" "I'm sure. And people usually bring me gin from London." Blair was a plump, middle-aged man, wearing a stained white shirt and frayed breeches. He greeted his visitors wearing a formal black tailcoat, but had long discarded the coat as too cumbersome in the day's warmth. "Well, it's rather a common courtesy," he grumbled, "to bring gin from London." Sharpe was in no state to notice either the consul's clothes or his unhappiness. Instead, his thoughts were a whirlpool of disbelief and shock. Don Blas was not missing at all, but was dead and buried, which meant Sharpe's whole voyage was for nothing. At least, that was what Blair reckoned. "He's under the paving slabs in the garrison church at Puerto Crucero," George Blair repeated in his hard-clipped accent. "Jesus Christ, I know a score of people who are at the damned funeral. I wasn't invited, and a good thing, too. I have to put up with enough nonsense in this goddamn place without watching a pack of pox-ridden priests mumbling bloody Latin in double-quick time so they can get back to their native whores." "God in his heaven!" Sharpe blasphemed, then paused to gather his scattered wits. "But, well, if his wife doesn't know, they can't bury a man without telling his wife. They can do whatever they damn well like, but don't ask me to explain. I'm trying to run a business and a consulate, not explain the remnants of the Spanish bloody empire." Blair was a Liverpool merchant who dealt in hides, tallow, copper, and timber.
He was a bad-tempered, overworked, and harassed man. Yet, as consul, he had little option but to welcome Sharpe and Harper into his house that stood in the main square of Valdivia, hard between the church and the outer ditch of the town's main fort that was known simply as the Citadel. Blair had placed Louisa's bribe money, all 1,800 golden guineas, in his strong room that was protected by a massive iron door and by walls of dressed stone blocks a foot and a half thick. Louisa had given Sharpe 2,000 guineas, but the customs officials at the wharf in Valdivia had insisted on a levy of 10%. "Bastards," Blair had commented when he heard of the impost. "Supposed to be just 3%. "Should I complain?" Sharpe had already made an unholy fuss at the customs post, but it had done no good. "What, to Captain General Batista? Huh!" Blair gave another mirthless laugh. "He's the bastard that pegs up a percentage. You were lucky it wasn't 15%. Then, over a plate of sugar cakes and glasses of wine brought by his Indian servants, Blair had welcomed Sharpe to Valdivia with the unwelcome news that Vivar's death was no mystery at all. The bugger was riding way ahead of his escort, was probably ambushed by rebels, and his horse bolted with him when the trap sprung. Then 3 months later they found his body in a ravine. Not that there was much left of the poor bugger, but they knew it was him right enough because of his uniform. Mind you, it took them a hell of a long time to find his body. But the Dagoes are bloody inefficient at everything except levying customs duties, and they can do that faster than anyone in history." "Who buried him?" Sharpe asked. The consul frowned in irritated puzzlement. "Well, a pack of bloody priests, I told you. Yeah, but who arranged it? The army?" "Captain General Batista, of course. Nothing happens here without Batista giving a nod." Sharpe turned and stared through Blair's parlour window, which looked onto the Citadel's outer ditch, where 2 dogs were squabbling over what appeared to be a child's discarded doll. But then, as the doll's arm ripped away, Sharpe saw that the dog's plaything was the body of an Indian toddler that must have been dumped in the ditch. "Why the hell weren't you invited to the funeral, Blair?" Sharpe turned back from the window. "You're an important man here, aren't you, or doesn't the British consul carry any weight in these parts?" Blair shrugged. "The Spanish in Valdivia don't much like the British, Colonel. They're losing this fight, and they're blaming us. They reckon most of the rebellion's money comes from London. They aren't far wrong in thinking that. But it's their own damned fault if they're losing. They're too bloody fond of lining their own pockets. And if it comes to a choice between fighting and profiteering, they'll take the money every time. Things were better when Vivar was in charge, but that's exactly why they couldn't stomach him. The bugger was too honest, you see, which is why I didn't see too many tears shed when they heard him been killed." "The bugger," Sharpe said coldly, "was a friend of mine." He turned to stare again at the ditch, where a flock of carrion birds edged close to the 2 dogs, hoping for a share of the child's corpse. "Vivar was a friend of yours?" Blair sounded shocked. "Yes." The confirmation checked Blair, who suddenly had to reassess the importance of his visitors, or at least Sharpe's importance. Blair had already dismissed Harper as a genial Irishman who carried no political weight, but Sharpe, despite his rustic clothes and weathered face, was suddenly proving a much more difficult man to place. Sharpe had introduced himself as Lieutenant Colonel Sharpe, but the war had left as many colonels as it had bastards, so the rank hardly impressed Consul Blair. But if Lieutenant Colonel Sharpe had been a friend of Don Blas Vivar, who had been Count of Moromoto and Captain General of Spain's Chilean Dominion, then such a friendship could also imply that Sharpe was a friend of the High London Lords, who ultimately gave Blair the privileges and honours that eased his existence in Valdivia. "Oh, a bad business," Blair muttered, vainly trying to make amends for his flippancy. "Where was the body found?" Sharpe asked. "Some miles northeast of Puerto Cochero. It's a wild area, nothing but woods and rocks." Blair was speaking in a much more respectful tone now. "The place isn't the usual haunt of the rebels, but once in a while they'll appear that far south. Government troops searched the valley after the ambush, of course, but no one thought to look in the actual ravine till a hunting party of Indians brought news that a white god was lying there. That's one of their names for us, you see. The white god, of course, turned out to be Don Blas. They reckon that he and his horse must have fallen into the ravine while fleeing from his attackers." "You sure it was rebels?" Sharpe turned from the window to ask the question. "I've heard it might have been Batista's doing." Blair shook his head. "I've not heard those rumours. I'm not saying Batista's not capable of murder, because he is. He's a cruel son of a whore, that one, but I never heard any tales of his having killed Captain General Vivar, and believe me, Chile breeds rumour the way a nunnery breeds the pox." Sharpe was unwilling to let the theory slip. "Well, I heard Vivar had found out about Batista's corruption and was going to arrest him." Blair mocked Sharpe's naivety. Everybody's corrupt here. You don't arrest a man for breathing, do you? If I was going to arrest Batista, then it would have been for something far more serious than corruption. No, Colonel, that dog won't hunt. Sharpe thumped a fist in angry protest. But to be buried 3 months ago, that's long enough for someone to tell the authorities in Europe. Why the hell did no one think to tell his wife? It was hardly Blair's responsibility, though he tried to answer as best he could. Maybe the ship carrying the news was captured or shipwrecked. Sometimes ships do take a god-horrible time to make the voyage. The last time I went home, we spent over 3 weeks just trying to get round Ushant. Sick as a dog I was. God damn it. Sharpe turned back to the window. Was it all a misunderstanding? Was this whole benighted expedition merely the result of the time it sometimes took for news to cross between the old and new worlds? Had Don Blas been decently buried all this time? It was more than possible, of course. The ship could easily take 2 or 3 months to sail from Chile to Spain. And if Louisa had been in England when the news arrived in Galicia, then it was no wonder that Sharpe and Harper had come on a fool's errand. "Don't you bury the dead in this town?" he asked bad-temperedly. Blair was understandably bemused by the sudden question, but then saw Sharpe was staring at the dead child in the Citadel's ditch. "We don't bury that sort of rubbish, Lord, no. Probably just a bastard of some Indian girl who works in the fortress. Indians come for nothing here." Blair chuckled. "A couple of Indian families won't fetch the price of a decent hunting dog, let alone the cost of a burial." Sharpe sipped the wine, which was surprisingly good. He'd been astonished while on the boat coming from the harbour to the town to see lavish vineyards terraced across the riverside hills. Somehow, after the grotesque shipboard tales, he'd expected a country full of mystery and horror. So the sight of placid vineyards and lavish villas had been unexpected, rather like finding everyday comforts in the pits of hell. "I'll need to go to Puerto Cochero," he now told Blair. "That could be difficult." Blair sounded guarded. "Very difficult." "Why?" Sharpe bristled. "Because it's a military area, and because Batista doesn't like visitors going there, and because it's a port town, and the Spaniards have lost too many good harbours on this coast to let another one go, and because they think all Englishmen are spies. Besides, the Citadel at Puerto Cochero is the place where the Spanish ship their gold home." "Gold?" Harper's interest sparked. "There's 1 or 2 mines left, not many. They don't produce much. Most of what they do produce, Batista is probably thieving. But what little does go back to Madrid leaves through the wharf of Puerto Cochero Citadel. It's the nearest harbour to the mines, you see, which is why the Dagos are touchy about it. If you ask to visit Puerto Cochero, they might think you're spying for Cochrane. You know who Cochrane is." "I know," Sharpe said. "He's a devil, that one." Blair, unable to resist admiration for a fellow Briton, chuckled. "And they're all scared to hell of him. You want to see a Dago pissing his britches? Just mention Cochrane. They think he's got horns and a tail." Sharpe dragged the conversation back to his purpose. "So how do I get permission to visit Puerto Cochero?" "You have to get a travel permit from Army headquarters." "Which is where?" "In the Citadel, of course." Blair nodded at the great fort, which lay on the river's bend at the very heart of Valdivia. "Who do I see there?" "A young fellow called Captain Martinez." "Will Martinez pay more attention to you than to me?" Sharpe asked. "Oh, Christ, no. Martinez is just an overgrown puppy. He doesn't make the decision. Batista's the one who'll say yea or nay." Blair jerked a thumb towards his padlocked strongman. "I hope there's plenty of money in that box you fetched here, or else you'll be wasting your time in Chile." "My time is my own," Sharpe said acidly, "which is why I don't want to waste it." He found that Harper was happily devouring Blair's sugar cakes. "If you can stop feeding yourself, Patrick, we might start work." "Work?" Harper sounded alarmed, but hurriedly swilled down the last of his wine, and snatched the final sugar cake before following Sharpe out of Blair's house. "So, what work are we doing?" the Irishman asked. "We're going to dig up Don Blas's body, of course," Sharpe said, "and arrange to have it shipped back to Spain." Sharpe's confident voice seemed to rouse Valdivia's town square from the torpor of siesta. A man who'd been dozing on the church steps looked irritably towards the 2 tall strangers who strode so noisily towards the Citadel. A dozen Indians, their squat faces blank as carvings, sat in the shade of a mounted statue which stood in the very centre of the square. The Indians, who were shackled together by a length of heavy chain manacled to their ankles, pretended not to notice Sharpe, but could not hide their astonishment at the sight of Harper, doubtless thinking that the tall Irishman was a giant. "They're admiring me, so they are," Harper boasted happily. "They're working out how many families they could feed off your carcass. If they boiled you down and salted the flesh, there probably wouldn't be famine in this country for a century. Yeah, you're just jealous. Harper, seeing new sights, was a happy man. The French wars had given him a taste for travel, and that taste was being well fed by Chile. His only disappointment so far was the paucity of one-legged giants, unicorns, or any other mythical beasts. Look at that! Handsome, aren't they now? He nodded admiringly towards a group of women, who, standing in the shade of the striped awnings which protected the shop fronts, returned Harper's curiosity and admiration. Harper and Sharpe were new faces in a small town, and thus a cause for excited speculation. The wind swirled dust devils across the square and flapped the ornate Spanish ensign which flew over the Citadel's gatehouse. A legless beggar swinging along on his hands followed Sharpe and pleaded for money. Another, who looked like a leper, made a meaningless noise and held out the stump of a wrist towards the two strangers. A Dominican monk, his white robe stained with the red dust that blew everywhere, was arguing with a carter who had evidently failed to deliver a shipment of wine. "We're going to need a carter," Sharpe was thinking aloud as he led Harper towards the Citadel's sentries, "or at least a cart. We're also going to want 2 riding horses plus saddlery, and supplies for as long as it takes to get to Puerto Cachiro and back. Unless we can sail home from Puerto Cachiro, or maybe we can sail down there. That'll be cheaper than buying a cart." "What the hell do we want a cart for?" Harper was panting at the brisk pace set by Sharpe. "Well, we need a cart to carry the coffin to Puerto Cachiro, unless of course we can go there by ship." "But why the hell don't we have a coffin made in Puerto Cachiro?" Harper asked. "The world's not so short of carpenters that you can't find a man to knock off a bloody box." "Because a box won't do the trick," Sharpe said. "The thing has to be watertight, Patrick, not to keep the rain out, but to keep the decay in. We're going to need a tinsmith, and I don't suppose Puerto Cachiro has too many of those. So we'll have a watertight box made here before we go south." "Oh, we could plop him in a vat of brandy," Harper suggested helpfully. "There's a fellow who drinks in my place up with a gun his mate on a victory at Trafalgar, and he says that after the battle they brought Nelson back in a barrel of brandy. The fellow had a look at the body when he unstowed it, and he says the Admiral was as fresh as the day he died, so he was, with flesh soft as a baby, and the only change was that all the man's hair and nails had grown wild. He tasted the brandy too, so he did. He says it was a bit salty." "I don't want to put Dunblash in brandy," Sharpe said irritably. "It'd be half rotted out as it is, and if we put him in a cask of bloody liquor, he'll like as not dissolve altogether, and instead of burying the poor man in Spain, we'll just be pouring him away. So we'll put him in a tin box, solder him up tight, and take him back that way." "Whatever you say," Harper said grimly, the tone provoked by the unfriendly faces of the sentries at the fort's gate. The Citadel reminded Sharpe of the Spanish fortresses he had assaulted in the French wars. It had low walls over which the muzzles of the defenders' guns showed grimly, and a wide dry moat designed to be a killing ground for any attackers who succeeded in crossing the earthen glacis, which was banked to ricochet assaulting cannon fire safely up and over the defenders' heads. The only incongruity about Valdevire's formidable citadel was an ancient-looking tower that stood like a medieval castle turret in the very centre of the fortifications. A sergeant accosted Sharpe and Harper on the bridge, then reluctantly allowed them into the fort itself. They walked through the entrance tunnel across a wide parade ground, then through a second gateway into a cramped and shadowed inner courtyard. One wall of the yard was made by the ancient lime-washed tower that was pockmarked by bullet holes. There were smears of dried blood near some of the bullet marks, suggesting that this cheerless place was where Valdevire's prisoners met their firing squads. They inquired at the inner guardroom for Captain Martinez, who, arriving 5 minutes later, proved to be a tall, strikingly handsome, and extraordinarily fashionable young man. His uniform seemed more appropriate for the jewelled halls of Madrid than for this far, squalid colony. He wore an hussar jacket so frogged with gold braid that it was impossible to see the cloth beneath, a white kidskin pelisse edged with black fur, and skin-tight sky-blue cavalry breeches decorated with gold embroidery and silver side-buttons. His epaulette chains, sword-sling, spurs, and scabbard furnishings were all of shining gold. His manners matched his uniform's tailoring. He apologized for having kept his visitors waiting, welcomed them to Chile on behalf of Captain General Batista, then invited Sharpe and Harper to his quarters, where, in a wide, comfortable room, his servant brought cups of steaming chocolate, small gold beakers of a clear Chilean brandy, and a plate of sugared grapes. Martinez paused in front of a gilt-framed mirror to check that his wavy black hair was in place, then crossed to his wide-arched window to show off the view. It really is a most beautiful country. The captain spoke wistfully, as though he knew it was being lost. The view was indeed spectacular. The window looked eastward across the town's thatched roofs, then beyond the shadowy foothills to the far snow-topped mountains. One of those distant peaks was pluming a stream of brown smoke to the south wind. A volcano, Martinez explained. Chile has a number of them. It's a tumultuous place, I fear, with frequent earthquakes, but fascinating despite its dangers. Martinez's servant brought cigars, and Martinez hospitably offered a burning spill to Harper. "So you're staying with Mr. Blair?" he asked when the cigars were well lit. "Poor Blair. His wife refused to travel here, thinking the place too full of dangers. See, if you keep Blair filled with gin or brandy, he's a happy enough man. Your Spanish is excellent, permit me to congratulate you. So few of your countrymen speak our language." "We both served in Spain," Sharpe explained. "You did? Then our debt to you is incalculable. Please, sit yourselves. You said you had a letter of introduction?" Martinez took and read Donna Luisa's letter, which did not specifically describe Sharpe's errand, but merely asked any Spanish official to offer whatever help was possible. "Which, of course, we will offer gladly." Martinez spoke with what seemed to be a genuine warmth. "I never had the pleasure of meeting Don Blas's wife. He died, of course, before she could join him here. So very tragic and such a waste. He was a good man, even perhaps a great man. There was something saintly about him, I always thought." The last compliment, uttered in a very bland voice, somehow suggested what an infernal nuisance saints could be. Martinez carefully folded the letter's pendant seal into the paper, then handed it back to Sharpe with a courtly flourish. "And how, sir, might we help you?" "We need a permit to visit Puerto Crucero, where we want to exhume Don Blas's body, then ship it home." Sharpe, encouraged by Martinez's friendliness, saw no need to be delicate about his needs. Martinez smiled, revealing teeth as white and regular as a small child's. "I see no extraordinary difficulties there. You will, of course, need a permit to travel to Puerto Crucero," and he went to his table and riffled through his papers. "Did you sail out here on the Espiritu Santo?" "Yes. She's due to sail back to Spain in a few days, and I see that she's ordered to call at Puerto Crucero on her way. There's a gold shipment ready, and our dearest ship is the safest transport we have. I see no reason why you shouldn't travel down the coast in the Espiritu Santo, and if we're fortunate, you might even take the body back to Europe in her hold." Sharpe, who'd been prepared by Blair for every kind of official obstructiveness, dared not believe his good fortune. The Espiritu Santo could indeed solve all his problems, but Martinez had qualified his optimism with one cautious word that Sharpe now echoed as a tentative query. "Fortunate? Besides the permit to travel to Puerto Crucero," Martinez explained, "you will need a permit to exhume Don Blas's body. That permit is issued by the church, of course, but I'm sure the bishop will be eager to satisfy the Dowager Countess of Moromorto. However, you should understand that sometimes the church is, how shall I say, dilatory." "We came prepared for such difficulties," Sharpe said. "How so?" The question was swift. "The church must have charities dear to its heart." "How very thoughtful of you." Martinez, relieved that Sharpe had so swiftly understood the obstacle, offered his guests a dazzling smile, and Sharpe wondered how a man kept his teeth so white. Martinez then held up a warning hand. "We mustn't forget the necessary license to export a body. There is a disease risk, you understand, and we have to satisfy ourselves that every precaution has been taken." "We came well prepared," Sharpe said dully. The requirements, so far as he could see, were two massive bribes. One to the church, which, in Sharpe's experience, was always greedy for cash, and the other to the army authorities to secure the travel permit, and for the license to export a body, which license Sharpe suspected had just been dreamt up by the inventive Martinez. Donna Luisa, Sharpe thought, had understood Chile perfectly when she'd insisted on sending him with the big chest of coins. Sharpe smiled at the charming Martinez. "So when, senor, may we expect a travel permit? Today?" Oh, dear me, no." Martinez frowned as though Sharpe's suggestion of such haste was somehow unseemly. "Soon?" Sharpe pressed. "The decision is not mine," Martinez said happily. "Our affairs will surely not be of interest to Captain General Batista," Sharpe said with what he hoped was a convincing innocence. "The Captain General is interested in all our visitors, especially those who have been notable soldiers." Martinez bowed to Sharpe, whose fame had been described in Louise's letter of introduction. "Tell me," Martinez went on, "were you at Waterloo?" "Yes." "Oh, then I'm sure the Captain General will want to meet you. General Batista is an aficionado of the Emperor. He would, I think, be delighted to hear of your experiences." Martinez beamed delightedly, as if a mutual treat awaited his master and Sharpe. "Such a pleasure to meet you both," Martinez said, then ushered them back to the guardroom. "Such a pleasure," he said again. "So, how did it go?" Blair asked when they returned. "Very well," Sharpe said. "All things considered, it couldn't have gone much better." "That means you're in trouble," Blair said happily. "That means you're in trouble." That night it rained so heavily that the town ditch flooded with earth-reddened water, which in the moonlight looked like blood. Blair became drunk. He bemoaned that his wife was still in Liverpool, and commiserated with Sharpe and Harper that their wives were respectively in France and Ireland. "You live in bloody France?" Blair kept asking the question as though to dilute the astonishment he evidently felt for Sharpe's choice of a home. "Bloody funny place to live. I mean, if you've been fighting the buggers, it must be like a fox moving in with the rabbits." Sharpe tried to talk of more immediate matters, like Captain General Batista and his fascination for Napoleon, but Blair didn't want to talk about the Spanish commander. "He's a bastard, son of a whole bastard, that's all there is to say about him." It was clear that Blair, despite his privileged status as a diplomat, feared the Spanish commander. "Are you saying he's illegitimate?" Sharpe asked disingenuously. "Oh, Christ, no." Blair glanced at the servants as though fearing they had suddenly learned English and would report this conversation to Batista's spies. "Batista's a youngest son, so he needs to make his own fortune. He's got his posting here because his father is a minister in Ferdinand VII's government, and he greased his son a commission in the artillery and an appointment in Chile, because this is where the money is. But the rest, Batista did for himself. He's capable, he's efficient, and a hard worker. He's probably no soldier, but he's no weakling, and he's making himself rich." "So he's corrupt." "Corrupt!" Blair mocked the word. "Of course he's corrupt. They're all corrupt. I'm corrupt. Everyone here knows the bloody war is lost. It's only a question of time before the Spaniards go and the Chileans can bugger up their own country instead of having someone else do it for them. So what Batista and his people are doing is making themselves rich before someone takes away the tray of baubles." Blair paused, sipped, then leant closer to Sharpe. "Your friend Vivar wasn't corrupt, which is why he made enemies. But Batista, oh, he's a cunning man. He'll make his money, then go home and use that money to buy himself office in Madrid. You mark my words, he'll be the power in Spain before he's 50. "How old is he now?" "He's a youngster, 30, no more." Blair, clearly deciding he'd said enough about the feared Batista, pushed his glass to the end of the table for a servant girl to fill with a mixture of rum and wine. "If you want a whore, Colonel," Blair went on, "there's a chingana behind the church. Ask for the girl they call La Moña." Blair rolled his eyes heavenward to indicate what exquisite joys awaited Sharpe and Harper if they followed his advice. "She's a mestizo." "What's a mestizo?" Harper asked. "Half-breed, and that one's half a woman and half a wildcat." "I'd rather hear about Batista," Sharpe said. "I told you, there's nothing to tell. Man's a bastard. Cross him and you get butchered. He's judge, jury, and executioner here. He's also horribly efficient. You, want some more rum?" Sharpe glanced at the two Indian girls, who, holding their jugs of wine and rum, stood expressionless at the edge of the room. "No." "You can have them, too," Blair said hospitably. "Help yourselves, both of you. Oh, I know they look like cows, but they know their way up and down a bed. No point in employing them otherwise. They can't cook, and their idea of cleaning a room is to rearrange the dirt. What else are they good for? And in the dark you don't know they're savages, do you?" Sharpe again tried to turn the conversation back to his own business. "I need to find the American consul. Does he live close?" "What the hell do you want Fielding for?" Blair sounded offended, as though Sharpe's question suggested that Fielding was a better consul than Blair. Sharpe had no intention of revealing that he possessed a signed portrait of Napoleon, which the American consul was supposed to smuggle to a British colonel now living in the rebel part of the country. So instead he made up a story about doing business for an American expatriate living in Normandy. "Well, you're out of luck," Blair said with evident satisfaction. Fielding's away from Valdivia this week. One of his precious whaling boats was impounded by the Spanish Navy, so he's on Chilo trying to have the bribe reduced to something under a king's ransom. Chilo? Sharpe asked. Island down south, long way away. But Fielding will be back in a week or so. Sharpe hid his disappointment. He'd been hoping to deliver the portrait quickly, then forget about the Emperor's gift. But now, if he was to keep his promise to Bonaparte, he would have to find some other way of reaching Fielding. Have you ever heard of a Lieutenant Colonel Charles? He asked Blair as casually as he could. Charles? Of course I've heard of Charles. He's one of O'Higgins' military advisors. So he's a rebel. Of course he's a bloody rebel. Why else would he have come to Chile? He likes to fight, and Europe isn't providing any proper wars these days. All the rascals come over here and complicate my life instead. What do you want with Charles? Nothing, Sharpe said, then let the subject drop. End of Side 5.
Side 6. An hour later, he and Harper went to their beds and lay listening to the water sluice off the tiles. The mattresses were full of fleas.
Like old times,
Harper grumbled when they woke early. Blair was also up at first light. The rain in the night had been so heavy that part of the misted square was flooded, and the inundation had turned the rubbish-soaked ditch into a moat in which foul things floated.
"Horrid day to travel,"
Blair complained when he met them in his parlour where coffee waited on the table.
"It'll be raining again within the hour, mark my words."
"Where are you going?"
"Downriver, to a port."
Blair groaned and rubbed his temples with his fingertips.
"I've got to supervise some cargo loading. Probably see the captain of the Charybdis."
"What's the Charybdis?" Harper asked.
"Royal Navy frigate. They keep a squadron on the coast just to make sure the bloody Dagos don't shoot any of our people. They know that if they upset me, I'll arrange to have their toy boats blown out of the water."
Blair shivered, then groaned with pain.
"Breakfast!"
he shouted towards the kitchens, then flinched as a muffled rattle of musketry sounded from the Citadel.
"That's another rebel gone,"
Blair said thickly. There was a second ragged volley.
"Oh, business is good this morning."
"Rebels?" Sharpe asked.
"Or some poor bugger caught with a gun and no money to bribe the patrol. They shove 'em up against the Angel Tower, say a quick Hail Mary, then send the buggers into eternity."
"The Angel Tower?" Sharpe asked.
"Oh, it's that ancient lump of stone in the middle of the fort. The Spaniards built it when they first came here, way back in the Dark Ages. Bloody thing survived earthquake, fire, and rebellion. Used to be a prison, but it's empty now."
"Why is it called the Angel Tower?" Harper asked.
"Christ knows, but you know what the Dagos are like. Some drunken Spanish whore probably saw an angel on its top. The next thing you know, they're all weeping and praying, and the priests are carrying round the collection plate. Where's my goddamn bloody breakfast?"
he shouted towards the kitchen. Blair, well breakfasted at last, left for the harbour an hour later.
"Don't expect anything from Marquinez," he warned Sharpe. "They'll promise you anything but deliver nothing. You'll not hear a word from that macaroni until you offer him a fat bribe."
Yet no sooner had Blair gone than a message arrived from the Citadel, asking Colonel Sharpe and Mr. Harper to do the honour of attending on Captain Marquinez at their earliest opportunity. So, moments later, Sharpe and Harper crossed the bridge, walked through the tunnel that pierced the glacis, crossed the outer parade courtyard, and so into the inner yard, where two bodies lay like heaps of soiled rags under the blood-stained wall of the Angel Tower. Marquinez, greeting Sharpe in the courtyard, was embarrassed by the bodies. "A wagon is coming to take them to the cemetery. They were rebels, of course."
"Why don't you just dump them in the ditch like the Indian babies?"
Sharpe asked Marquinez sourly. "Because the rebels are Christians, of course." Marquinez was bemused that the question had even been asked.
"Well, none of the Indians are Christian?"
"Some of them are, I suppose," Marquinez said airily. "But personally, I don't know why the missionaries bother. One might as well offer the sacrament to a jabbering pack of monkeys.
And they're treacherous creatures. Turn your back and they'll stab you. They've been rebelling against us for hundreds of years, and they never seem to learn that we always win in the end. Martinez ushered Sharpe and Harper into a room with a high arched ceiling. Will you be happy to wait here? The Captain General would like to greet you. Batista? Sharpe was taken aback. Well, of course. We only have one Captain General. Martinez was suddenly all charm. The Captain General would like to welcome you to Chile himself. Captain Ardiles told him how you had a private audience with Bonaparte, and as I mentioned, the Captain General has a fascination with the Emperor. So, do you mind waiting? I'll have some coffee sent, or would you prefer wine? I prefer our travel permits, Sharpe said truculently. All the matter is being considered, I do assure you. We must do whatever we can to look after the happiness of the Countess of Moromorto. Now, if you will excuse me. Martinez, with a confiding and dazzling smile, left them in the room, which was furnished with a table, 4 chairs, and a crucifix hanging from a bent horseshoe nail. A broken saddle-tree was discarded in one corner, while a lizard watched Sharpe from the curved ceiling. The room's one window looked onto the execution yard. After an hour, during which no one came to fetch Sharpe and Harper, a wagon creaked into the yard, and a detail of soldiers swung the 2 dead rebels onto the wagon's bed. Another hour passed, noted by the chiming of a clock somewhere deep in the fort. Neither wine, coffee, nor a summons from the Captain General arrived. Captain Martinez had disappeared, and the only clerk in the office behind the guardroom didn't know where the captain might be found. The rain fell miserably, slowly diluting the bloodstains on the lime-washed wall of the Angel Tower. The rain fell. Still no one came, and as the clock chimed another half hour, Sharpe's patience finally snapped. Oh, let's get the hell out of here. What about Batista? Bugger Batista. It seemed that Blair was right about the myriad of delays that the Spanish imposed on even the simplest bureaucratic procedure. But Sharpe didn't have the patience to be the victim of such nonsense. Let's go. It was raining much harder now. Sharpe ran across the Citadel's bridge, while Harper lumbered after. They splashed across the square's cobbles, past the statue where the group of trained Indians still sat vacant under the cloudburst, to where a heavy wagon loaded with untanned hides was standing in front of Blair's house. The untreated leather stank foully. A uniformed soldier was lounging under the consul's arched porch, besides the drooping British flag, apparently guarding the wagon's stinking cargo. The daydreaming soldier straightened as Sharpe approached. You can't go in there, senor. He moved to block Sharpe's path. Senor! Shut up and get out of my bloody way! Sharpe, disgusted with all things Spanish, rammed his forearm into the soldier's chest, piling him backwards. Sharpe expected Blair's door to be locked, but unexpectedly it yielded to his thrust. He pushed it wide open as Harper ran into the porch's shelter. The day's sentry took one look at the tall Irishman's size and decided not to make an issue of the confrontation. Sharpe stamped inside. Damn Martinez! Damn Batista! Damn the bloody Spaniards! He took off his wet greatcoat and shook the rain off it. Bloody Spaniards, they never bloody change. You remember when we liberated their goddamn bloody country, and they wanted to charge customs duty on the powder and shot we used to do it? Goddamn bloody Spaniards. Harper, who was married to a Spaniard, smiled soothingly. We need a cup of tea, that's what we need. That and some decent food. But I'll settle for dray clothes first. He started climbing the stairs, but halfway to the landing, he suddenly checked, then swore. Jesus! What? Thieves! Harper was charging up to the landing. Sharpe followed. Get down! Harper screamed, then threw himself sideways through an open doorway. Sharpe had a glimpse of 2 men in a second doorway, and then the landing was filled with smoke as one of the men fired a gun. The noise was huge, echoing round the house. Bitter-smelling smoke churned in the corridor. Sharpe didn't see where the bullet went, he only knew it hadn't hit him. He scrambled to his feet and ran past the doorway where Harper had sheltered. He could hear the thieves running ahead of him. "We've got the buggers trapped!" He shouted the encouragement for Harper, and then he saw that there was another staircase at the back of the house, presumably a stair for servants, and the 2 thieves were jumping its steps 3 at a time. "Stop!" Sharpe bellowed. He visited the Citadel in civilian clothes, not bothering to wear any weapons. "Stop!" he shouted again, but the 2 men were already scrambling out into the stable yard. The mestiza cook was screaming. Sharpe reached the kitchen door as the thieves tugged open the stable-yard gate. Sharpe ran into the rain, still shouting at the men to stop. Both thieves were carrying sacks of plunder, and both were armed with short-barreled cavalry carbines. One carbine had been fired, but now the second man, fearing Sharpe's pursuit, turned and aimed his gun. The man had black hair, a bushy moustache, and a scar on his cheek. Then Sharpe realized the carbine was at point-blank range, and he hurled himself sideways, slithering through puddles of rain and heaps of stable muck to thump against a bale of straw. The gate was open now, but the moustached gunman did not run. Instead, he carefully levelled the carbine at Sharpe. He was holding the gun one-handed. There was a pause of a heartbeat, then he smiled and pulled the trigger. Nothing happened. For a second, the man just gaped at Sharpe. Then, suddenly scared, he hurled the carbine like a club, then took off through the gate after his companion. Sharpe was climbing to his feet, but had to drop flat again as the gun flew over his head. He stood again, slipped as he began running, found his balance, then clung to the gatepost when he saw that the two men had disappeared into a crowded alley. He swore. He closed the gate, brushed the horse manure off his jacket and breeches, picked up the thief's carbine and went back to the kitchen. "Stop your noise, woman!" he snapped at the cook, then stared up to where Harper had appeared at the top of the back stairs. "What's the matter with you?" "God save Ireland!" Harper came slowly down the stairs. He'd gone pale as paper, and had a hand clapped to the side of his head. Blood showed between his fingers. "Bugger shot me!" Harper staggered against the wall, but managed to keep his balance. "I went through the whole damned French war, so I did, and never once did I take a bullet. And now a damned thief in a damned town at the end of the damned world hits me. Jesus sweet Christ!" He took his hand away, and blood oozed from his sandy hair to trickle down his neck. I'm feeling dizzy, so I am." Sharpe helped Harper to a chair, sat him down, then probed the blood-soaked hair. The damage was slight. The bullets had seared across the scalp, breaking the skin, but not doing any other damage. "Oh, the bullet just grazed you," Sharpe said in relief. "Grazed, indeed, I was hit, so I was. Barely broke the skin. Lucky to be alive I am. Sweet mother of God, but I could have been dead by now. Luckily you've got a skull like a bloody ox." Sharpe rapped Harper's temple. "It would take a 12-pounder to dent that skull." "Would you listen to him? As near to death as a goose at Christmas, so I am. All he can do is tap my skull." Sharpe went to the big water vat by the back door, soaked a piece of cloth and tossed it to Harper. "Hold that against your head, it'll bring you back to life. I'm going to see what the bastards took." Apart from their weapons and the chest with Louisa's gold, all of which had been locked in Blair's strongroom, the thieves appeared to have taken everything. Sharpe, disconsolate, went downstairs to where Harper was dabbing his bloody skull with the wet rag. "The lot," Sharpe said bitterly. "Your bag, my bags, our clothes, boots, razors, the lot." "The Emperor's thimble?" Harper asked in disbelief. "Everything," Sharpe said. "Bonaparte's portrait, and some stuff of Blair's as well. I can't tell what, but the candlesticks are gone, and those small pictures that were on the shelf. Bastards!" "What about your locket?" "Around my neck." "The guns?" Sharpe shook his head. "The strongroom padlock wasn't touched." He picked up the thief's weapon. "The bastard tried to shoot me twice. Wouldn't fire." "You forgot to prime it?" Sharpe opened the pan and saw a sludge of wet powder there, then saw that the trigger was loose. He scraped the priming out of the pan and tapped the gun's butt on the floor. His guess was that the carbine's mainspring had jammed because the wood of the stock had swollen in the damp weather. It was a common enough problem with cheap guns. He tapped harder, and this time the trapped spring jarred itself free, and the flint snapped down on the emptied pan. "Swollen wood?" Harper asked. "Yeah, saved my life too. Bugger had me lined up at 5 paces. He peered at the lockplate and saw the mark of the Cadiz's armory, which made this a Spanish army gun. There was nothing sinister in that. The world was awash with old army weapons. Even Sharpe and Harper carried rifles with the British government's Tower Armory marked on their plates. Sharpe turned to the whimpering cook and accused her of letting the 2 thieves into the house, but the woman protested her innocence, claiming that the 2 men must have climbed across the church roof and jumped from there onto the half-roof at the side of Blair's house. "It has happened before, senor," she said resignedly, "which is why the master has his strongroom." "What do we do now?" Harper still held the rag against his head. "I'll make a formal complaint," Sharpe said. "It won't help, but I'll make it anyway." He went back to the Citadel, where in the guardroom a surly clerk took down a list of the stolen property. Sharpe, as he dictated the missing items, knew that he wasted his time. "You wasted your time," Blair said when he came home. "Place is full of bloody thieves. That clerk will already have thrown your list away. You have to buy more clothes tomorrow. Or look for the bloody thieves." Harper, his head sore and bandaged, growled threateningly. "You'll never find them," Blair said. "They brand some of them on the forehead with a big L, but it doesn't do any good." Sharpe guessed the L stood for ladron, thief. "That's why I have a strong room," Blair went on. "It would take more than a couple of cutthroats to break in there." He'd fetched a bottle of gin back from HMS Charybdis, and in consequence was a happy man. By nightfall, he was also a drunken man, who once again offered Sharpe and Harper the run of his servants. "Well, none of them are poxed. They better not be, God help them, or I'll have the skin off their backs." "I'll manage without," Sharpe said. "You're lost, Sharpe, you're lost." That night the clouds rolled back from the coastal plain, so that the dawn brought a wondrous clean sky and a sharp bright sun that rose to silhouette the jagged peaks of the Andes. There was something almost spring-like in the air, something so cleansing and cheerful that Sharpe, waking, felt almost glad to be in Chile. Then he suddenly remembered the events of the previous day, and knew that he must spoil this bright, clean day by buying a new greatcoat, new breeches, a coat, shirts, small clothes, and a razor. At least, he thought grimly, he'd been wearing his good kerseymere coat for his abortive visit to Batista, which had served to save the coat from the thieves, and to save Sharpe from Lucille's wrath. She was forever telling him he should dress more stylishly, and the dark green kerseymere coat had been the first success in her long and difficult campaign. The coat had become somewhat soiled with horse manure when Sharpe rolled in the stable-yard, but he supposed that would brush out. He pulled on shirt, breeches and boots, then carried the coat downstairs so that one of Blair's servants could attack it with a brush. Blair was already up, drinking bitter coffee in the parlour, and with him, to Sharpe's utter surprise, was Captain Martinez. The captain had a gold-edged shako tucked under one arm. The shako had a tall white plume that shivered as Martinez offered Sharpe a low bow. "Good morning, Colonel." "Got our travel permits, have you?" was Sharpe's surly greeting. "What a lovely morning." Martinez smiled with delight. "Mr. Blair has offered me coffee, but I cannot accept, for we are summoned to the Captain General's audience." "Summoned?" Sharpe asked. Blair clearly thought Sharpe's hostility was inappropriate, for he was making urgent signals that Sharpe should behave more gently. Martinez smiled. "Summoned indeed, Colonel." Sharpe poured himself coffee. "I'm an Englishman, Captain. You don't summon me." "What Colonel Sharpe means," Blair began. "Colonel Sharpe reproves me, and quite rightly." The plume nodded as Martinez bowed again. "It would give Captain General Batista the most exquisite delight, Colonel, if you and Mr. Harper would favour him with your attendance at this morning's audience." "Bloody hell," Sharpe said, and wondered just what sort of man he'd find when he at last met Vivar's enemy. Chapter 3. Batista's audience hall was a palatial room dominated by a carved and painted royal coat of arms that hung above the fireplace. Incongruously, for it wasn't cold, a small fire burned in a grate that was dwarfed by the huge stone hearth. The windows at either end of the hall were open. Those at the east, where the early sun now dazzled, looked onto the Angel Tower and its execution yard, while the western windows offered a view across the defences to the swirling waters of the Valdivia River. The whole room, with its blackened beams, lime-washed walls, bright escutcheon and stone pillars, was intended as a projection of Spanish royal power, a grandiose echo of the Escorial. The room's real power, though, lay not in the monarch's coat of arms, nor in the royal portraits that hung on the high walls, but in the energetic figure that paced up and down behind a long table that was set before the fireplace, and at which 4 aides-de-camp sat and took dictation. Watching the pacing man and listening to his every word was an audience of 70 or 80 officers. This was evidently how Captain General Batista chose to do his business, openly, efficiently, crisply. Miguel Batista was a tall, thin man with black hair, which was oiled and brushed back, so that it clung like a sleek cap to his narrow skull. His face was thin and pale, dominated by a long nose and the dark eyes of a predator. There was, Sharpe thought, a glint of quick intelligence in those eyes. But there was something else, too. a carelessness, as though this young man had seen much of the world's wickedness and was amused by it. He wore a uniform that was new to Sharpe. It was an elegantly cut cavalry tunic of plain black cloth, but with no symbols of rank except for 2 modest epaulets of silver chain. His breeches were black, as were his cavalry boots, and even the cloth covering of his scabbard. It was a simple uniform, but one which stood in stark contrast to the colourful uniforms of the other officers in the room. Some of those officers had evidently come as petitioners, others because they had information that Batista needed, and yet more because they were on the Captain General's staff. All were necessary to complete what Sharpe realized was a piece of theatre. This was Batista's demonstration, held at a deliberately inconvenient early hour to show that he was the enthusiastic master of every detail that mattered in his royal province. He paced incessantly, casting off the matters of business one after the other with a swift efficiency. A lieutenant of cavalry was given permission to marry, while a major of artillery was refused leave to travel home to Spain. "Does Major Rodriguez think that no other officer ever had a dying mother?" There was laughter from the audience at that sally, and Sharpe saw Colonel Reese, the bombastic artilleryman who had sailed on the Espiritu Santo, laughing with the rest. Batista called various officers to make their reports. A tall grey-haired captain detailed the ammunition reserves in the Perunque arsenal. Then a medical officer reported on the number of men who had fallen sick in the previous month. Batista listened keenly, noting that the Puerto Crociero garrison had shown a marked increase in fever cases. "Is there a contagion there?" "We are not sure, Your Excellency." "Then find out!" Batista's voice was high and sharp. "Are the townspeople affected or just the garrison? Surely someone has thought to ask that simple question, have they not?" "I don't know, Your Excellency," the hapless medical officer replied. "Then find out. I want answers, answers. Is it the food, the garrison's water supply, the air, or just morale?" He stabbed a finger at the medical officer. "Answers! Get me answers!" It was an impressive display, yet still Sharpe felt unconvinced by it. It was almost as if Batista was going through the motions of government merely so that no one could accuse him of dereliction when his province vanished from the maps of the Spanish Empire. He was, Sharpe thought, a young man full of self-importance. But so far Sharpe could see no evidence of anything worse, of, say, the cruelty that made Batista's name so feared. The Captain General had resumed pacing up and down before the small and redundant fire, stabbing more questions into his audience as he paced. How many cattle were in Valdivia's slaughter yards? Had the supply ships arrived from Spain? Was there any news of Reese's regiment? None? How many more weeks must they wait for those extra guns? Had the Puerto Crociero garrison test-fired their heated shot, and if so, what was their rate of fire? How long had it taken to heat the furnace from cold to operational heat? General Batista suddenly whirled on Sharpe and pointed his finger, just as if Sharpe was one of the subservient officers who responded so meekly to each of Batista's demands. "You were at Waterloo." The question was rapped out in the same tone that the general had used to ask about the monthly sick returns. "Yes, sir." "Why did Napoleon lose there?" The question took Sharpe somewhat by surprise, despite Martinez having warned him that the Captain General was fascinated by Napoleon and his battles. Did Batista see himself as a new Napoleon, Sharpe wondered? It was possible. The Captain General was still a young man, and, like his hero, an artillery officer. "Well?" Batista chivied Sharpe. "He underestimated the British infantry," Sharpe said. "And you, of course, were a British infantryman?" Batista asked in a sarcastic tone, provoking more sycophantic laughter from his audience. Batista cut the laughter short with a swift chop of his hand. "I heard that he lost the battle because he waited too long before beginning to fight." "If he'd started earlier," Sharpe said, "we'd have beaten him sooner." That was not true. If Bonaparte had opened the battle at dawn, he would have ridden victorious into Brussels at dusk. But Sharpe would be damned before he gave Batista the satisfaction of agreeing with him. The Captain General had walked close to Sharpe and was staring at the Englishman with what seemed a genuine curiosity. Sharpe was a tall man, but even so he had to look up to meet the dark eyes of the Captain General. "What was it like?" Batista asked. "Waterloo?" Sharpe felt tongue-tied. "Yes, of course. What was it like to be there?" "Jesus," Sharpe said helplessly. He didn't know if he could describe such a day. Certainly he'd never done so to anyone except those, like Harper, who had shared the experience, and who could therefore see beyond the tale's incoherence. Sharpe's fiercest memory of the day was simply one of terror. The terror of standing under the massive concussion of the French bombardment, that hour by hour had ground down the British line till there were no reserves left. The remainder of the day had faded into unimportance. The opening of the battle had been full of excitement and motion, yet it was not those heart-stirring moments that Sharpe remembered when he woke sweating in the night, but rather that inhuman mincing machine of the French artillery, the lurid flickering of its massive cannon flames in the smoke bank, the pathetic cries of the dying, the thunder of the round shots in the overheated air, the violence of the soil spewed up by the striking shots, and the stomach-emptying terror of standing under the unending cannonade that had punched and crashed and pounded down the bravest man's endurance. Even the battle's ending, that astonishing triumph in which tired and seemingly beaten men had risen from the mud to rout the finest troops of France, had paled in Sharpe's memory beside the nightmarish flicker of those guns. It was bad, Sharpe said at last. Bad? Batista laughed. Is that all you can say? It was all Sharpe had said to the Emperor on St. Helena, but Napoleon had not needed to hear more. Bonaparte had given Sharpe a look of such quick sympathy that Sharpe had been forced to laugh, and the Emperor had laughed with him. It was supposed to be bad, Bonaparte had said indignantly, but it was evidently not bad enough, eh? But now, because Sharpe spoke to a man who didn't know how the heart shuddered with terror every time a shot punched the air with pressure, flame, and death, he could only offer the inadequate explanation. It was frightening. The guns, I mean. The guns? Batista asked with a sudden intensity. The French had a lot of artillery, Sharpe explained lamely, and it was well handled. It was frightening. Batista wanted Sharpe's earlier assertion confirmed. Yeah, very. Frightening. Batista repeated the word meaningfully, letting it hang in the air as he walked back to his long table. You hear that? He shouted the question loudly, rounding on the startled audience. Frightening. And that is how we will face this rebellion. Not by marching men into the wilderness, but with guns. With guns, with guns, with guns. With each repetition of the word, he pounded his right fist into his left palm. Guns! Where are your guns, Ruiz? They're coming, Your Excellency, Ruiz said soothingly. I've told Madrid, Batista went on, time and time again to send me guns. We'll break this rebellion by enticing his forces to attack our strongpoints. Here, in Valdivia. We shall let O'Higgins bring his armies and Cochrane his ships into the range of our guns, and then we shall destroy them. With guns, with guns, with guns. But here Madrid doesn't send me guns. How can we win? He was rehearsing the arguments that would explain the loss of Chile. He would blame it on Madrid for not sending enough guns. Yet guns, as any real soldier knew, could not win the war. Because relying on guns and forts was a recipe for doing nothing. It was generalship by defense. Batista didn't want to risk marching an army into the field and suffering an horrific defeat. So instead, he was justifying his inaction by pretending it was a strategy. Let Madrid send enough guns, Batista claimed, and the enemy would be destroyed when they attacked the royalist strongholds. Yet even the dullest enemy would eventually realize it was both cheaper and more effective to starve a fortress into submission, rather than drown it in blood. Batista's strategy was designed solely to transfer the blame of defeat onto other men's shoulders, while he became rich enough to challenge those men when he returned to Madrid. No wonder, Sharpe thought, Blas Vivar had hated this man. He was betraying his soldiers as well as his country. Why have you come here, Mr. Sharpe? Batista had suddenly turned on Sharpe again. Sharpe, noting that he had not been accorded the honorific of his rank, decided not to make an issue of it. I'm here at the behest of the Countess of Moromoto to carry her husband's remains home to Spain. She is evidently an extravagant woman. Why did she not simply ask me to send her husband home? Sharpe did not want to explain that Louisa had not heard of her husband's death or burial when he left, so he just shrugged. I can't say, sir. You can't say? Well, it seems a small enough request. I shall consider my decision, though I must say that so far as most of us are concerned, the sooner General Vivar is out of Chile, the better. The quip provoked another outburst of laughter, which this time Batista allowed to continue. You knew General Vivar? He asked Sharpe when the sycophancy had subsided. We fought together in '09 at Santiago de Compostela. Blas Vivar's fight at Santiago de Compostela had been one of the great events of the Spanish War. A miraculous victory which had proved to many Spaniards that the French were not invincible. And Sharpe's mention of the battle made many of the officers in the audience look at him with a new interest and respect. But to General Batista, the battle was mere history. Vivar was like many veterans of the French wars, Batista said sarcastically, in his belief that the experience of fighting against Bonaparte's armies prepared him for suppressing a rebellion in a country like Chile. But they are not the same kind of fighting. Would you say they were the same kind of fighting, Mr. Sharpe? Oh, sir, Sharpe replied in all honesty, but even so he felt that he was somehow betraying his dead friend by so agreeing. Batista, pleased to have elicited the agreement from Sharpe, smiled, then glanced at Harper's bandaged head. I hear you were sadly inconvenienced yesterday. Again Sharpe was surprised by the suddenness of the question, but he managed to nod. Yes, sir. The smile grew broader as Batista snapped his fingers. I would not like you to return to England with an unhappy memory of Chile, or convinced that my administration is incompetent to police Valdivia's alleys, so I am delighted to tell you, Mr. Sharpe, that the thieves were apprehended and your effects recovered. The click of his fingers had summoned 2 orderlies, who each carried a bag into the room. The bags were placed on the table. Come, Batista ordered. Come and examine them. I wish to be assured that everything has been recovered. Please.
End of side 6. Side 7. Astonished, Sharpe and Harper walked to the table, and in front of the audience unpacked the bags. Everything seemed to be there, but not in the same condition. Their clothes, which had been soiled and crumpled from the long sea voyage, had all been laundered and pressed. Their boots had been polished, and Sharpe did not doubt that their razors had been stropped to a murderous edge. "It's all here," he said, and thinking he hadn't been gracious enough, he made a clumsy half-bow to Batista. "Thank you, Your Excellency." "Everything is there?" Batista demanded. "Nothing is missing?" It was then Sharpe realized that one thing was missing: the portrait of Napoleon. Harper's small silver thimble, duly polished, was in one of the bags, but not the silver-framed portrait of the Emperor. Sharpe opened his mouth to report the loss, then abruptly closed it, as he considered that the portrait's absence could be a trap. Batista was evidently obsessed with Napoleon, which made it very likely that the Captain General had himself purloined the signed portrait. Nor, Sharpe decided, was the loss of the portrait important. It was a mere souvenir, as the French said, and Lieutenant Colonel Charles could always write and request another such keepsake. Sharpe also had a strong suspicion that if he mentioned the missing picture, then Batista might refuse to issue the travel permits. And so, without considering the matter further, Sharpe shook his head. "Nothing is missing, Your Excellency." Batista smiled as though Sharpe had said the right thing, and then, still smiling, he clicked his fingers again, this time summoning a squad of infantrymen who escorted 2 prisoners. The prisoners in drab brown clothes had their wrists and ankles manacled. The chains scraped and jangled as the 2 men were forced to the room's center. "These are the thieves," Batista announced. Sharpe stared at the 2 men. They were both black-haired, both had moustaches, and both were terrified. Sharpe tried to remember the face of the man who'd aimed the carbine at him, and in his memory that man had sported a much bigger moustache than either of these prisoners, but Sharpe could not be certain. "What would you do," Batista asked, "with thieves in your country?" "Imprison them," Sharpe said, "or maybe transport them to Australia." "How merciful! No wonder you still have thieves. In Chile we have better ways to deter scum." Batista turned to the fire, drew a big handkerchief from his uniform pocket, then wrapped the handkerchief round the metal handle of what Sharpe had supposed to be a long poker jammed into the basket grate. It was not a poker, but rather a branding iron. Batista jerked it free of the coals, and Sharpe saw the letter L for ladron glowing at its tip. "No, senor, no!"
The nearest thief twisted back, but 2 soldiers gripped him hard by the arms, and a third stood behind the man to hold his head steady. The punishment for a first offense is a branding. For the second offense, it is death, Batista said. Then he held the brand high and close to the thief's forehead, close enough for the man to feel its radiant heat. Batista hesitated, smiling, and it seemed to Sharpe that the whole room held its breath. Colonel Ruiz turned away. The elegant Marquinez went pale. "No!" the man screamed. Then Batista pushed the brand forward, and the scream soared high and terrible. There was a sizzling sound, a flash of flame as the man's greasy hair briefly flared with fire, and then the big room filled with the smell of burning flesh. Batista held the brand on the man's skin even as the thief collapsed. The arm was pushed back into the coals as the second man was hauled forward. That second man looked at Sharpe. "Senor, I beg you, it was not us, not us." "Your Excellency," Sharpe called. "If I was in England," Batista jiggled the iron in the fire, "would you think it proper for me to interfere with English justice? This is Chile, Mr. Sharpe, not England. Justice here is what I say it is. And I treat thieves with a certain cure of pain, exquisite pain." He pulled the brand free, turned, and aimed the bright letter at the second man. "God save Ireland," Harper said softly beside Sharpe. Most of the audience looked shocked. One uniformed man had gone to a window and was leaning across a wide stone sill. Batista, though, was enjoying himself. Sharpe could see it in the dark eyes. The second man screamed, and again there was the hiss of burning skin and the stink of flesh cooking. And then the second man, like the first, had the big, burned L branded forever on his forehead. "Take them away." Batista tossed the branding iron into the fireplace, then turned and stared defiantly at Sharpe. The Captain General looked tired, as though all the joy of his morning had suddenly evaporated. "Your request to travel to Puerto Crociero and recover the body of Don Blas Vivar is granted. Captain Marquinez will issue you with the necessary permits, and you will leave Valdivia tomorrow. That finishes today's business. Good day." The Captain General, his morning display of efficiency and cruelty complete, turned on his heels and walked away. "Who were they?" Sharpe challenged Marquinez. "They? Those 2 men. Oh, they were the thieves, of course." "I don't believe it," Sharpe claimed angrily. "I didn't recognize either man." "If they were not the thieves," Marquinez said very calmly, "then how do you explain their possession of your property?" He smiled as he waited for Sharpe's answer, and when none came, he opened a drawer of his desk and took out a sheaf of documents. "Your travel permits, Colonel. You will note they specify you must leave Valdivia tomorrow." He dealt the documents onto the desk one by one as though they were playing cards. "Mr. Harper's travel pass, which bears the same date restrictions as your own. This is your fortress pass, which gives you entry to the Citadel at Puerto Crociero. And finally a letter from His Excellency giving you permission to exhume the body of General Vivar." Marquinez smiled. "Everything you wish." Sharpe, after his flash of anger, felt churlish. The papers were indeed everything he needed, even down to the letter authorizing the exhumation. "What about the church's permission?" "I think you will find that no churchman will countermand the wishes of Captain General Batista," Marquinez said. Sharpe picked up the papers. "You've been very helpful, Captain." "It is our pleasure to be helpful." "And at least we'll have fine weather for a voyage," Harper put in cheerfully. "Your voyage?" Marquinez asked in evident puzzlement, then understood Harper's meaning. "Ah, you are assuming that you will be traveling on board the Espiritu Santo. Alas, she has no spare passenger cabins. At least, not that she has dropped those passengers traveling to Puerto Crociero, which means that you must travel overland. Which is good news, gentlemen. It will offer you a chance to see some of our lovely countryside." "But if we don't have to catch the ship," Sharpe asked, "why do we have to leave tomorrow?" "You surely want to have your business in Puerto Crociero finished by the time the Espiritu Santo arrives there, do you not? Else, how will you be able to travel back to Europe in her? Besides, we always specify the dates for travel, Colonel. Otherwise, how do we know the permits have been properly used?" "But I need a tin-mine coffin made," Sharpe insisted, "and I can't do that and buy horses all in one day." Marquinez brushed the objections aside.
Oh, the armories at Puerto Crociero will be pleased to make a coffin for you, and I'm sure Mr. Blair will be happy to help you buy horses and saddles, as well as supplies for the journey. Sharpe still protested at the arrangement. Why can't we sleep on the Espiritu Santo's deck? We don't need cabins. Marquinez tried to soothe Sharpe. The fault is entirely ours. We insisted that Captain Ardiles carry reinforcements for the Puerto Crociero garrison, and he claims he cannot cram another soul on board his ship. Alas! Marquinez sounded genuinely sympathetic. But even if you could change Ardiles' mind, then you would still need new travel permits, because these, as you can plainly see, are good only for land travel, and do not give you permission to journey by sea. It is the regulations, you understand. Marquinez offered Sharpe one of his dazzling white smiles. But perhaps, Colonel, you will do me the honor of letting me escort you for the first few miles. I could bring some company? Marquinez raised his eyebrows to indicate that the company would be enjoyable. And perhaps you will do me the favor of allowing me to provide you with luncheon. It would provide me with an opportunity to show you some scenery that is truly spectacular. I beg you, please. Marquinez waited for Sharpe's assent, then sensed the Englishman's suspicions. My dear Colonel, Marquinez hastened to reassure Sharpe, bring Mr. Blair, if that will make it easier. It seemed churlish to refuse. So far, Marquinez had exacted neither payment nor bribe for the travel permits. Indeed, he produced everything Sharpe had wanted. And the elegant young captain seemed genuinely enthusiastic about showing Sharpe and Harper some of Chile's most beautiful countryside. And so Sharpe accepted the invitation. And then, with the permit safe in his pocket, he went to seek Blair's urgent help in buying horses and supplies, because they had just one day before they rode south to rendezvous with a corpse. It was, Harper said, a countryside so lovely and so fertile that it seemed only fitting that he rode it on a horse of gold. In truth, the horse was nothing special, but the beast had cost more money than either Harper or Sharpe had ever paid for a horse, and Sharpe's horse had cost just as much. Yet Blair had been at pains to convince them that the animals had been purchased at something close to a bargain price. Horses are expensive here, the consul had pleaded, and when you leave Chile, you should be able to sell them at a profit, or something close to a profit. At a loss, you mean? Sharpe asked. You need horses, Blair insisted, and so they had paid for the two most expensive lumps of horseflesh ever bred. Harper's was a big mare, grey with a wool-left eye and a hard bruising gait. She wasn't pretty, but she was stubborn and strong enough to cope with Harper's weight. Sharpe's horse was also a mare, a chestnut with a docked tail and gaunt ribs. All she needs is a bit of feeding, Blair had said, then negotiated the price of a mule that was to carry their luggage as well as the box, which, taken from Blair's strong room, was now even more depleted of its precious gold. What was left in the box was still a small fortune, and one that seemed increasingly unnecessary. So far, to Sharpe's astonishment, everything had proved remarkably easy. It must be your reputation, Blair had said. The consul claimed to be too busy to accept Marquinez's invitation, but had assured Sharpe there could be no danger in Marquinez's company. Or perhaps Batista thinks you've got a deal of influence back in Spain. You're a lucky man. The lucky man now rode south under a sky so pale and blue that it seemed to have been rinsed by the recent winds and rains. Sharpe and Harper rode with the exquisitely uniformed Captain Marquinez ahead of an ebullient pack of young officers and their lady friends. The girls rode side saddle, what they called English style, provoking laughter in their companions by their loud cries of alarm whenever the road was particularly steep or treacherous. At those moments the officers vied in their attentions to hold the ladies steady. The girls are not used to riding, Marquinez confided to Sharpe. They come from an establishment behind the church. You understand? There was an odd tone of disapproval in Marquinez's voice. Occasionally, when a girl's laughter was particularly loud, Marquinez would wince with embarrassment, but on the whole he seemed happy to be free of Valdivia and riding into such lovely country. A dozen officers' servants brought up the rear of the convoy, carrying food and wine for an outdoor luncheon. They rode through wide vineyards and past rich villas and through white-painted villages, yet always beyond the vines or the orchards or the tobacco fields, or behind the churches with their twin towers and high-peaked roofs, there were the great sharp-edged mountains, deep swooping valleys and rushing white streams that cut like knives down from the peaks, above which, staining the otherwise clear sky, the smoke of two volcanoes smeared the blue with their grey-brown plumes. At other times, staring to their right, Sharpe and Harper could see ragged fingers of rocky land jutting and clawing out to an island-racked sea. A ship, her white sails bright in the sun, was racing southwards from Valdivia. Luncheon was served beside a waterfall. Hummingbirds darted into a bank of wild flowers. The wine was heady. One of the girls, a dark-skinned mestiza, waded in the waterfall's pool, urged by her friends ever further into the deepening water, until her skirt was hitched high about her thighs, and the young officers cheered their glimpse of dark, tantalizing skin. Martinez, sitting beside Sharpe, was more interested in a patrol of a dozen cavalrymen that idled southwards on small, wiry horses. Martinez raised a languid hand to acknowledge the patrol's presence, then looked back to Sharpe. "What did you think of the Captain General?" A dangerous question, and one that Sharpe parried easily. "He seemed very efficient." "He's a man of genius," Martinez said enthusiastically. "Genius?" Sharpe could not hide his skepticism. "Customs, dues have increased threefold under his rule, so have tax revenues. We have found government at last." Sharpe glanced at his companion's handsome face, expecting to see cynicism there, but Martinez clearly meant every word he said. "And once we have all the guns we need," Martinez went on, "we'll reconquer the northern regions." "You'd best be asking Madrid for some good infantry," Sharpe said. Martinez shook his head. "You don't understand Chile, Colonel. The rebels think they're invincible, so sooner or later they will come to our fortresses, and they will be slaughtered, and everyone will recognize the Captain General's genius." Martinez tossed pebbles into the pool. Sharpe was watching the mestiza girl, who, her thighs and skirts soaking, climbed onto the bank. "You find her pretty?" Martinez suddenly asked. "Yes, who wouldn't?" "They're pretty when they're young. By the time they're 20 and have 2 children, they look like cavalry mules." Martinez fished a watch from his waistcoat pocket. "We must be leaving you, Colonel. You know your way from here?" "Indeed." Sharpe had been well coached by Blair in the route he must take. He and Harper would climb into the hills where their travel permit dictated that they must spend the night at a high fortress. Tomorrow they would ride down into the wilder country that sprawled across the border of the southern province. It was in that unsettled country, close to the hell-dark forests where embittered Indian tribes lived, that Blas Vivar had died. Blair and Martinez had both assured Sharpe that the border country had been tamed since Vivar's death, and that the highway could be used in perfect safety. "There have been no rebels there since Blas Vivar died," Martinez said. "There have been some highway robberies, but nothing, I think, that should worry either you or Mr. Harper." "They're welcome to try, so they are," Harper had said, and indeed he and Sharpe fairly bristled with weapons. Sharpe bore his big butcher's blade of a sword, the sword with which he'd fought through Portugal, Spain and France, and then to the field of Waterloo. It was no ordinary infantry officer's sword, but instead the killing blade of a trooper from Britain's heavy cavalry. Soldiers armed with just such big swords had carved a corps of veteran French infantry into bloody ruin at Waterloo, capturing 2 eagles as they did it. The sword was reckoned a bad weapon by experts, unbalanced, ugly, and too long in its blade, but Sharpe had used it to lethal effect often enough, and by now he had a sentimental attachment to the sword. He also had a loaded Baker rifle slung on one shoulder, and had 2 pistols in his belt. Harper was even more fiercely armed. He too carried a rifle and 2 pistols, and had a sabre at his waist. Yet the Irishman also carried his own favourite weapon, a 7-barrel gun made for Britain's Navy, yet too powerful for any but the biggest and most robust men to fire. The Navy, which had wanted a weapon that could be fired like an overweight shotgun from the rigging onto an enemy's deck, had abandoned the weapon because of its propensity to shatter the shoulders of the men pulling its trigger. But in Patrick Harper, the 7-barrel gun had found a soldier capable of taming its brute ferocity. The gun was a cluster of 7 half-inch barrels, which were fired by a single lock, and was in its effect like a small cannon loaded with grapeshot. Sharpe was hoping that any highway robber, seeing the weapon, let alone the swords, rifles and pistols, would think twice before trying to steal the strongbox.
"Bloody odd, when you think about it."
Harper broke their companionable silence an hour after they'd parted from Martinez. "What's odd?"
"That there wasn't any room on that frigate. It was a bloody big boat."
Harper frowned.
"You don't think the buggers want us on this road so they can do us some mischief, do you?"
Sharpe had been wondering the same thing, but unaware how best to prepare for such trouble, he hadn't thought to perturb Harper by talking about it. Yet there was something altogether too convenient about the ease with which Martinez had given them all the necessary permits, but then denied them the chance to travel on the Espiritu Santo, something which suggested that maybe Sharpe and Harper were not intended to reach Puerto Crechero after all. "I think we're safe today," Sharpe said. "Too many people about, eh?" Harper suggested. Exactly. They were riding through a plump and populated countryside, on a road that was intermittently busy with other travellers. A friar walking barefoot, a farmer driving a wagon of tobacco leaves to Valdivia, a herdsman with a score of small bony cattle. This was not the place to commit murder and theft, but that would come tomorrow in the wilder southern hills.
"So, what do we do tomorrow?" Harper asked.
"We ride very carefully," Sharpe answered laconically. He was not as sanguine as he sounded, but he didn't know how else to plan against the mere possibility of ambush, and he was unwilling to think of just turning back. He had come to Chile to find Blas Vivar, and even if his old friend was dead, he would still do his best to carry him home. That night, in obedience to their travel permits, they stopped at a timber-walled fort that had been built so high above the surrounding land that it had been nicknamed the Celestial Fort. Its simple log ramparts stared east to the mountains and west to the sea. To the north of the Celestial Fort, at the foot of the steep bridge that gave the fort its commanding height, was a small ragged village that was inhabited by natives who worked a nearby tobacco plantation, while to the south, like a sullen warning of the dangers to come, were line after line of dark, wooded ridges. "I trust you brought your own food." The fort's commander, a cavalry captain named Murillo, greeted Sharpe and Harper. "Yes." "I'd like to feed you, but rations are scarce." Murillo gave Sharpe back the travel permit, while his men eyed the newcomers warily. Murillo was a tall young man with a weathered face. His eyes were cautious and watchful, the eyes of a soldier. His job was to lead his cavalrymen on long aggressive patrols down the highway, deterring any rebels who might think of ambushing its traffic. "Not that we have rebels here now," Murillo said. "The last Captain General swept these valleys clean. He was a cavalryman, so he knew how to attack." There was an unspoken criticism in the words, suggesting that the new Captain General knew only how to defend. "I knew Vivar well," Sharpe said. "I rode with him in Spain, at Santiago de Compostela." Murillo stared at Sharpe with momentary disbelief. "You were at Santiago when the French attacked the cathedral?" "I was in the cathedral when they broke the truce." "I was a child then, but I remember the stories. My God, but what times they were!" Murillo frowned in thought for a few seconds, then abruptly twisted to stare across the fort's parade ground that was an expanse of smoothly trampled earth. "Do you know Sergeant Regara?" "Regara, no." "He rode in an hour ago with a half-troop. He was asking about you." "About me? I don't know him," Sharpe said. "He knows you and your companion. They're across the parade ground, round an open fire. Regara's got a striped blanket over his shoulders." Sharpe half-turned and surreptitiously stared across the fort to where the group of cavalry troopers squatted about their open fire. Sharpe suspected, but could not be sure, that it was the same patrol that had saluted Martinez at lunchtime. Murillo drew Sharpe away from the ears of his own men. "Sergeant Regara tells me he proposes to escort you tomorrow." "I don't need an escort." "Maybe what you need and what you will receive are very different, Colonel Sharpe. Things often are in Chile. Do I need to explain more?" Sharpe had walked with the tall Spanish captain through the open gate of the fort, where both men stopped and stared towards the distant sea, that from this eyrie looked like a wrinkled sheet of hammered silver. "I assume, Captain," Sharpe said, "that you regret the death of Don Blas." Murillo was tense as he skirted the betrayal of the present Captain General with his admiration of the last. "Yes, sir, I do." "It happened not far from here, am I right?" "A half-day's journey south, sir." Murillo turned and pointed across the misted valleys of the wild country. "It wasn't on a main road, but off to the east." "Strange, isn't it?" Sharpe said. "That Don Blas cleared the rebels out of this region, yet was ambushed here by those same rebels." "Things are often strange in Chile, sir." Murillo spoke very warily. "Perhaps," Sharpe said pointedly, "you could patrol southwards tomorrow, along the main road?" Murillo, understanding exactly what Sharpe was suggesting, shook his head. "Sergeant Regara brought me orders. I'm to ride to Valdivia tomorrow. I'm to leave a dozen men on post here, and the rest are to go to the Citadel with me. We're to report to Captain Martinez before 2 o'clock in the afternoon." "Meaning an early start," Sharpe said, "to leave my friend and me alone with Sergeant Vergara." "Yes, sir." Murillo stooped to light a cigar. The wind whipped the smoke northwards. He snapped shut the glowing tinderbox and pushed it into his sabotage. "The orders are signed by Captain General Batista. I've never received orders direct from a general before." Murillo drew on his cigar, and Sharpe felt a chill creep up his spine. "You should also understand, sir," Murillo spoke with an admirable understatement, "that General Batista is not kind to men who disobey his orders." "I do understand that, Captain." "I'd like to help you, sir, truly I would. General Vivar was a good man." Murillo shook his head ruefully. "When he was in command, we had a score of forts like this one. We were training native cavalry. We were aggressive. Now," he shrugged, "now the only patrols are to keep this road open. We don't really know what's happening 50 miles east." Sharpe turned to look back into the fort.
"These aren't built for defense."
"No, sir. They're just refuges where tired men can spend a few nights in comparative safety. General Vivar deliberately made them uncomfortable so that we wouldn't be tempted to live in them permanently. He believed our place was out there." Murillo waved towards the darkening hills. The temporary nature of the fort's accommodation was suggesting an idea to Sharpe. There was only one walled and roofed structure, a log cabin which Sharpe guessed was the officer's perquisite, while the other cavalrymen were sheltered beneath the overhang of the fire step. Essentially, the fort was nothing more than a walled bivouac. There was not even a water supply inside the walls. The horses had to be watered at the stream at the ridge's foot, and any other drinking water had to be lugged up from the same place. Sharpe gestured at the log cabin. "Your quarters, Captain?" "Yes, sir." "Maybe Mr. Harper and I can share them with you." Murillo frowned, not quite understanding the request, but he nodded anyway. "We'll be cramped, but you're welcome." "What time do you rouse the men?" Sharpe asked. "Usually at 6. We'd expect to leave at 7. "Could you leave earlier, while it was dark?" Murillo nodded cautiously. "I could." Sharpe smiled. "I'm thinking, Captain, that if Sergeant Vergara is convinced Mr. Harper and I are still asleep, he won't disturb us. He may even wait till mid-morning before he ventures to knock on the door of your quarters." Murillo understood the ruse, but looked doubtful. "He'll surely see your horses are gone." "He might not notice if the horses are missing. After all, his horses and a dozen of yours will still be here. But he'll notice if the mule is gone. So I'll just have to leave it here, won't I?" Murillo drew on his cigar, then blew a stream of smoke towards the distant sea. "Captain General Batista's orders are addressed to me. They say nothing about you, sir, and if you choose to leave at 3 in the morning, then I can't stop you, can I?" "Oh, Captain." "Oh, you can't. And thank you." But Murillo was not finished. "I'd still be unhappy about you using the main road, sir. Even if you get a 6-hour start on Vergara, you'll be traveling slowly, while he knows the shortcuts." Murillo smiled. "I'll give you Ferdinand." "Ferdinand? You'll meet him in the morning." Murillo seemed amused, but would not say more. The two men went back into the fort, where the cooking fires crackled and smoked. Sentries paced the fire step as darkness seeped up from the valleys to engulf the sky and the mountains. Sulphurous yellow clouds shredded off the Andean peaks to spill towards the seaward plains, patterning the stars and shadowing the moon. An hour after sundown, Sharpe and Harper accompanied Captain Murillo as he went round the cooking fires to announce that his Valdivia patrol would be leaving 3 hours before dawn. Men groaned at the news, but Sharpe heard the humour behind their reaction, and knew that at least these men still had confidence in their cause. Not all Vivar's work had gone to waste. "And you, senor?" Sergeant Vergara, who had been sitting at the fire with Murillo's sergeants, looked slyly up at Sharpe. "You will go early, too?" "Good Lord, no." Sharpe yawned. "Oh, I'm an English gentleman, Sergeant. An English gentleman don't stir till at least an hour after dawn." "And the Irish not for another hour after that?" Harper put in happily. Vergara was a middle-aged runt of a man with yellow teeth, a lined face, a scarred forehead, and the eyes of a killer. He was holding a half-empty bottle of clear Chilean brandy that he now gestured towards Sharpe.
Maybe we can ride south together, senor. There is sometimes safety in numbers. Good idea, Sharpe said in his best approximation of the braying voice some British officers like to use. One of your men can bring us hot shaving water at, say, 10 o'clock. Just tell the fellow to knock on the door and leave the bottle on the step. Shaving water? Dragara clearly hated being treated as a servant. Shaving water, Sergeant. Very hot. I can't bear shaving in tepid water. Dragara managed to suppress his resentment. Si, senor. At 10. The troopers wrapped themselves in blankets and lay down under the meagre shelter of the fort's fire step. The sentries paced overhead. Somewhere beyond the wall, in the forests that lapped against the ridge, a beast screamed. Sharpe, sleepless on the floor of Murillo's quarters, listened to Harper's snores. If Dragara was supposed to kill them, Sharpe thought, how would Batista react when he heard they still lived? And why would Batista kill them? It made no sense. Maybe Dragara meant no harm, but why would Murillo be ordered back to Valdivia? The questions flickered through Sharpe's mind, but no answers came. It made sense, he supposed, that Batista should resent Donna Luisa's interest in her husband's fate, for that interest could cause Madrid to scrutinize this far-doomed colony. But was killing Luisa's emissaries the way to avert such interest? He slept at last. But it seemed he was woken almost immediately. Captain Murillo was shaking his shoulder. You should go now, before the others stir. My sergeant will open the gate. Wake up, sir. Sharpe groaned, turned over, groaned again. There'd been a time when he could live on no sleep, but he felt too old for such tricks now. There was a pain in his back, and an ache in his right leg where a bullet had once lodged. Oh, Jesus. Dragara's bound to be awake when my men leave, and he mustn't see you, Murillo hissed. Sharpe and Harper pulled on their boots, strapped on their sword belts, slung their weapons, then carried their saddles, bags, and the strongbox to the fort's gate, where a sergeant let them out into the chill night. A moment later, Murillo, together with a much smaller man, brought their horses. The mule was left behind in the fort to lull any suspicions Dragara might have. Murillo introduced the small man. This is Ferdinand. He's your guide. He'll take you across the hills and cut a good 10 hours off your journey. He's a Piconche. He speaks no Spanish, I'm afraid, nor any other Christian language, but he knows what to do. Piconche? Sharpe asked. He was given his answer as a cloud slid from the moon to reveal that Ferdinand, named after the King of Spain, was an Indian. He was a small, thin man with a fat mask of a face, and dressed in a tatter of a cast-off cavalry uniform, decorated with bright feathers stuck into its loops and buttonholes. He wore no shoes and carried no weapon. Piconche is a kind of tribal name. Murillo was helping to saddle Harper's horse. We use the Indians as scouts and guides. There aren't many savages who are friendly to us, and Don Blas wanted to recruit more, but that idea died with him. Doesn't Ferdinand have a horse? Harper asked. Murillo laughed. He'll outrun your horses over a day's marching. He'll also give you a fighting chance to stay well ahead of Sergeant Dragara. Murillo tightened the girth strap, then stepped away. Ferdinand will find his way back to me when he's finished with you. Good luck, Colonel. Sharpe thanked the cavalry captain. How can we repay you? Mention my name to Vivar's widow. Say, I was a true man to her husband. Murillo was hoping that Donna Luisa would still have some influence in Spain. Influence that would help his career when he was posted home again. I shall tell her you deserve whatever is in her gift, Sharpe promised. Then he pulled himself into the saddle and took the great strongbox onto his lap. Good luck, Captain. God bless you, senor. Trust Ferdinand. The Indian reached up and took hold of both horses' bridles. The moon was flying in and out of ragged clouds, offering a bare light to the dark slope, down to where the trees closed over their heads. The main road went eastwards, detouring about the thickly wooded country into which Ferdinand unerringly led them, just as the bugle called its reveille up in the celestial fort. Sharpe laughed, pulled his hat over his eyes to protect them from the twigs, and followed a savage to the south. At dawn they rode through the forests of morning, hung with mists, spangled with a million beads of dew that were given light by the lancing, slanting rays of the rising sun. Drifts of vapour softened the great tree trunks amongst which a myriad of bright birds flew. The clouds had cleared, gone back to the mountains, or blown out to the endless oceans. Ferdinand had relinquished the horses' bridles, and was content simply to lead the way through the towering trees. "I wonder where the hell we are," Harper said. "Ferdinand knows," Sharpe replied, and the mention of his royal name made the small Indian turn and smile with file-sharpened teeth. "We could have done with a few hundred of them at Waterloo," Harper said. "They'd have frightened the buggers to death by just grinning at them." They rode on. At times, when the path was especially steep or slippery, they dismounted and led the horses. Once they circled a hill on a narrow path above a chasm of pearl-bright mist. Strange birds screeched at them. The worst moment of the morning came when Ferdinand brought them to a great canyon that was crossed by a perilously fragile bridge made of leather rope and green wood. The green wood slats were held in place by the twisted leather straps, and the whole precarious roadway was suspended from the rope cables. Ferdinand made gestures at Sharpe and Harper, grunting the while in a strange language. "I think," Harper said, "I think he wants us to cross one at a time. God save Ireland, but I think I'd rather not cross at all." It was a terrifying crossing. Sharpe went first, and the whole structure shivered and swayed with every step he took. Ferdinand followed Sharpe, leading his blindfolded horse. Despite its blindfold, the horse was nervous and trembling. Once, when the mare missed her footing and plunged her hoof through the slats, she began to panic, but Ferdinand soothed and calmed the beast. Far beneath Sharpe, the mist shredded to reveal a white thread, which was a quick, flowing stream deep in the canyon's jungle. Harper was white with terror when he finished the crossing. "I'd rather face the Imperial bloody guard than do that again." They remounted and rode on, taking it in turns to balance the great box of golden guineas on their saddles' pommels. Ferdinand loped tirelessly ahead. Harper, chewing a lump of hard bread, had begun to think of Batista. "Why does that long-nosed bastard want to kill us?" "God knows. I've been trying to make sense of it, and I can't." Harper shook his head. "I mean, if the man wants to be rid of us, then why the hell doesn't he just let us take Don Blas's body and be away? Why send those fellows to kill us?" "If he did send them." As the morning unfolded into sun-drenched innocence, Sharpe had again begun to doubt the fears that had crowded in on him during the night. "He sent them right enough," Harper said. "He's an evil bastard, that Batista. You only had to look in his eye. If a man like that comes into the tavern, I'd throw him out. I won't have him drinking my ale." "I don't know if he's evil," Sharpe said, "but he's certainly frightened." "Batista? Frightened?" Harper was scornful. "He's like a man playing drumhead." Drumhead was a card game that had been popular in the army. It was a simple game, needing only a pack of cards, as many players as wanted to risk their money, and a playing surface like a drumhead. Each player nominated a card, and another man dealt the cards face up onto the drumhead. The man whose card appeared last won the game. "Drumhead?" Harper was still unconvinced. "Batista's playing for very big stakes, Patrick. He's cheating left, right, and centre, and he knows if he's caught that he'll face court-martial, disgrace, maybe even imprisonment. But if he wins, then he wins very big indeed. He's watching the cards turn over, and he's dreading that he'll lose, but he can't stop playing because the winnings are so huge." "Then why the hell doesn't he fight the war properly?" Harper grunted as he settled the strongbox more comfortably on his pommel. "Because he knows the war is lost," Sharpe said. "It would take an extraordinary soldier to win this war, and Batista isn't an extraordinary soldier. Don Blas might have won it, but only if Madrid had sent in the ships to beat Cochrane, which they didn't. So Batista knows he's going to lose, and that means he has to do two things. First, he needs to blame someone else for losing the war, and second, he has to grab as much of Chile's wealth as possible. Then he can go home rich and blameless, and he can use the money to gain power in Madrid." But why kill us? We're bugger all to do with his problems." "We're the enemy," Sharpe said. "The closest Batista came to losing was when Don Blas was here. Don Blas knew something that would destroy Batista, and he was on the point of confronting Batista when he died. We're on Don Blas's side, so we're enemies." It was the only answer that made sense to Sharpe, and though it was an answer full of gaps, it helped to explain the Captain General's enmity. "So he'll kill us?" Harper asked indignantly. Sharpe nodded. "But not in public. If we can reach Puerto Crechero, we're safe. Batista needs to blame our disappearance on the rebels. He won't dare attack us in a public place." "I pray to God you're right," Harper said feelingly. I mean, there's no point in dying here, is there now?
Sharpe felt a pang of guilt for having invited his friend.
You shouldn't have come. Ah, that's what Isabella said. But goddammit, a man gets tired of children after a time. I'm glad to be away for a wee while, so I am.
Harper had left 4 children in Dublin: Richard, Liam, Sean and the baby. Michael, whose real name was in a Gaelic form that Sharpe couldn't pronounce.
But I wouldn't never want to see the nippers again, Harper went on. Would I now?
There's not much to do now, Sharpe tried to reassure him.
We just have to dig up Don Blas, seal him in a tin coffin, then take him home. I still think he should put him in brandy,
Harper said, his fears forgotten.
Whatever's quickest, Sharpe allowed.
Then he forgot that small problem, for Ferdinand had led them out from the trees and onto what had to be the main road from Valdivia to Puerto Crechero. The road stretched empty and inviting in either direction, and with no sign of any vengeful pursuers. Ferdinand was grinning, then said something in his own language.
I think he means he's leaving us here, Harper said, before pointing vigorously to the south.
Ferdinand nodded eagerly, intimating that they should indeed ride in that direction. Sharpe opened the box, took out a guinea and gave it to the Indian. Ferdinand tucked the coin into a pocket of his filthy uniform, offered a sharp-toothed grin of thanks, then turned back into the forest. Sharpe and Harper, brought safe to the road and far ahead of their pursuers, were out of danger. Ahead lay Puerto Crechero and a friend's grave. Behind was a thwarted enemy, and Sharpe, almost for the first time since he'd reached the New World, felt his hopes rise.
End of Side 7.
Side 8. Chapter 4. That evening, just before sunset, they reined their tired horses on the rocky crest above the natural harbour of Puerto Crechero. Sharpe, weary to his very bones, turned in his aching saddle and saw no sign of any pursuit. Tregara had been cheated. Sharpe and Harper, thanks to Captain Murillo and his Indian guide, had come safe to their haven, where, like a sorcerer's castle perched on a crag, stood the Citadel of Puerto Crechero. At the heart of the Citadel, and brilliant white in the day's last sunlight, stood the garrison church where Blas Vivar lay buried. Beside the church was a castle keep, over which, streaming stiff in the sea's hard wind, the great royal banner of Spain flew colourful and proud. The dark, wild country where murder might have been committed was behind them, and in front were witnesses and light. There was also the harbour from which, by God's grace, they'd sail home with the body of a dead hero. The harbour was not a massive refuge, like Valdivia's magnificent haven, but instead lay within a wide hook of low rocky land that stopped the surge of the Pacific swells, but allowed the insistent southern winds to tug and fret at the anchorage. Even now the harbour was flecked with white by the wind that streamed the royal banner at the fort's summit. The town was built where an inner harbour had been made with a stone breakwater. The town itself was a huddle of warehouses, fishing shacks, and small houses. Nothing could move in the town or harbour without being observed from the great high fortress. The road to the fort zigzagged up the rock hill to disappear into a tunnel that pierced a wide stone wall studded with cannon embrasures.
"A bastard of a fort to take,"
Harper said.
"Then thank God we don't need to."
Sharpe flourished the pass which gave them entry to the Citadel. The pass, signed and sealed by Miguel Batista, worked its charm. Sharpe and Harper were saluted at every guard post, escorted through the fortress's entrance tunnel, and greeted effusively by the officer of the day, a Major Suarez, who seemed somewhat astonished by the pass. In all likelihood, Sharpe suspected, Suarez had never seen such a document, for Sharpe suspected it had only been issued to lull him into a false sense of security. But now, even if unintentionally, Batista's signature was working a wonderful magic. "You'll accept our hospitality?" Major Suarez was standing behind his desk, eager to show Sharpe and Harper a due respect. "There is an inn beside the harbour, but I can't recommend it. You'll permit me to have 2 officers' rooms made ready for you?"
"And a meal?"
Harper suggested.
"Of course."
Suarez, assuming the Batista was their patron, could not do enough to help. "Perhaps you will wait in my quarters while the room and the food are made ready." "I'd rather see the church," Sharpe said. "I'll send for you as soon as things are ready." Suarez snapped his fingers, summoning ostlers to take care of the tired horses and orderlies to carry the travellers' bags for safekeeping into the officers' quarters. Sharpe and Harper kept only the strongbox that they carried between them into the welcome coolness of the garrison church, which proved to be a building of stern beauty. The walls were painted white, while the heavily beamed ceiling was of a shining wood that had been oiled almost to blackness. On the walls were marble slabs that commemorated officers who had died in this far colony. Some had been killed in skirmishes, some had drowned off the coast, some had died in earthquakes. A few, very few, had died of old age. Other marble plaques remembered the officers' families, women who had died in childbirth, children who had been killed or captured by Indians, and babies that had died of strange diseases, and whose souls were now commended to God. Sharpe and Harper put the strongbox down in the nave, then walked slowly through the choir to climb the steps to the altar, which was a magnificent confection of gold and silver. Crucifixes, candle holders, and ewers graced the niches and shelves of the intricate altar screen, on which painted panels depicted the torture and death of Christ. Many of the flagstones close to the altar were gravestones. Some had ornate coats of arms carved above the names, and most of the inscriptions were in Latin, which meant Sharpe couldn't read them. Yet even without Latin, he could see that none of the stones bore the name of his friend. But then Harper moved aside a small rush mat that had covered a paving slab to the right of the altar, and thus discovered Don Blas's grave. "Here," Harper said softly, then crossed himself. The stone bore two simple letters chiselled into its surface, B.V. "Poor bastard," Sharpe said gently. There were times when he found his lack of any religion a handicap. He supposed he should say a prayer, but the sight of his old friend's grave left him feeling inadequate. Don Blas himself would have known what to say, for he had always possessed a graceful sureness of touch, but Sharpe felt awkward in a hushed church. "You want to start digging?" Harper asked. "Now?" Sharpe sounded surprised. "Why not?" Harper had spotted some tools in a side chapel where workmen had evidently been repairing a wall. He fetched a crowbar that he worked down beside the slab. "At least we can see what's under the stone." Sharpe expected to find a vault under the gravestone, but instead they levered up the heavy slab to find a patch of flattened yellow shingle. "Christ only knows how deep he is," Harper said, then drove the crowbar hard into the gravel. Sharpe went to the side chapel and came back with a trowel that he used to scrape aside the stones and sand that Harper had loosened. "We'll probably have to go down 6 feet, Harper grumbled. "It'll take us bloody hours." "I reckon Major Suarez will give us a work party tomorrow," Sharpe said, then moved aside to let Harper thrust down with the bar again. Harper slammed the crowbar down. It crashed through the shingle, thumped on something hollow, then abruptly burst through into a space beneath. "Jesus!" Harper could not resist the imprecation. Sharpe twisted aside, a hand to his mouth. The crowbar had pierced a coffin that had been buried scarcely a foot beneath the floor, and now the shallow grave was giving off a stink so noxious that Sharpe could not help gagging. He stepped backwards, out of range of the effluvia. Harper was gasping for clean air. "God save Ireland! But you'd think they'd bury the poor man a few feet further down! Jesus!" It was the smell of death. A sickly, clogging, strangely sweet, a never-forgotten stench of rotting flesh. Sharpe had smelled such decay innumerable times, yet not lately, not in these last happy years in Normandy, but the first slight hint of the smell brought back a tidal wave of memories. There had been a time in his life, and in Harper's life, when a man slept and woke and ate and lived with that reek of mortality. Sharpe had known places, like Waterloo, where even after the dead had all been buried, the stench persisted, souring every tree and blade of grass and breath of air with its insinuating foulness. It was the smell that traced the soldiers passing, the grave smell, and now it soured the church where a friend was buried. "Christ, but you're right about needing an airtight box to hold them." Harper had retreated to the edge of the choir. "We'll drink the brandy and he can have the box." Sharpe crept closer to the grave. The stench was appalling, much worse than he remembered it from the wars. He held his breath and scraped with his trowel at the hole Harper had made, but all he could see was a splinter of yellow wood in the gravel.
I think we should wait and let a work party do this, Harper said fervently. Sharpe scuttled back a few feet before taking a deep breath. I think you're right. He shuddered at the thought of the body's corruption, and tried to imagine his own death and decay. Where would he be buried? Somewhere in Normandy, he supposed. And beside Lucille, he hoped, perhaps under apple trees, so the blossoms would drift like snow across their graves every spring. Then the door at the back of the church crashed open, breaking Sharpe's gloomy reverie, and suddenly a rush of heavy boots trampled on the nave's flagstones. Sharpe turned, half dazzled by the sunlight which lanced low across the world's rim to slice clean through the church's door. He couldn't see much in the eye of that great brilliance, but he could see enough to understand that armed men were swarming into the church. "Sweet Jesus!" Harper swore. "Stop where you are!" A voice shouted above the tramp and crash of boot nails. It was Sergeant Trigara, his dark face furious, who led the rush. Behind him was Major Suarez, carrying a cocked pistol, and with a disappointed look on his face, as though Sharpe and Harper had abused his friendly welcome. Trigara, like his travel-stained men, was carrying a cavalry carbine that he now raised so that its barrel gaped into Sharpe's face. "No," Suarez said. "Easiest thing," Trigara said softly. "No!" Major Suarez insisted. There were a score of infantrymen in the church who waited, appalled for Trigara to blow Sharpe's brains across the altar. "They're under arrest," Suarez insisted nervously. Trigara, plainly deciding that he couldn't get away with murder in the presence of so many witnesses, reluctantly lowered the carbine. He looked tired, and Sharpe guessed that he and his cavalrymen must have ridden like madmen in their vain pursuit. Now Trigara stared malevolently into the Englishman's face, before turning away and striding back down the church's nave. "Lock them up." He snapped the order, even though he was a sergeant and Suarez a major. "Bring me their weapons, and that." He gestured at the strongbox, and two of his men, hurrying to obey, lifted the treasure. Major Suarez climbed to the altar. "You're under arrest," he said nervously. "For what?" Sharpe asked. "General Batista's orders," Suarez said, and he'd gone quite pale, as though he could feel the cold threat of the Captain General's displeasure reaching down from Valdivia. Trigara was plainly Batista's man, known and feared as such. "You're under arrest," Suarez again said helplessly, then waved his men forward, and Sharpe and Harper were marched away. They were taken to a room high in the fortress, a room which looked across the harbour entrance to where the vast Pacific rollers pounded at the outer rocks to explode in great gouts of white water. Sharpe leant through the bars of the high window and stared straight down to see that their prison room lay directly above a flight of rock-cut steps which led to the Citadel's wharf. To the north of the wharf was a shingle beach where a handful of small fishing boats lay canted on their sides. The window bars were each an inch thick and deeply rusted, but when Harper tried to loosen them, they proved stubbornly solid. "Even if you managed to escape," Sharpe asked in a voice made acid by frustration, "and survived the 80-foot drop to the quay, just where the hell do you think you'd go?" "Somewhere they serve decent ale, of course." Harper gave the bars a last massive but impotent tug. "Or maybe to that Jonathan out there." He pointed to a brigantine which had just anchored in the outer harbour. The boat was flying an outsized American flag, a splash of bright colour in the twilight gloom. Sharpe assumed the flag was intentionally massive, so that should the dreaded Lord Cochrane make a raid on Puerto Crociero, he couldn't mistake the American ship for a Spanish merchantman. Sharpe wished Cochrane would make a raid, for he could see no other route out of their predicament. He had tried hammering on their prison door, demanding to be given paper and ink, so that he could send a message to George Blair, the consul in Valdivia, but his shouting was ignored. "Damn them!" Sharpe growled. "Damn them and damn them! They won't dare punish us." Harper was either trying to console Sharpe or else to convince himself. "They're scared wicked of our navy, aren't they? Besides, if they meant us harm, they wouldn't have put us in here. This isn't such a bad wee place." Harper looked round their prison. They've been in worse. The room was not indeed a bad wee place. The wall beside the window had been grievously cracked at some point, Sharpe assumed by one of the famous earthquakes that racked this coast, but otherwise the room was in fine repair and comfortably enough furnished. There were 2 straw-filled mattresses on the floor, a stool, a table, and a lidded bucket.
Such comfort suggested that Major Suarez, or his superiors, would deal very gingerly with 2 British citizens. It was also plain to Sharpe that the Puerto Crechero authorities were waiting for instructions from Valdivia, for, once incarcerated, they were left alone for 6 days. No one interrogated them, no one brought them news, no one informed them of any charges. The only visitors to the high prison room were the orderlies, who brought food and emptied the bucket. The food was good, and plentiful enough even for Harper's appetite. Each morning a barber came with a pile of hot towels, a bowl and a bucket of steaming water. The barber shook his head whenever Sharpe tried to persuade the man to bring paper, ink and a pen. "I am a barber, I know nothing of writing. Please, to tilt your head back, senor. I want to write to my consul in Valdivia. He'll reward you if you bring me paper and ink. Please, don't speak, senor, when I'm shaving your neck." On the 5th morning, under a sullen sky from which a sour rain spat, the Espiritu Santo appeared beyond the northern headland, and making hard work of the last few hundred yards, beat her way into the outer harbour, where, with a great splash and a gigantic clanking of chain, she let go her 2 forward anchors. Captain Ardela's frigate, like the American brigantine which still lay in her anchors in the roadstead, drew too much water to be safe in the shallow inner harbour, so she was forced to fret and tug at her twin cables, while from the shore a succession of lighters and longboats ferried goods and people back and forth. Next morning, under the same drab sky, the Espiritu Santo raised her anchors, and, very cautiously, approached the stone wharf which lay at the foot of the Citadel's crag. It was clear to Sharpe that the big frigate could only lie alongside the wharf at the very top of the high tide, and that as a result Captain Ardela's was creeping his way in with extreme caution. The frigate was being towed by longboats, and had men casting lead lines from her bows. She finally nestled alongside the wharf, and Harper, leaning as far out as the bars would allow him, described how the contents of a cart were being unloaded by soldiers and carried on board the frigate. "It's the gold," Harper said excitedly. "They must be loading the gold. May God, there's enough gold there to buy a pope." The frigate only stayed at the wharf long enough to take on board the boxes from the cart before she raised the foresail and slipped away from the dangerously shallow water to return to her deeper anchorage. "Lucky bastards," Harper said as the rattle of the anchor chains echoed across the harbour. "They'll be going home soon, won't they? Back to Europe, eh? She could take us to Cadiz. We'd have a week at a good tavern. Then I'd catch a sherry boat north to Dublin. Christ, what wouldn't I give to be on board her?" He watched as the longboat pulled away from the frigate and was rowed back towards the Citadel's steps. Then he sighed. "One way or another, we've made a mess of this job, haven't we?" Sharpe, lying on one of the mattresses and staring at the cracks in the plastered ceiling, smiled. "Peace isn't like war. In wartime, things were simpler." He turned his head towards the metal-studded door, beyond which footsteps sounded loud in the passageway. "Bit early for food, isn't it?" The door opened, but instead of the usual 2 servants carrying the midday trays, Major Suarez and a file of infantrymen now stood in the stone passageway. "Come," Suarez ordered. "Downstairs. The Captain General wants you." "Who?" Sharpe swung his legs off the cot. "General Batista is here. He came on the frigate." The terror in Suarez was palpable. "Please, hurry." They were taken downstairs to a long hall which had huge arched windows facing onto the harbour. The ceiling was painted white, and decorated with an iron chandelier, under which a throng of uniformed men waited Sharpe's arrival. The crowd of officers reminded Sharpe of the audience that had watched Batista attending to his duties in the Citadel at Valdivia. Batista, attended by Marquinez and his other aides, was again offering a display of public diligence. He was working at papers spread on a table, on which rested Sharpe's sword and Harper's 7-barrel gun. The strong-box was also there. The sight of the weapons gave Sharpe a pulse of hope that perhaps they were to be released, even maybe allowed to travel home on the Espiritu Santo, for Captain Ardela's was among the nervously silent audience. Sharpe nodded at the frigate's captain, but Ardela's turned frostily away, revealing to Sharpe's astonishment George Blair, the British consul. Sharpe tried to cross the hall to speak with Blair, but a soldier pulled him back. "Blair!" Sharpe shouted. "I want to talk to you!" Blair made urgent hushing motions as though Sharpe disturbed a sacred assembly. Captain Marquinez, as beautifully uniformed as a palace guard, frowned at Sharpe's temerity, though Batista, at last looking up from his paperwork, seemed merely amused by Sharpe's loud voice. "Ah, Mr. Sharpe, we meet again. I trust you have not been discommoded. You're comfortable here. You find the food adequate?" Sharpe, suspicious of Batista's affability, said nothing. The Captain General, plainly enjoying himself, put down his quill pen and stood up. "This is yours?" Batista put his hand on the strongbox. Sharpe still said nothing, while the audience, relishing the contest that was about to begin, seemed to tense itself. "I ask you a question, Mr. Sharpe." "It belongs to the Countess of Moromoto." "A rich woman. But why does she send her money on voyages round the world?" "You know why," Sharpe said. "Do I?" Batista opened the strongbox's lid. 1,604 guineas. Is that correct?" "Yes," Sharpe said defiantly, and there was a murmur of astonishment from Batista's audience as they translated the figure into Spanish dollars. A man could live comfortably for a whole lifetime on $6,500. "Why were you canning such a sum in gold?" Batista demanded. Sharpe saw the trap just in time. If it admitted that the money had been given to him for use as bribes, then the Captain General would accuse him of attempting to corrupt Chilean officials. Sharpe shrugged. "We didn't know what expenses we might have," he answered vaguely. "Expenses?" Batista sneered. "What expenses are involved in digging up a dead man? Shovels are so expensive in Europe?" The audience murmured with laughter, and Sharpe sensed the relief in the assembled officers. They were like men who come to a bullfight, and they wanted to see their champion draw blood from the bull, and the swift jest about the price of shovels had pleased them. Now Batista took one of the coins from the strongbox, picked up a riding crop from the table, and walked towards Sharpe. "Tell me, Mr. Sharpe, why you came to Chile?" "To collect the body of Don Blas," Sharpe said, "as you well know." "I heard you were grovelling in General Viva's grave like a dog," Batista said. "But why carry so much gold?" "I told you, expenses." "Expenses!" Batista sneered the word, then tossed the coin to Sharpe. Sharpe, taken by surprise, just managed to snatch the guinea coin out of the air. "Look at it," Batista said. "Tell me what you see." "A guinea," Sharpe said. "The cavalry of St. George." Batista still sneered. "Do you see that, Mr. Sharpe?" Sharpe said nothing. The guinea coin had the head of the king on one side, and on its obverse bore the mounted figure of St. George, thrusting his lance into the dragon's flank. The nickname for such coins was the Cavalry of St. George, which, during the French wars and in the form of lavish subsidies to foreign nations, had been sent to do battle against Bonaparte. "The British government uses such golden cavalry to foment trouble. Isn't that so, Mr. Sharpe?" Again Sharpe said nothing, though he glanced towards Blair to see if the consul planned any protest, but Blair was clearly cowed by the company and seemed oblivious of Batista's jeering. "Afraid to send their own men to fight wars," Batista sneered. "The British pay others to do their fighting. How else did they beat Napoleon?" He let the question hang. The audience smiled. Sharpe waited. Batista came close to Sharpe. "Why are you in Chile, Mr. Sharpe?" "I told you to collect General Vivar's body." "Nonsense! Nonsense! Why would the Countess of Moromoto send a lackey to collect her husband's body? All she needed to do was ask the army headquarters in Madrid. They would have been happy to arrange an exhumation." "Donna Luisa did not know her husband was dead," Sharpe said, though it sounded horribly lame even as he said it. "What kind of fool do you take me for?" Batista stepped even closer to Sharpe, the riding crop twitching in his hand. His aides, not daring to move, stood frozen behind the table, while the audience watched, wide-eyed. "I know why you came here," Batista said softly. "Tell me." "To communicate with the rebels, of course. Who else was the money for? All the world knows that the English want to see Spain defeated here." Sharpe sighed. "Why would I bring money to the rebels in a royal ship?" "Why, indeed?"
so no one would suspect your intentions. Batista was enjoying tearing Sharpe's protests to shreds. Who sent you, Sharpe? Your English merchant friends who think they can make more profit out of Chile if it's ruled by a rebel government? The Countess of Oromoto sent me, Sharpe insisted. She's English, is she not? Batista responded swiftly. Do you find it noble to fight for trade, Sharpe? For cargoes of hide and for barrels of tallow? For the profits of men like Mr. Blair? He threw a scornful hand towards the consul, who, seemingly pleased at being noticed, bobbed his head in acknowledgement. I fought alongside Don Blas, Sharpe said, and I fight for the same things he wanted. Oh, do tell me, please, Batista urged in a caustic voice. He hated corruption, Sharpe said. Don't we all? Batista said with wonderfully feigned innocence. Don Blas believed men could live in freedom under fair government. It was an inadequate statement of Vivar's creed, but the best Sharpe could manage. You mean Vivar fought for liberty? Batista was delighted with Sharpe's answer. Oh, any fool can claim liberty as his cause. Look. Batista pointed at the hugely flagged American brigantine in the outer harbour. The captain of that ship is waiting for whalers to rendezvous with him so he can take home their sperm oil and whalebone. He comes every year, and every year he brings copies of his country's Declaration of Independence, and he hands them out as though they're the word of God. He tells the mestizos and the criollos that they must fight for their liberty. Then, when he's got his cargo, he sails home, and who do you think empties that cargo on his precious land of liberty? Slaves do. Slaves. So much for his vaunted liberty. Batista paused to let a rustle of agreement sound in his audience. Of course Vivar believed in liberty. Batista interrupted the murmuring. Vivar believed in every impracticality. He wanted God to rule the world. He believed in truth and love and pigs with wings. The audience laughed delightedly. Captain Marquinez and one or two others even clapped at their Captain General's wit, while Batista, delighted with himself, smiled at Sharpe. And you share Vivar's beliefs, Mr. Sharpe? I'm a soldier, Sharpe said stubbornly, as though that excused him from holding beliefs. A plain bluff man, eh? Then so am I, so I will tell you very plainly that I believe you are telling lies. I believe you came to Chile to bring money and a message to the rebels. So you believe in pigs with wings too? Batista ignored the sneer, striding instead to the table where he opened a writing box and took out an object, which he tossed to Sharpe. What is that? Bloody hell, Harper murmured, for the object which Batista had scornfully shied at Sharpe was the signed portrait of Napoleon, which had been stolen in Valdivia. This was stolen from me, Sharpe said, in Valdivia. At the time, Batista jeered from the window, you denied anything more was missing. Were you ashamed of carrying a message from Napoleon to a mercenary rebel? It isn't a message, Sharpe said scornfully. It was a gift. Oh, Mr. Sharpe. Batista's voice was full of disappointment, as though Sharpe was not proving a worthy opponent. A man carries a gift to a rebel? How did you expect to deliver this gift if you are not to be in communication with the rebels? Tell me. Sharpe said nothing. Batista smiled pitifully. What a bad conspirator you are, Mr. Sharpe, and such a bad liar, too. Turn the portrait over. Go on, do it. Batista waited till Sharpe had dutifully turned the picture over, then pointed with his riding crop. That backing board comes off. Pull it. Sharpe saw that the sifting board, behind the printed etching, had been levered out of the frame. The board had been replaced, but now he prized it out again, and thus revealed a piece of paper which had been folded to fit the exact space behind the board. Open it. Go on. Batista was enjoying the moment. At first glance, the folded paper might have been taken for a thickening sheet, which merely served to stop the glass rattling in the metal frame. But when Sharpe unfolded the sheet, he saw that it bore a coded message. Oh, Christ, Sharpe said softly when he realized what it was. The ink-written code was a jumble of letters and numerals that meant nothing to Sharpe, but it was clearly a message from Bonaparte to the mysterious Lieutenant Colonel Charles, and any such message could only mean trouble. You are pretending you did not know the message was there?
Batista challenged Sharpe.
Of course I didn't. Who wrote it, Napoleon or your English masters?
The question revealed that Batista's men had not succeeded in breaking the code.
Napoleon,
Sharpe said, then tried to construct a feeble defense of the coded message.
It's nothing important. Charles is an abar of the Emperor's. You expect me to believe that an unimportant letter would be written in code?
Batista asked mockingly. Then he calmly walked to Sharpe and held out his hand for the message. Sharpe paused a second, then surrendered the message and the framed portrait. Batista glanced at the code.
I believe it is a message from your English masters, which you inserted into the portrait. What does the message say?
I don't know. Sharpe, conscious of all the eyes that watched him, straightened his back.
How could I know? You probably concocted that message yourself.
Sharpe believed no such thing. The moment he'd seen the folded and coded message, he'd known that he'd been duped into being Napoleon's messenger boy. But he dared not surrender the initiative wholly to Batista. But Sharpe's counter-accusation was a clumsy riposte, and Batista scoffed at it.
If I planned to incriminate you by concocting a message, Mr. Sharpe, I would hardly invent one that no one could read.
His audience laughed at the easy parry, and Batista, like a matador who had just made an elegant pass at his prey, smiled, then walked to one of the high-arched windows, which, unglazed, offered a view across the harbour and out to the Pacific. Batista turned in the window and beckoned to his prisoners.
Come here, both of you.
Sharpe and Harper obediently walked to the window, which looked down onto a wide stone terrace that formed a gun battery. The guns were 36-pound naval cannons that had been removed from their ship trolleys and placed on heavy garrison mounts. There were 12 of the massive guns, each capable of plunging a vicious fire down onto any ship which dared attack Puerto Crucero's harbour. Yet Batista had not invited Sharpe and Harper to see the guns, but rather the man who was shackled to a wooden post at the very edge of one of the embrasures. That man was Ferdinand, the Indian guide who had brought them through the misted mountains ahead of Brigara's pursuit. Now, stripped of his tattered uniform, and dressed only in a short brown kilt, Ferdinand was manacled just 7 or 8 feet from the muzzle of one of the giant cannons. Brigara, who was clearly an intimate of Batista's, stood holding a smoking linstock beside the loaded gun. Sharpe, understanding what he was about to see, turned in horror on Batista.
What in Christ's name are you doing? This is an execution,
Batista said, in a tone of voice he might use to explain something to a small child.
A means of imposing order on an imperfect world. You can't do this!
Sharpe protested so strongly that one of the infantrymen stepped in front of him with a musket and bayonet.
Of course I can do this,
Batista mocked.
I am the king's plenipotentiary. I can have men killed. I can have them imprisoned. I can even have them broken down to the ranks, like Private Morillo, who's being sent to the mines to learn the virtues of loyalty. What has this man done?
Sharpe gestured at Ferdinand.
He has displeased me, Mr. Sharpe,
Batista said. Then he beckoned the other men in the room forward, so they could watch the execution from the other windows. Batista's eyes were greedy.
Are you watching?
Batista asked Sharpe.
You bastard,
Sharpe said.
Why? This is a quick and painless death, though admittedly messy. You have to understand that these savages believe their souls will not reach paradise unless their whole body is intact for the funeral rites. They consequently have a morbid fear of dismemberment, which is why I devised this punishment as a means of discouraging rebellion among the Indian slaves. It works remarkably well.
But this man has done nothing.
Morillo did nothing.
They displeased me. Batista hissed the words. Then he looked down to the gun battery and held up a hand. Ferdinand, his lips drawn back from his filed teeth, seemed to be praying. His eyes were closed.
God bless you!
Sharpe shouted, though the Indian showed no signs of hearing.
You think God cares about scum?
Batista chuckled, then dropped his hand. Dragara reached forward, and the linstock touched the firing hole. The sound of the cannon was tremendous, loud enough to rattle the iron chandelier and hurt the eardrums of the men crowded at the windows. Harper crossed himself. Batista licked his lips, and Ferdinand died in a maelstrom of smoke, fire, and blood. Sharpe glimpsed the Indian's shattered trunk, whirling blood as it was blasted away from the parapet. Then the smoke drew apart to reveal a splintered stake, a pair of bloody legs, and lumps and spatters of blood and flesh smeared across the cannon's embrasure. The rest of Ferdinand's body had been scattered into the outer harbour, where screaming gulls, excited by this sudden largesse, dived and tore and fought for shreds of his flesh. Far out to sea, beyond the rocky spit of land, the cannonball crashed into the swell with a sudden white plume, while in the nearer waters scraps of flesh and splinters of bone and drops of blood rained down to the frenzied gulls. Men had rushed to the rail of the American brigantine, fearful what the gunfire meant, and now they stared in puzzlement at the blood-flecked water. Batista sighed with pleasure, then turned away as the white-faced gun crew heaved the dead man's legs over the parapet. There was a stunned silence in the hall. The stench of powder smoke and fresh blood was keen in the air, as Batista, half-smiling, turned to his audience. "Mr. Blair?" "Your Excellency?" George Blair ducked an eager and frightened pace forward. "You have heard my questions to Mr. Sharpe today?" "Indeed, Your Excellency." "Do you confirm that I have treated the prisoners fairly and with consideration?" Blair smirked and nodded. "Oh, indeed, Your Excellency." Batista went to the table and held up the signed portrait of Napoleon and the folded message. "You heard the prisoner's assertion that Napoleon wrote this message?" "I did, Your Excellency, indeed I did." "And you see it is addressed to a notorious rebel?" "I do, Your Excellency, indeed I do." Batista's face twitched with amusement. "Tell me, Blair, how your government will respond to the news that Mr. Sharpe was acting as an errand boy for Bonaparte?" "They will doubtless regard any such message as treasonable correspondence, Your Excellency." Blair bobbed obsequiously. Batista smiled, and no wonder, for Sharpe's possession of the Emperor's message was enough to condemn Sharpe, not just with the Spanish, but with the British too. Or the British might possess the greatest navy and the strongest economy in the world, yet they were terrified of the small, fat man cooped up in St. Helena's Longwood. And maybe they were terrified enough to allow Batista to tie 2 British subjects to wooden stakes and blow their souls into eternity at the mouths of loaded cannon. Sharpe, suddenly feeling very abandoned, also felt frightened. Batista sensed the fear and smiled. He'd won now. He turned again to Blair. "Either Mr. Sharpe was carrying a message from Napoleon, which makes him an enemy of his own country, or else this is a message from the British merchants, who are my country's enemies. But either way, Mr. Sharpe's possession of the message calls for punishment. Might I assume, Blair, that your government would not approve if I were to execute Mr. Sharpe?" Blair beamed as though Batista had made a fine jest. "My government would be displeased, Your Excellency." "But you do accept that Mr. Sharpe deserves punishment?" "Yes, Your Excellency, it appears so." Blair nodded obsequiously at the Captain General, then snatched a sideways glance at Sharpe, who wondered just how much of Donna Luisa's money the consul was taking as a bribe. Batista strolled back to the table where he picked up Sharpe's heavy sword. "This was carried at Waterloo?" Sharpe said nothing, but Batista did not need an answer. "I shall keep it, as a trophy. Perhaps I shall have a plaque made for it, taken from an English soldier who at last met his match." "Fight for it now, you bastard!" Sharpe called. "I don't fight against lice. I just smoke them out." Batista dropped the sword onto the table, then adopted a portentous tone of voice. "I declare your possessions are forfeited to the Spanish crown, and that the 2 of you are unwelcome in Chile. You are therefore expelled from these territories, and will embark on the next ship to leave this harbour." Batista had already prepared the expulsion papers, which now, with a theatrical flourish, he offered to Captain Ardiles of the Espiritu Santo. "That would be your frigate, Captain. You have no objections to carrying the prisoners home?" "None." Ardiles, ready for the request, said flatly. "Put them to work. No comforts. Sign them onto your crew and make them sweat." "Indeed, Your Excellency." Ardiles took the papers and pushed them into the tail pocket of his uniform. Batista came close to Sharpe. "I would have preferred to put you to work in the mines, Englishman. So think yourself lucky." "Frightened of the Royal Navy?" Sharpe taunted him. "Be careful, Englishman," Batista said softly. "You're a thief," Sharpe said, just as quietly. "And Vivar knew it, which is why you killed him." At first, Batista looked astonished at the accusation. Then it made him laugh. He clapped with delight at his amusement, then waved at Major Suarez. "Take them away, now!" The audience, in ludicrous sycophancy, began to applaud wildly as the infantrymen who had escorted Sharpe and Harper from their prison now chivied the two men through an archway and onto a flight of wide stone steps that ran down beside the bloody gun battery. The steps, which were very steep and cut from the crag on which the Citadel stood, led down to the fortress quay, where a longboat from the Espiritu Santo waited. Ardiles followed, his scabbard's metal tip clattering on the stone steps. "Into the boat," he ordered Sharpe and Harper when they reached the quay. "Make them sweat!" Batista shouted from the gun battery's parapet. "Put them at the oars now! You hear me, Ardiles? Put them at the oars! I want to see them sweat!" Ardiles nodded to the boatswain, who made space for Sharpe and Harper on the bow thwarts. The other oarsman grinned. Captain Ardiles, cloaked against the cold south wind, sat in the stern sheets, where, it seemed to Sharpe, he carefully avoided his two captives' eyes. "Push off!" he ordered. "Oars!" the boatswain shouted. From the high-arched windows above the battery of heavy guns, a row of faces stared down at Sharpe's humiliation. "Stroke!" the boatswain shouted, and Sharpe momentarily thought of rebelling, but knew that such mutiny would lead nowhere. Instead, like Harper, he pulled clumsily. Their oar blades splashed and clattered on the other oars as they dragged the heavy boat away through the blood-flecked water. A gull, disturbed by the longboat's proximity, flapped up from the water with the length of Ferdinand's intestines in its beak. Other gulls screamed as they fought for the delicacy. "Pull!" the boatswain shouted, and Sharpe felt a pang of impotent anger. The rage was not directed at his tormentors, but at himself. He'd been in the Americas little more than a week, yet now he'd have to crawl back to Europe, confess his failure, and try to return Louisa her money, which effort he much feared would mean bankruptcy. Except he knew that Louisa would forgive him, and that clemency hurt almost as much as bankruptcy. Good damn, and good damn. He'd been rooked like a child wandering into a cut-purser's tavern. It was that knowledge which really hurt, that he'd been treated like a fool, and deservedly so. And to have lost his sword. The sword was only a cheap, heavy cavalry blade, ugly and ill-balanced, but it had been a gift from Harper, and it had kept Sharpe alive in some grim battles. Now it would be a trophy on Batista's wall. Christ! Sharpe stared at the fortress where Batista ruled, and he felt the horrid impotence of failure, and the horrid certainty that he would never have his revenge. He was being taken away across a world and back to ignominy, and he was helpless. He was helpless, he was penniless, and he had just come 10,000 bloody miles for nothing. End of Side 8.
Side 9. The frigate, with its cargo of gold, sailed on that evening's tide. Sharpe and Harper were put to work on a capstan that raised one of the anchors, then sent down to the gun deck, where they helped to stack 9 and 12-pounder shots in the ready racks about the frigate's 3 masts. They worked till their muscles were sore and sweat was stinging their eyes, but they had no other choice. The dice had rolled badly. There was no other explanation, and the 2 men must knuckle under. Which did not mean they had to be subservient. A huge, scarred beast of a man, a one-eyed seaman who was an evident leader of the forecastle, came to look them over, and such was the man's power that the boatswain's mates quietly edged back into the shadows when he gestured them away. "My name's Balin," the huge man said. "And you're English?" "I'm English," Sharpe said. "He's Irish." Balin jerked his head to order Harper aside. "I've no quarrel with the Irish," he said, "but I've no love for Englishmen. Though, mind you—" He took a step forward, ducking under the deck beams. "I like English clothes. That's a fine coat, Englishman. I'll take it." He held out a broad hand. 2 score of seamen made a ring to hide what happened from any officers who might come down to the deck. "Come on," Balin insisted. "I don't want trouble." Sharpe spoke very humbly. I just want to get home safe." "Give me your coat," Balin said, "and there's no trouble." Sharpe glanced left and right at the unfriendly faces in the gun deck's gloom. Night had fallen, and the only lights were a few glass-shielded lanterns that hung above the guns, and the flickering flames made the seamen's faces even more grim than usual. "If I give you the coat," Sharpe asked, "you'll keep me from trouble?" "I'll cuddle you to sleep, Diddums," Balin said, and the men laughed. Sharpe nodded. He took off the fine green coat and held it out to the massive man. "I don't want trouble. My friend and I just want to get home. We didn't ask to be here, we don't want to be here, and we don't want to make enemies." "Of course you don't," Balin said scornfully, reaching for the good kerseymere coat. And the moment his hand took hold of the material, Sharpe brought up his right boot, hard and straight, the kick hidden by the coat, until the instant it slammed into Balin's groin. The big man grunted, mouth open, and Sharpe rammed his head forward, hearing and feeling the teeth break under his forehead's blow. He had his hands in Balin's clutch now, squeezing, and Balin began to scream. Sharpe let go with one hand and used that hand like an axe on the big man's neck. Once, twice, harder a third time, and finally Balin went down, bleeding and senseless. Sharpe kicked him, breaking a rib, then slammed the heel of his right boot into the one-eyed face, thus breaking Balin's nose. The seaman's hand fluttered on the deck, so for good measure Sharpe stamped on the fingers, shattering them. Then he stooped, plucked a good bone-handled knife from Balin's belt, picked his coat up from the deck and looked around. "Does anyone else want an English coat?" Harper had stunned a man who tried to intervene, and now stooped and took that man's knife for himself. The other seaman backed away. Balin groaned horribly, and Sharpe felt a good deal better, as well as a good deal safer. From now on he knew he and Harper would be treated with respect. They might have made enemies, but those enemies would be exceedingly cautious from now on. That night, as the frigate's bows slathered into the great rollers and exploded spray past the galley and down to the guns in the ship's waist, Sharpe and Harper sat by the beakhead and watched the clouds shred past the stars. "Do you think that shithead Batista invented the letter?" Harper asked. "No." "So, it was Boney who wrote it?" Harper sounded disappointed. "It had to be." Sharpe was fiddling with the locket of Napoleon's hair that still hung around his neck. "Strange. Being in court, you mean?" Sharpe nodded. It probably made sense for Batista to assume that the message had come from London, and had merely been hidden inside the Emperor's portrait, but Sharpe knew better. That coded message had come from Longwood, from the Emperor himself. Napoleon had claimed that Lieutenant Colonel Charles was a stranger, a mere admirer, but no one replied to such a man in code. The letter suggested a long-standing and sinister intrigue, but Sharpe could make no other sense of it. "Unless this Colonel Charles is supposed to organize a rescue," he guessed. And why not? Napoleon was a young man, scarce 50, and could expect to campaign for at least another 20 years. 20 more years of battle and blood, of glory and horror. "God spare us," Sharpe murmured, as he realized that the coded letter might mean that the Emperor would be loose again, rampaging about Europe. What had Bonaparte said? That all over the world there were embers, men like Charles and Cochrane, even General Calvé in Louisiana, who only needed to be gathered together to cause a great searing blaze of heat and light. Was that what the coded message had been intended to achieve? Then maybe, Sharpe thought, it was just as well that Batista had intercepted the hidden letter. But why use us as messengers? He wondered aloud. "Boney can't meet that many people on their way to Chile," Harper observed sagely. "He'd have to use anyone he could find. Mind you, if I was him, I wouldn't rely on just one messenger getting through. I'd send as many copies of the letter as I could." Dear God, Sharpe thought, but that could mean Charles already had his message, and the escape could already be underway. He groaned at the thought of all that nonsense being repeated. The last time Bonaparte had escaped from an island, it had driven Sharpe and Lucille from their Norman home. Their return had been difficult, for they had to live beside families whose sons and husbands had died at Waterloo. Yet Sharpe had gone back, and he had won his neighbour's trust again. He couldn't bear to think that the whole horrid business would have to be endured a second time. Except that now, in a ship which was being swallowed in the immensity of the Pacific, under a sky of strange southern stars, there was nothing Sharpe could do. The Emperor's plot would unfold without Sharpe. Don Blas would rot in his stinking grave, and Sharpe, pressed as a seaman, would go home. Part 2. Cochrane. Chapter 5. The Espiritu Santo's crew, like their captain, were eager to meet Lord Cochrane. They called him a devil, and crossed themselves when they spoke of him, yet they reckoned they could match this devil gun for gun and cutlass for cutlass, and still beat him hollow. The crew might grumble when they were woken to an unexpected gun practice, or to rehearse repelling boarders, but they also boasted of what their hardened skills would do to the devilish Cochrane if he dared attack the Espiritu Santo. They also boasted of the prize money they would win. Cochrane had captured his 50-gun flagship, now called the O'Higgins, from the Spanish Navy, which, stung by the defeat, had promised a fortune to whichever ship recaptured the lost vessel. Ardili's men wanted that prize, and were willing to sweat as they practiced for it. Sharpe and Harper, deemed to be unskilled men, were allocated pikes, and told that their job would be to stand on deck and be prepared to kill any man foolhardy enough to board the frigate. "Though, perhaps it would be better if you did not carry weapons at all," Captain Ardiles suggested when he heard that Sharpe and Harper were expected to be among the pikemen. Ardiles, who was so reluctant to show himself to his passengers, proved to be a frequent visitor to the lower decks. He liked to inspect the guns and to smell the powder smoke which soured the ship with its stench after every practice session. He liked to talk with his men, who returned his interest with a genuine loyalty and devotion. Ardiles, the crew told Sharpe and Harper, was a proper seaman, not some gold-arsed officer too high and mighty to duck his head under the beams of the lowest decks. Ardiles, on one of his very first tours of inspection of the voyage, had taken Sharpe and Harper aside. "I hear you made your mark," he asked dryly. "You mean Balin?" Sharpe asked. "I do indeed. So, watch your backs in a fight." Ardiles did not seem in the least upset that one of his prime seamen had been hammered, but he warned Sharpe and Harper that others on board might not be so sanguine. "Balin is a popular man, and he may have put a price on your heads." It was just after delivering that warning that Ardiles had wondered aloud whether Sharpe and Harper could be trusted to carry weapons in any fight against Lord Cochrane. Sharpe ignored the question, and Ardiles, who seemed amused at Sharpe's silent equivocation, perched himself on one of the tables which folded down between the guns. "Not that it's very likely that your loyalty will be put to the test," Ardiles went on. "Cochrane doesn't usually sail this far south, so every hour makes it less likely that we'll meet him. Nevertheless, let's hope. We've assiduously spread rumors about gold, hoping to attract his attention." "You mean there isn't gold on board?" Sharpe asked in astonishment. "Sir," Ardiles chided Sharpe softly. So far the Spanish captain had allowed Sharpe to treat him with a scant respect, but now he suddenly insisted on being addressed properly. Sharpe, prickly with hurt pride, did not instantly respond, and Ardiles shrugged, as though the use of the honorific did not really matter to him personally, even though he was going to insist on it. "You've been a commanding officer, Sharpe." Ardiles spoke softly so that only Sharpe and Harper could hear him. "And you would have demanded the respect of your men, even those who were reluctant to be under your authority, and I demand the same. You may be a lieutenant colonel on land, but here you are an unskilled seaman, and I can have respect thrust into you at the rope's end. Unlike General Batista, I'm not fond of witnessing punishment, so I'd rather you volunteered to it." "Sir," Sharpe said. Ardiles nodded acknowledgment to the reluctant courtesy. No, there isn't gold on board. Any gold that we might have been taking home has probably been stolen by Batista. But we went through the routine of loading boxes filled with rock from the Citadel's wharf. I just hope that charade, and the rumours it undoubtedly encouraged, are sufficient to persuade Cochrane that we are stuffed with riches. For then he might come south and fight us. We hear that the rebel government owes him money, much money. So perhaps he'll try to collect it from me. I'd like that. We'd all like that, wouldn't we? Ardiles turned and asked the question of his crewmen, who, hanging back in the gun deck's gloom, now cheered their captain. Ardiles, pleased with their enthusiasm, slid his rump off the table, then went back to his earlier question. So, can you be trusted, Sharpe? What I was hoping for, sir, Sharpe did not reply directly, was that you might put me aboard a fishing boat. The Espiritu Santo had passed a score of boats that had come far out to sea to search for big tunny fish, and Sharpe had concocted the idea that perhaps one of the boats might carry him back to Chile, where, in alliance with the rebels, he might yet retrieve Donna Luisa's money, exhume Blas Vivar's body, and restore his own pride. No, Ardiles said calmly. No, I won't. I have orders to take you back to Europe, and I am a man who obeys orders. But are you? Whose side will you be on if we meet Cochrane? This time Sharpe did not hesitate. Cochrane's side. He paused. Sir. Ardiles was immediately and understandably hostile. And you must take the consequences if there is a fight, mustn't you? He stalked away. What does that mean? Harper said. It means that if we side Lord Cochrane, then he'll send Balin and his cronies to slit our throats. Next day there were no more fishing boats, just an empty ocean and a succession of thrashing squalls. Sharpe, under the immense vacancy of sea and sky, felt all hope slide away. He had lost his uniform and sword, things of no value except to himself, but their loss galled him. He'd lost Louisa's money. He'd been humiliated, and there was nothing he could do about it. He'd been fleeced, then ignominiously kicked out of a country with only the clothes on his back. He felt heartsick. He wasn't used to failure. But at least he was accustomed to hardship, and had no fears about surviving on board the Espiritu Santo. The hard bread, salted meat, dried fish, and rancid wine that were the seaman's rations would have been counted luxuries in Sharpe's army. The worst part of the life, apart from the damp which permeated every stitch of clothing and bedding, were the boatswain's mates, who, knowing that Sharpe had been a senior army officer, seemed to take a particular pleasure in finding him the dirtiest and most menial jobs on board. Sharpe and Harper mucked out the sheep and pigs that would be slaughtered for fresh meat during the voyage. They scrubbed the poop deck each morning. They ground the rust off the blades of the boarding pikes that were racked on deck, and each afternoon they collected the latrine buckets from the passenger cabins and scoured them clean. Among the score of passengers aboard the frigate were 7 Spanish army officers, 2 of whom were sailing with their families, and those army officers, knowing Sharpe's history, stared at him with frank curiosity. It was, Sharpe thought, going to be a long voyage home. Yet, like most ordeals, it abated swiftly. The humiliated Balin might bear a grudge, but Harper inevitably discovered a score of fellow Irishmen aboard the Espiritu Santo, all of them exiles from British justice, and all of them eager to hear Harper's news of home. Sharpe, given temporary and flattering status as an honorary Irishman, felt a good deal safer from the Balin faction. One of the boatswain's mates was from Donegal, and his presence took much of the sting out of Sharpe's treatment. A week into the voyage, and Sharpe was even beginning to enjoy the experience. The next storm brought proof that the sea could throw up hardships far worse than anything yet inflicted on Sharpe and Harper. They were scrubbing the poop deck when the forward lookout hailed the quarterdeck with a cry that a boat was in sight. Ardiles ran on deck and seized the watch officer's telescope, while the first lieutenant, Otero, who remembered Sharpe and Harper well from the outward voyage, and who was excruciatingly embarrassed by their change of fortune, climbed to the lookout's post on the foremast, from where he trained his own telescope forward. "What is she?" Ardiles called. "A wreck, sir. A dismasted whaler by the look of her." "God damn!" Ardiles had been hoping it would prove to be the O'Higgins. "Change course to take a look at her, then call me when we're closer." Ardiles muttered the instruction to the officer on watch. Then, before taking refuge in his cabin, he glowered at the handful of passengers who come on deck to see what had caused the sudden alarm. Among the spectators were the two army officers' wives, who were standing at the weather rail to stare at the stricken whaler. Their excited children ran from one side of the deck to the other, playing an involved game of tag. One of the small girls slipped on the wet patch left by Sharpe's holystone. "Move back, give the ladies room," the boatswain ordered Sharpe and Harper. "Just wait for it. Wait till the passengers have gone below." Sharpe and Harper went to the beakhead, where, concealed by the forecastle, they could hide from authority and thus stretch their temporary unemployment. They joined a small group of curious men who gazed at the wrecked whaler. She was a small ship, scarce a third the size of the Espiritu Santo, with an ugly, squared-off stern, and, even uglier, 3 splintered stumps where her masts had stood. A spar, perhaps a yardarm, had been erected in place of the foremast, and a small sail lashed to that makeshift mast. Despite the jury rig, she seemed to be unmanned, but then, in answer to a hail from the Spanish frigate's masthead, 2 survivors appeared on the whaler's deck and began waving frantically towards the Espiritu Santo. One of the 2 unfolded a flag that he held aloft to the wind. "She's an American!" The first lieutenant shouted down to the forecastle, where a midshipman was deputed to carry the news back to the captain's cabin. Ardiles, though, was not in his cabin, but had instead come forward. He had avoided the inquisitive passengers by using a lower deck, but now he suddenly appeared out of the low door which led to the beakhead. He nodded affably to the men who were perched on the ship's lavatory bench, then trained his telescope on the whaler. She isn't too badly damaged." Ardiles spoke to himself, but as Sharpe and Harper were the closest men, they grunted in acknowledgment of his words. "Hardly damaged at all." Ardiles continued his assessment of the beleaguered American whaler. "She looks buggered to me, sir," Sharpe said. "She's floating upright," Ardiles pointed out. "So, as they say in the Cadiz boatyards, her hull must be as watertight as a duck's backside. Mind you, the hulls of whaling ships are as strong as anything afloat." He paused as he stared through the glass. "They've lost their rudder, by the look of it. They're using a steering oar instead." "What could have happened to her, sir?" Harper asked. "A storm. Perhaps she rolled over. I can snap the sticks out of a boat as quick as you like. And she's lost all her whaleboats, so I suspect her topsides were swept clean when she rolled. Yeah, that would explain the rudder, too. And I'll warrant she lost a few souls drowned, too, God rest them." Ardiles crossed himself. 3 men were now visible on the whaler's deck. Lieutenant Otero, still high on the foremast, read the whaler's name through his telescope and shouted it down to Captain Ardiles. "She's called the Mary Starbuck." "Probably the owner's wife," Ardiles guessed. "I hope the poor man has got insurance, or else Mary Starbuck will be making do with last year's frocks." Lieutenant Otero, now that the Espiritu Santo was nearing the hulk, slid down the ratlines to leave tar smeared on his white trousers. "Do we rig a towing bridle?" he asked Ardiles. Ardiles shook his head. "We haven't time to take him in tow, but prepare to heave to, and fetch me a speaking trumpet from the quarterdeck." Ardiles still stared at the whaler, his fingers drumming on the beakhead's low rail. "Perhaps, Sharpe, you'll find out what the Americans need. I doubt they want us to rescue them. Their hull is embroached, and under that jury rig they could sail from here to the Californias." The speaking trumpet was brought to the bows. 10 minutes later the frigate heaved to, backing her square sails, so that she rolled and wallowed in the great swells. Sharpe, standing beside one of the long-barreled 9-pounder bow guns that were the frigate's pursuit weapons, could clearly read the whaler's name that was painted in gold letters on a black quarterboard across her stern. Beneath that name was written her hailing port, Nantucket. "Tell them who we are," Ardiles ordered. "Then ask them what they want." Sharpe raised the trumpet to his mouth. "This is the Spanish frigate Espiritu Santo," he shouted. "What do you want?" "Water, mister!" One of the Americans cupped his hands. "We lost all our fresh water barrels!" Ask what happened. Ardiles, who spoke reasonable English, had not needed to have the American's request for water translated. "What happened?" Sharpe shouted. "She rolled over. We were close to the ice when a berg broke off." Sharpe translated as best he could, for the answer made little sense to him, but Ardiles both understood and explained. The fools take any risk to chase whales. They got caught by an iceberg carving off the ice mass. The sea churns like a tidal wave when that happens. Still, they're a good seaman to have brought their boat this far. Ask where they're heading. Valdevere! Came the reply. The whaler was close now, close enough for Sharpe and Ardiles to see how gaunt and bearded were the faces of the 3 survivors. Ask how many there are on board, Ardiles commanded. 4 of us, mister. The rest drowned. Tell them to keep away. Ardiles was worried that the heavily built whaler might stove in the Espiritu Santo's ribs. And tell them I'll float a couple of water barrels to them. Ardiles saw Sharpe's puzzlement and explained. Barrels of fresh water float in salt water. Sharpe leant over the rail. Keep away from our side. We're going to float water barrels to you. We hear you, mister. One of the Americans dutifully leant on the makeshift steering oar, though his efforts seemed to have little effect, for the clumsy whaler kept heaving herself ever closer to the frigate. Ardiles had ordered 2 barrels of water brought onto deck, and a sling rope to heave them overboard. Now, while he waited for the barrels to arrive, he frowned at the Mary Starbuck's wallowing hulk. Ask him where Nantucket is, he ordered suddenly. Sharpe obeyed. Off Cape Cod, mister, came back the answer. Ardiles nodded, but some instinct was still troubling him. Tell him to sheer away, he snapped. Then, perhaps not trusting Sharpe to deliver the order with sufficient force, he seized the speaking trumpet. Keep clear! Keep clear! He shouted in English. Oh, we're trying, mister! We're trying! The man on the steering oar was desperately pushing against the whaler's weight. Trying? Ardiles repeated the word, then, still in English, he swore. Ah, the devil! They didn't lose their try-works when they rolled! He turned to shout towards the quarterdeck, but already events were accelerating to combat pace, and Ardiles' warning shout was lost in the sudden chaos. For just as Ardiles turned, so a massive wave lifted the whaler's square stern, and an officer on the Espiritu Santo's quarterdeck saw that the Mary Starbuck's rudder was not sawn away after all, but was in place and being steered from a tiller concealed beneath the whaler's deck. The rudder was bringing the heavy boat towards the Spanish frigate, which meant the steering oar was faked, which meant the shipwreck was faked. This was a fact that Ardiles had simultaneously guessed when he saw that the whaler's try-works, a brick furnace built amidships in which the whale blubber was rendered down into the precious oil, had survived the apparent rolling of a ship that had destroyed 3 solid masts. The Spaniards were shouting in warning, but the Mary Starbuck was already within 10 feet of the frigate. A man aboard the whaler suddenly cut free the American flag, and in its place unfurled a red, white, and blue flag, which was unfamiliar to Sharpe, but all too familiar to Ardiles. It was the flag of the Chilean rebel government. Reach to quarters! Ardiles shouted, and as he called the order aloud, so the hatch covers on the whaler's deck was thrust aside, and Sharpe, astonished, saw that a huge gun was mounted in the hold. It was a carronade, a squat, wide-mouthed, short-ranged killer, designed to shred men rather than smash the timbers or rigging of a ship. Sharpe also saw, before he and Harper dropped for cover behind the 9-pounder cannon, that a mass of men were seething up onto the whaler's deck. The men were armed with muskets, pikes, cutlasses, pistols, and grapnels. Fire! The order was shouted on board the Mary Starbuck, and the carronade belched a bellyful of iron scraps and links of rusted chain up at the Espiritu Santo's waist. Most of the missiles struck the starboard gunwale, but a few Spanish crewmen, helping to lower the first water barrel over the side, were thrown back in a sudden spray of blood. The barrel, holed in 100 places, sprayed drinking water into the bloody scuppers. Grapnels came soaring across the narrowing gap of water. The metal hooks snagged on rigging or thumped into the decks. The Espiritu Santo's crew, trained to just such an emergency, reacted fast. Some men started slashing at the ropes attached to the grapnels, while others ran to seize pikes or muskets. Gun crews! Gun crews! Ardiles had left the frigate's bows and was striding back to the quarterdeck, where the children were screaming in terror. Passengers down to the orlop deck. Ardiles was astonishingly calm. Quick now, below! Musket balls whiplashed up from the whaler, which suddenly struck hard against the frigate's side, so hard that some of the Espiritu Santo's crew were knocked down by the force of the collision. The first boarders were already swarming up their ropes. Sharpe, snatching a glance from the beakhead, saw two of the invaders fall back as their rope was cut free. Another, gaining the gunwale, screamed as a pike slammed into his face to blind him and hurl him back to the Mary Starbuck's crowded deck. The attackers, jostling at the ropes, were screaming a war cry that at first sounded jumbled and indistinct to Sharpe, but which now became clear. "Cochrane! Cochrane!" Ardiles, it seemed, was having his dearest wish granted. A grapnel soared high over the Espiritu Santo's bows to fall and catch on the beakhead. For the moment, Sharpe and Harper were alone on the small hidden platform of the beakhead, and neither man moved to cut free the rope. "We're joining the fight then, are we?" Harper asked. "I like Ardiles," Sharpe said, "but I'm damned if I'll fight for a man on the same side as Batista." "Oh, well, back to the wars." Harper grinned, then instinctively ducked as another carronade fired, this one from the forecastle above them. The Espiritu Santo's forecastle carronade, unable to depress its muzzle sufficiently, had not done great damage to the attackers, but its noise alone seemed to encourage the Spaniards, who now began to shout their own war cry. "Espiritu Santo! Espiritu Santo!" "So, what do we do?" Harper asked. "We start with that big bugger up there." Sharpe jerked his chin up towards the forecastle carronade. He had to shout, for more big guns were firing. These new ones from down below on the gun deck, where the Spanish were evidently firing straight into the Mary Starbuck's upper deck. Sharpe could hear the screams of men being disemboweled and flensed by the close-range horror of the big guns. Sharpe jumped, caught the edge of the forecastle's deck, and hauled himself up to where three men were serving the carronade. One of them, the gun captain, snapped at Sharpe to fetch some coins, so that the breech of the carronade could be elevated. "I'm not on your side!" Sharpe yelled at the man. Behind Sharpe, Harper was struggling to haul his huge weight up the sheer face of the forecastle, which, though only 8 feet high, was too much for a man as heavy as Harper, which meant that Sharpe, for the moment, was alone. He grabbed one of the carronade's heavy spikes, a 6-foot shaft of hardwood tipped with an iron point. The spike was used to aim the heavy gun by levering its trail around, and the wooden deck under the carronade's tail was pitted with holes left by the sharp iron point. Sharpe now lunged with the spike, as though it was a bayonet. He didn't want to kill, for his attack was unexpected and unfair. But the gun's captain suddenly pulled a pistol from under his coat, and Sharpe had no choice but to ram the spike forward with sudden and savage force, so that the iron point punctured the man's belly. The gun captain dropped his pistol to grip the spiked shaft. He was moaning sadly. Sharpe, still lunging forward, slammed the wounded man against the rail, and, still pushing, heaved him overboard. Sharpe let go the spike so that the gun captain, blood cartwheeling away from his wound, fell to the sea with the spiked shaft still rammed into his belly. Sharpe turned. He ducked to retrieve the gun captain's pistol, and the carronade's rammer, swung with terrible force by one of the two remaining crewmen, slashed just above his head. Sharpe's right hand closed on the pistol just as he charged forward to ram his left shoulder into the Spaniard's belly. He heard the man's breath gasp out. Then he brought the heavy pistol up and hammered it onto his attacker's skull. The third crew member had backed to the inboard edge of the forecastle, where he was uselessly shouting for help. Harper, abandoning his attempt to climb the forward face of the forecastle, had ducked through the galley and was now climbing the companionway steps which led from the main deck. The third crew member, thinking that help was at last arriving, leant down to give Harper a helping hand. Harper grabbed the offered hand, tugged, and the crewman tumbled down into the churning mass of men who fought in the ship's waist. That larger fight was a gutter brawl of close-quarter horror. Cochrane's invaders had succeeded in capturing a third of the Espiritu Santo's main deck, but were now faced by a disciplined and spirited crew that fiercely defended their ship. Cochrane's men, screaming like demons, had achieved an initial surprise, but Ardiles' hours of practice were beginning to pay dividends as his men forced the invaders back. Sharpe, seeing his very first sea fight, was horrified by it. The killing was done in the confining space of a ship's deck, which gave neither side room to retreat. On land, when faced by a determined bayonet attack, most soldiers gave ground, but here there was no ground to give, and so the dead and dying were trampled underfoot. The heaving ocean added a horrid air of chance to death. A man might parry a thrust efficiently and be on the point of killing his opponent when a wave surge might unsteady him, and as he flailed for balance, his belly would be exposed to a steel thrust. One of the boatswain's mates, who had made Sharpe's first days aboard such misery, had been so wounded, and was now dying in the scuppers. The man writhed in brief spasms, his hands fluttering and clawing at the broken sword blade that was embedded in his belly. A midshipman was bleeding to death, calling